Kintsugi is much more than the art of repairing a broken object. It's a philosophy. As an art, it transmits beauty, repairing a broken object, the unique beauty of scars that bear witness to the damage suffered. As an art, it transmits beauty, but it also teaches us that there is no wound that cannot be healed to the damage suffered. And that repairing something adds to its intrinsic value. A damaged object is not broken forever if we can still rebuild it. Our planet is wounded by the health, economic and climate crisis. If we commit to sustainable recovery and for all to heal its wounds, let's rebuild a better planet now. To sustainable recovery and for all to heal its wounds. Let's rebuild a better planet now. To sustainable recovery and for all to heal its wounds. Let's rebuild a better planet now. To sustainable recovery and for all to heal its wounds. Let's rebuild a better planet to sustainable recovery and for all to heal its wounds. Kintsugi is much more than the art. Kintsugi is repairing a broken object. It's a philosophy. As an art, it transmits beauty, the unique beauty of scars that bear witness to the damage suffered. But it also teaches us that there is no wound that cannot be healed, beauty of scars that bear witness to the damage, and that repairing something adds to its intrinsic value. So teaches us there is no wound. A damaged object is not broken forever if we can still rebuild it. Repairing something. Our planet is wounded by the health, economic, and climate crisis. A damaged object is not broken. If we commit to sustainable recovery, and for all, we can heal its wounds. Let's rebuild a better planet now. If we commit to sustainable recovery, and for all, we can heal its wounds. Let's rebuild a better planet now. If we commit to sustainable recovery, and for all, we can heal its wounds. Let's rebuild a better planet now. If we commit to sustainable recovery, and for all, we can heal its wounds. Let's rebuild a better planet now. If we commit to sustainable recovery, and for all, we can heal its wounds.
Yeah. Hello. Anybody there? Is it possible to test the screen sharing? Hello.
Hello.
There's a terrible sound here.
It's just a lot of noise.
Can we test the screen sharing?
But I'm not planning to share my screen.
Can you hear me?
Good morning, Yuka. It's Bev Messenger.
Oh, hi.
How are you?
I'm fine. I'm trying to only check my screen sharing, but they don't allow that apparently.
No, it's very noisy.
Indeed. A lot of loud sounds.
Sorry, I need to close the video now. I need to close your voice.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Any option to check the PowerPoint slides by screen sharing?
Okay, try to put now.
Okay. Cannot share while you are sharing.
No, you can share because I'm sharing. No, it's impossible now.
Yeah, you are sharing, I cannot. So we
can
hope.
test now because we start in 2 minutes.
Yeah, okay. Too late.
Yeah.
Hi, Krista. Jukka here.
You can start, Hans.
Muy bien, muy bien. ¿El sonido está bien?
Sí, perfecto.
Muy bien.
Estás en directo ya, ¿eh?
Por favor.
¿Puedes empezar, Hans?
No, porque empezamos en... sí. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues and friends around the world, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. I'm very pleased and excited to welcome you all on behalf of the International ORP Foundation and its global and Danish Vision Zero Business Councils to this online conference about Vision Zero and the Great Reset, safety, health, and well-being for a new and better future. Please allow me to express my gratitude for the support received from the Advisory Business Committee of the ORP Foundation, which has allowed us to offer free access to this event and in addition enabled us to provide simultaneous interpretation into Spanish. I also would like to express a special welcome to the chairs, speakers, and panelists from 21 countries who all responded enthusiastically to our invitation. Thank you for your friendship and thank you for your support. For the introduction of our event, we have prepared a short video which I would like to share with you. Natalia, the video, please. Thank you, Natalia. Let me add a few words about the unique context of this event and its scope and objectives. This meeting takes place at a very special moment. While the pandemic has and still is causing disruption and pain, it also offers us an opportunity to reflect. To reflect not only about where we were before the pandemic and what the pandemic has shown us, but also what we like to do differently and hopefully better in the future. In short, to rethink our economic, social, and health protection models. Even before the pandemic, the world was confronted with a number of major disruptions as a result of globalization, climate change, and digitalization, but also due to increased migration, population aging, and a rise in chronic diseases. But while these disruptions all have a longer-term nature, the COVID-19 pandemic caused dramatic short-term health, social, and economic disruptions practically within weeks and all over the globe. Like a gigantic stress test, the pandemic revealed strengths and weaknesses in our protection systems and our ability to respond and adjust as societies, economies, and individuals. The World Economic Forum has on this background launched a Great Reset initiative and has called upon world leaders to join a discourse about a new and better post-COVID future for people and planet. The question is now how the global OSH community responds to this call. In the video, we give a clear response, namely that the community is ready to contribute to a successful Great Reset. The reason for this bold statement is that our community believes in the unique potential of prevention to enable sustainable value creation where people come first. This conference will address 4 strategic challenges for prevention that in our view are critical to unlock this potential. Firstly, changing the mindset about protecting and promoting health and sustainability. Secondly, designing new incentives to promote and develop a holistic prevention culture. Thirdly, building genuine connections, putting digitalization in the service of prevention. And fourthly, creating new metrics for assessing prevention and business value creation. The 4 challenges will be introduced by a session chair, and international leaders, business representatives, and senior OSH experts will present and discuss new, innovative prevention concepts for a healthy and sustainable future. A truly exciting program lies ahead of us, but before we go to the first challenge about how to change mindsets about prevention, I have the honor and pleasure to introduce a distinguished panel of outstanding experts and leaders representing 5 of the main international organizations in our field, namely the ISA, the International Social Security Association, IOSH, the Institution for Occupational Safety and Health, ICO, the International Commission on Occupational Health, EU OSHA, the European Agency for Safety and Health at Work, and the ILO, the International Labour Organization. Our first speaker, the Secretary General of the ISA, Mr. Marcelo Abirramia Caetano, can unfortunately not be with us this morning, but he has been so kind to pre-record his statement. So, Natalia, please share Mr. Caetano's video with us.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear conference participants, a warm welcome from Geneva. My name is Marcelo Caetano, and I am the Secretary General of the International Social Security Association, ISA. And I thank you all for having joined us in this online event organized by the ORP International Foundation. The title of the conference is thought-provoking: Vision Zero and the Great Reset. Klaus Schwab, the Executive Chairman of the World Economic Forum, claims that COVID-19 has shown us that the world system is not fit anymore for the 21st century. The World Economic Forum, therefore, calls for a fairer, smarter, and greener world. It calls for a reset and for a rethinking on how we manage our resources, our environment, and how can we move into an age of sustainability. Undoubtedly, the COVID-19 pandemic has shown us that we are vulnerable. It has shown us that the tiniest change in our ecosystem can trigger a tidal wave that puts our society and economic system to the ultimate stress test. and the effects of COVID-19 have been devastating. As I speak today, 2.6 million people have died due to the COVID, and there are almost 120 million cases of COVID worldwide. Besides this human suffering, we also face the threat of shrinking economies, more poverty, more unemployment, more social injustice, and more inequality. COVID-19 is a catastrophe for many, and it can probably be considered the most severe crisis the world has seen since the World War II. COVID has indeed exposed many weaknesses of our societal system, but it has also shown us what has worked during the pandemic. And there is one part of the system that has performed very well. It has supported many individuals while they were navigating through an existential crisis. It is an institution that was created in the late 19th century and since then has proven to be an indispensable tool for social justice. I'm talking about Social Security. The responses of many social security institutions during the pandemic have been outstanding. The provision of healthcare, unemployment benefits, financial stimulus package, the introduction of new emergency schemes for people losing their livelihoods, COVID-19 prevention strategies at work, etc. All of this has underpinned the importance of having a safety net in place that helps individuals and families to survive in times of crisis. Who knows what the future holds? I believe the world in which we live after COVID-19 should be a world of social cohesion, social inclusion, fairness, and equality. Unfortunately, the pandemic has revealed that in some places there is a lack of these societal values. But Social Security has proven that it contributes to the vision of the new world. If ever there will be a great reset, if ever we will agree to a new social contract, it cannot happen without social protection supporting this vision and contributing to a better future. Because social protection is a pillar of social justice. Social protection systems have been one of the most effective instruments to mitigate the social, economic, and health impact of the COVID-19 crisis. Governments worldwide moved swiftly to extend and adapt existing schemes and create new benefits to protect employment, prevent poverty, and facilitated health-related restrictions. This has ensured people's trust in what works. The continued support also empowers them to build their own new future after the pandemic. Much of the support provided was in fact linked to digital technologies. For instance, ICT systems have proven to sustain the continuity of our society during the pandemic. It has probably saved many companies from insolvency and many people from losing their jobs. But it has also helped Social Security institutions to reach out to their beneficiaries during times of lockdown and provide payments, treatment, and other forms of support, such as information campaigns and prevention services. 2.6 million people have died due to the COVID, compared to 2.8 million that died of work-related accidents and disease every year. Both are preventable. Is ISA believes that smart, applicable, and easy to implement strategies in occupational safety and health can contribute to the reduction of the work-related fatalities. Furthermore, they can contribute to a new, better, and more sustainable future. To address the risk of shrinking economies, we need to create employment opportunities, ideally green jobs that contribute to the sustainability of our planet, but also safe jobs that contribute to the longevity of our workforce. ISA has been promoting the idea that accident insurance systems must invest in prevention. This is called Vision Zero. We have developed a prevention strategy with 7 golden rules for Vision Zero that help workers and employers to end their working day accidents and disease-free. The nearly 15,000 companies and organizations that have signed up for Vision Zero are proof alone that the 7 golden rules work. They can actually be applied at the workplace. They can be used to promote the idea that every accident is preventable. It works, but it only works if everyone participates and contributes to the shared vision. It could be that COVID-19 has already changed the world of prevention without us realizing it. Maybe it brought forth a shift in the way we perceive our occupational risks. It has definitely made us more careful and cautious because we are faced with our own vulnerability. Today, we are much more aware that anything can happen anytime. And many of us now take our health, mental health, and physical integrity more seriously than ever before. This new individual awareness of exposure to risk and the wish to control it must now be brought to the workplace. It should encourage people to take their health and safety into their own hands while at work. Safety, health, and personal responsibility are therefore key to navigating through the pandemic and should become part of our prevention culture to reach Vision Zero. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Caetano. I think this was a very clear message given by the Secretary General of the ISA about the critical role of social security and the pillar of prevention within the social security concept. So now it's my pleasure to give the floor to Ms. Bev Messenger. Bev is the CEO of IOSH in the United Kingdom. Bev, please, you have the floor.
Hello, everyone. Hans, thank you for inviting me to take part in this incredibly important discussion today. As Chief Exec of IOSH, the Institution of Occupational Safety and Health, I'm proud to represent our members here today. This event's theme is both urgent and timely, we believe. We're at a turning point when we have a brief chance to reflect on all the challenges we've faced recently, the vulnerabilities and inequalities people experience, and reflect on our capacity to come together at times of challenge and change. Through our effort and innovation, we have found solutions. We've delivered beyond expectations. We've made dramatic improvements, and we must not forget all of this learning when we get back to normal. IOSH has more than 47,000 members worldwide. As dedicated OSH professionals, they are responsible for the safety and health and well-being of millions of people working in 130 countries in nearly every sector. For them, from the start of 2020, business as usual, if there ever was such a thing, became business as unusual. COVID-19, a new unknown hazard, caused dramatic challenges that rapidly transformed societies and the world of work. In the last 12 months, OSH professionals have been at the heart of global efforts to limit the spread of the COVID-19 pandemic in occupational settings by assessing risk and adapting to protect colleagues, their families, and their communities. Alongside this, doing all their usual health, safety, and wellbeing demands. For my organisation, the year of pandemic forced transformation that pushed us out of our comfort zone. It demanded an overnight transition to remote working, which I'm pleased to say was seamless and successful. It led us to reevaluate all of our services we offer to our customers to ensure they delivered what was needed in the new world of work we found ourselves. It's been an exacting year for everyone, with uncertainty, frustration, and sadly, great loss of life. Employers and leaders of organisations have had to rethink so much. Ultimately, our duties of care and our greatest promise for the future is vested in our people. And that's what I want to highlight today. While technology enabled many organisations to adapt to distance working and the new virtual world of work, and innovations rewarded those businesses best prepared and positioned to meet society's needs, IOSH sees that surviving, thriving, and sustaining lives and livelihoods for us and for future generations requires a new commitment centred on our people. This is sustainability in its fullest sense of the word. IOSH believes the social lens of sustainability focused on people has been obscured for too long and must now come to the fore. It must be acknowledged now as the primary reason for how we tackle the environment and economic challenges that threaten our world, and is the source of energy and motivation for achieving our sustainable future. One part of this is to answer the call IOSH first made in 2003 to recognise occupational safety and health as a fundamental human right. Prevention of harm at work is fundamental too, which is why IOSH supports Vision Zero and partners with the ISA and the ILO Vision Zero Fund to further our shared vision of a safe and healthy world of work through education, training, and professional development. After lunch, you'll have the opportunity to hear more about the increasing importance of a company's health, socio-economic, and environmental behaviour for employees, customers, and investors from IOSH's Head of Strategic Engagement, Alan Stevens. Work 2022, our 5-year strategy, which we've been pursuing since 2017, concentrates on enhancing the OSH profession, working in collaboration to influence change that will equip organisations with the knowledge, competencies and confidence to bring out the best in their people across their workforce and their supply chains. This is everyone's challenge and everyone's opportunity to reset and rebalance the world of work. We need to share ways of ensuring our staff and our temporary workers can stay both physically and mentally safe and healthy, whether they're working in physical locations or virtually. The journey away from pandemic towards a brighter future in every part of the world will continue for some months to come. It remains our abiding struggle. But if we continue learning and adapting as we go, putting the occupational safety, health and well-being of our people at the heart of what we do, we will emerge stronger and more resilient. Let's pledge to work together to address our challenges and realise better outcomes for the future. Thank you for your time. I look forward to your insights and lively discussions throughout the rest of the day.
Hans, conecta el vídeo, por favor.
Thank you very much, Bev, for your presentation, and also let me take this opportunity to thank you for your unwavering support to Vision Zero, to the ISA, to the ILO over the years, and so it's really great to have you here, and and we look forward to the presentation later on. Thank you.
A pleasure.
So now our next speaker is Jukka Takala, and Jukka is the president of ICO. And we look forward to your presentation. The floor is yours. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Hans Horst. Thank you for the ORP Foundation, and also thank you, Hans Horst, and muchas gracias, Pedro Mondelo. I'm opening my share screen. Hopefully you can see it in a while. So if this is okay, I go further with that. So I'm talking on behalf
it's
of
perfect. Perfect.
Thank you. I'm talking on behalf of the International Commission of Occupational Health, Comisión Internacional de Salud en el Trabajo. And I think I have some short introduction to the zero work-related injuries, diseases, and COVID-19 at work. And I really appreciate this opportunity to have this short introduction. So what is Vision Zero? Is it zero accidents? Is it zero work-related circulatory diseases? Is it zero work-related cancer? Is it infectious diseases, musculoskeletal disorders, psychosocial disorders, and whatever? The fact is that we cannot just have zero diseases and zero injuries. We need to eliminate the modifiable factors behind. And these are some of the factors that are listed for each individual. This list doesn't cover everything, but some of the main troubles that we have at work. And I have some additional details also, in particular on the COVID-19. This is one factor that has been there all the time: protection against animals, insects, snakes, bacteria, viruses, and now the virus that we are particularly interested also at work is the COVID-19. But it is just one of those. So Vision Zero is zero harm altogether for any harm, any factors that are causing those, any action that we can take on each of those individual modifiable factors. So if we look at the numbers already taken up by Mr. Caetano from MISA, these are the 2.8 million what we had from the last. In addition, this particular year, in this case, the last year, 2020, we estimated that another 60,000 people died at work caused by COVID-19. So this is one additional trouble in the work-related burden. But at the same time, it is, of course, a big burden to anybody in the whole society, what makes it much more encompassing and much more widely understood as well. But we have to keep in mind that workplace is not only the source where you can get workers infected. If you look at where are the problems coming for the old age homes where people dying, they come through the workers. The old age people don't go to the city and don't go to restaurants and have fun in discos. They get the COVID-19 contamination through the workers. So the workers are everywhere in the society. So rather than just looking at those people who are dying at work, we have to look at what can the workforce do in order to prevent. And this is a big thing. In this right-hand table, we can see that this is a relatively small part of the work-related burden. 3% is the attributable fraction, and out of the 2 million, 3% makes the 60,000 fatal cases. But we still have a big burden for those who don't die, but have it for a long time or short time burden caused by the COVID. Working age people, some 30%, and the fraction of getting sick is about 20%, 19.4%. This is based on the Italian experience, Italian compensation system, social security system again. When it works properly, we get that kind of background, and we know how many people are infected. But we have to keep in mind that the fatal cases are really fairly rare, because people who die in Finland, for example, the average age is 84. Which is slightly higher the average life expectancy for males and females together. And this is caused by the fact that those who are in the old age homes, they are the really old ones who are then the major cause of the victim group. Then one important thing that often, for example, the WHO is telling that health stuff is really at risk. Yes, it is. And the highest point here, this is a brand new study, and the beta coefficient tells how many times different jobs and occupations are having troubles and having infections. So special nursing, here is the 3.6 times higher risk than those people who don't work at all. And if we compare to, for example, the British variant of COVID-19, which is about 1.5 times, just being special nurse, you have 3.6 times higher risk. But it's not only the health people, painters, building structures, cleaners, 3.0 times higher risk for painters in construction sites. Equally in manufacturing, mining, food industries, even construction supervisors, travel attendants, conductors, all have much higher risk because of work. And this is an important thing to keep in mind. If you want to go to further details, this study has been made in a university in Finland, and the link is over there, so you may look more on that. At the same time, they are looking that COVID is also hitting the most vulnerable, the poorest people in the world, and in particular, poorest countries in the world. They don't even know that they have a big risk, but they are having a big risk in the whole world, and that's we often forget. Then one important thing is that once we have the harm, and we are trying to get the zero harm as a final outcome, how to eliminate. And it is not only the financial loss, the money terms, the dollar or euro terms. We have to keep in mind that this is an ethical issue. It's a fairness issue. It's a issue of rules, regulation. It's a question of how do we treat our fellow citizens in our country, our fellow citizens in the global world. And I would certainly be happy to repeat again this Kofi Annan's idea that safety and health at work is not only economically feasible, it's a basic human right. And another thing is to see here that what are the deaths coming from? This is for the high income economies. And even if you look at the top part of the communicable diseases and slightly higher now, it is a small part. We have to keep in mind that cancer is a big killer, cardiovascular diseases is a big killer, and the percentages that are caused by work are here. So if the percentage is high, the number is high, we get as a result those fatalities. And injuries, of course, here is a big component, workplace violence or violence in general, and so on. But this is not the whole thing. The second part is even more interesting, the disability adjusted life years. How many people are becoming disabled for short term or long term? We suddenly get two big things back again. These are mental health and musculoskeletal disorders. And while they are often they are prevalent in many workplaces, the percentage of attributable fraction is 30% and 37%. And this is also the case particularly for the COVID-19. While this table doesn't have the COVID yet, particularly in the non-fatal cases, COVID would have a big impact. And we come to the same level, for example, in our high-income economies, such as United States and Japan and Singapore, and so we come to higher number of fatalities caused by COVID also at work. So I think this was all what I wanted to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jukka, for joining us this morning and for sharing these insights. Also the news data as regards the impact of COVID. And thank you also for highlighting again the importance of the workplace in terms of preventing the spread of the virus. We just saw some data, fresh data here from Spain, from the National Institute, about injuries that were reported as regards the COVID pandemic at work, and more than 60% were health personnel. So we know that in particular health personnel has been exposed and also has fallen ill and even died. So it's a real important issue. Thank you very much for this contribution. And now it's a special pleasure to give the floor to Dr. Krista Selacek, who is the Executive Director of the EU OSHA. Krista, please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Horst, and thank you also to you and Mr. Mondelo for this really interesting program for today. And greetings, of course, from EU OSHA from Bilbao. Before talking about the great reset in the area of occupational safety and health, I think it's important to see where we are today in 2021 and how we can contribute to a better prevention, to sustainability and better working and living conditions. I think we succeeded in Europe in decreasing accident rates in recent years, but Europe must be vigilant that this positive trend does not reverse. In that context, we need to realize that the largest share of fatal accidents occur among workers in enterprises with up to 49 employees, so the micro and small enterprises. With regard to work-related illness, the picture is less clear. Also, the percentage of EU workers reporting that work affects their health negatively decreased over the years. There are indications that occupational risk factors are not decreasing uniformly, especially against the background of digitalization, changing work patterns, and the impact of COVID-19 pandemic. I think we heard already a lot about it. The changing patterns of work, in particular the new types of job, the more flexible employment and career patterns, and the increasing employment in micro and small enterprises, pose challenges to occupational safety and health in terms of monitoring exposures and outcomes, of awareness raising and of enforcement. I mentioned already micro and small enterprises, which differ widely in their approach to OSH, but a significant proportion can be considered as hard to reach and not considering OSH. It will therefore be increasingly important to take a targeted approach, drawing on a variety of strategies and mechanisms to promote preventive actions. It will be important to continue providing micro and small enterprises with adequate support to manage OSH efficiently while minimizing their administrative burden. A higher proportion of older workers tend to be affected by long-term health problems, and their needs are a particular issue if we are looking to encourage people to continue working longer. But the proportion in the younger working population should also raise concerns. The younger working population now is the aging workforce of the future. And so to prevent long-term OSH problems, we need to target prevention efforts at this group in particular. Nearly 80% of establishments in the EU identify at least one psychosocial risk factor as being present in their workplace. At the same time, only 1/3 of establishments across the EU report having an action plan to prevent work-related stress. Preventive measures are particularly lacking again in micro and small enterprises. A reluctance to talk openly about these issues has been identified as an important obstacle when dealing with this topic, highlighting the need to combat stigma and to increase understanding of work-related determinants of mental health. This all, what I've said until now, represents a considerable economic cost. There is still a significant need for better data on the economic aspects of OSH in terms of the costs of underinvestment in OSH and in terms of the business case for OSH. The European Commission communication, A Strong Social Europe for Just Transitions in 2020, outlines the major challenges in terms of climate change, digitalization, and demographic developments, and what they mean for employment, for social affairs, and for occupational safety and health. Digitalization will be one of the focus area of the new EU OSH strategic framework, which will hopefully be presented around June 2021. And it is also one of the priority areas in EU OSHA's future work programs. It will provide insights into the consequences of digitalization on worker safety and health and the challenges it poses to prevention, policy and practice, as well as the opportunities it offers. I think I would like to stress again opportunities, because we in the OSH area experts, we tend to see more the risk and maybe the negative aspect, but there are a lot of opportunities for all. The COVID-19 pandemic has brought about significant and abrupt changes in the world of work. We heard about it already, such as the unprecedented increase of teleworking, which make it essential to undertake discussions and more research around technological developments such as digitalization, robotization, or artificial intelligence. More traditional risks are linked to dangerous substances and chemicals, and they still require attention, also aiming at reducing work-related cancer. This can make a major contribution to Europe's Beating Cancer Plan and the roadmap on carcinogens, two of the most important and especially the roadmap on carcinogens successful initiatives in Europe. Before giving some input to the 4 strategic challenges for prevention, Horst mentioned it already, and it is the guidance along this day. I have to dedicate a few minutes to the situation related to the pandemic, which should fall under the chapter, hopefully, lessons learned. The pandemic has served to show that those worst affected by the pandemic are those least protected by OSH, especially workers in the healthcare sector, in social care, education, transport, retail, and cleaning industry had continued to be physically present at the workplace, and they serve to the society. Healthcare workers have a more than 7-fold higher risk of severe COVID-19. I think Jukka had different figures, but I think we didn't do a really in-depth research on this. And those working in social care and transport had a 2-fold higher risk. In addition, the outbreaks in seasonal fruit pickers and meat processing plant workers show that those in non-standard employment and in elementary jobs are at great risk. The risk is long-standing and just come to light because of the pandemic. But this means that still in many sectors and workplaces, even the basics of occupational safety and health are missing. And now, finally, I would like to present a few examples how EU OSHA, the Europe, together with European Commission and DG Employment, how to support the 4 strategic challenges for better prevention. The first is changing the mindset. We, as EU OSHA, we can point to our healthy workplace campaigns, the biggest OSH campaigns in the world. And I have to say also, each healthy working campaign getting more and more acceptance, more participation of companies, experts, and they are very successful. And the one ongoing on musculoskeletal disorders is also a strong link to the COVID-19. And the next one, the following after musculoskeletal disorders, will be dedicated to digitalization. Second challenge, creating new metrics for assessing prevention and business value creation. Here we have started to develop together with the European Commission the OSH barometer. The OSH barometer has been available as a really comprehensive, easy to use dashboard. It comprises a mapping of national strategies, provides generic information like national systems, economic and labor data, steering of OSH like regulations, strategies, dialogue, and outcomes and working conditions. So figures, accidents, health, awareness measures, and so on, and infrastructure like enforcement surveys and statistics. And I have also to mention the work on developing cost estimates of burden from illness and injury related to work. And my colleague Dietmar Elsler will present it later on during this day. Designing, the third one, designing new incentives to promote and develop a holistic prevention culture. There, it's ongoing, a huge activity in EU OSHA supporting compliance, and it is looking at market-based and regulatory and institutional factors as determinants of preventive action in enterprises. Last but not least, building on genuine connections, digitalization in the service of prevention. I think there we have done already a lot. Online interactive risk assessment, our tool for micro and small enterprises, is one of our success stories, but of course also our healthy workplace campaigns. That's from my side. I would like to thank you for your attention, and I wish you all very interesting discussion, and I'm really looking forward to the discussion, and of course also the possible, let's say, solutions and recommendations for the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Christa, for giving us this real overview of a number of trends that we have to take into consideration. Thank you also for outlining the agencies and the EU strategy in these matters, and all the initiatives already have been taken, and we look forward to hearing more about this from Dietmar later on. So thank you very much, Christa. So the next speaker and the final of this opening panel is Mr. Joaquin Pintado Nunes, who is Chief of the Labor Administration, Labor Inspection and Occupational Safety and Health Branch of the ILO. Joaquin, you have the floor, please.
Thank you very much, Hans. Good morning, all. First of all, buenos días a todos. I'd like to thank ORP's invitation to the ILO to be here present with you in this opening session, and also to congratulate you for the interesting program that you have put together with the focus on a person-centered preventive approach, which resonates very much with the ILO's human-centered approach to the future of work, as promoted by our 2019 Centenary Declaration. Sorry, can you hear me? Yes, very well. So I was saying that...
Yes, perfect.
Very well. Thank you very much for the invitation to the ILO to be here, attending this opening session of this interesting event. I was saying that, first of all, I must congratulate you for the program that you have put together and the focus on a person-centered preventive approach, which resonates very much with the ILO's human-centered approach to the future of work as promoted by our 2019 Centenary Declaration. I was also saying that seeing the COVID-19 pandemic both as a global crisis, but also as a trigger for a great reset for prevention is certainly something that we agree with and should characterize our global action. This event is quite timely because COVID-19 reminded us all of the importance that a healthy workforce and safe workplaces have to ensure decent work and sustainable and resilient business. And in fact, the new coronavirus has placed OSH squarely on the international agenda, and I will come back later to this point. So we do hope that COVID-19 can be a trigger for faster progress towards building a real culture of prevention. But for this to happen, it's necessary to act in different fronts that are cumulative and indispensable. And I would like to begin by referring to the central idea of investment in prevention, to which I will come back later as well. This crisis has certainly underlined the implications of unprepared and under-resourced occupational safety and health systems, both at national level and organizational level. Without investing in the different elements required to build a culture of prevention, we will hardly be prepared to face what remains of this pandemic, to rebuild and return to what we call normality, and above all, to be prepared for other emergencies that will arise in the context of uncertainty that has and will always characterize reality. So COVID-19 has certainly had an impact as probably nothing before in recent history. But we have also seen throughout the last 20 years industrial accidents killing and severing hundreds or even thousands of workers. We all remember Rana Plaza, Fukushima, the Dam Well disaster, or the recent explosion in Beirut last year, killing at least 204 people, injuring 7,500 and leaving 300,000 people homeless due to the unsafe storage and handling of chemicals. But even without thinking of these major accidents or the effects of COVID-19, we all know that the lack of safe and healthy working conditions still has an enormous scale. According to the recent estimates, and Yuka already mentioned these, more than 7,500 people die each day from work-related injuries and illnesses. We also know that the burden is not equally distributed across the world, with more than 75% of global work-related death estimated to occur in Asia and in Africa. This is also not equally distributed amongst different industries, nor amongst the workforce, with those working in informal employment, those working in SMEs, and work performed by groups subject to discrimination and marginalization, most exposed to work-related injuries. These staggering numbers, unfortunately, paint only a partial picture of reality. But let's look into the positive side. Despite the scale of the problem, we have recently seen increasing attention to OSH, which has grown exponentially with the pandemic. From the outset, the SDGs recognize the importance of OSH through several targets and indicators that are to guide the action of countries and the multilateral system. Target 8.8 aims to protect labor rights and promote safe and secure working environments for all workers. SDG 3 is focused on good health and well-being, and SDG 12 on responsible consumption and production. And I know that this will be addressed in more detail during the session on the SDGs later today. Another sign of recognition of the critical nature of OSH can be found in the ILO Declaration for the Future of Work, which reaffirms the fundamental importance of safety and health for decent work. And currently, as you may know, governments, employers, and workers are looking into the possible inclusion of safety and health within the ILO's framework of fundamental principles and rights at work. Such a recognition to happen will require that all of our member states will be requested to respect, promote, and realize safety and health principles independently of the level of ratification of the relevant conventions. And this will be really a milestone to happen. Alongside this debate, the ILO is also preparing a renewal of its regulatory framework on OSH through the preparation of new standards related to specific risk categories. So in the coming years, we'll have the opportunity to enrich our body of norms with new provisions on biological hazards, chemicals, ergonomics, and machine safety. New global technical guidelines are also being prepared on these precise categories of risk. An important part of the ILO's work is, of course, to provide technical support to member states. And in this sense, the prevention of occupational accidents and diseases is one of our 5 priority areas for development cooperation through what we call our flagship program, Safety and Health for All, which includes a multi-donor fund, Division Zero Fund, that really intends to assist member states to attain the rarely realized objective of zero harm in workplaces. This fund, and the fund's global manager will speak tomorrow more in detail about the fund, has been working in developing countries to improve safety and health through low cost, innovative solutions at workplace level, but also through the strengthening of national OSH institutions, laws and policies, both at national and also at a sectorial level. The operations of the fund are based on the strength of national, sectorial and workplace social dialogue and what we call a model of collective action. This model is premised on the belief that everyone has a role to play in making supply chains safer, and that the multifaceted challenges of global supply chains cannot be addressed by one stakeholder alone, but rather it requires the joint action of governments, of workers and trade unions, of employers and their organizations, of multilateral organizations, of civil society, and of development agencies. I think it's safe to say that we all agree, especially all of us attending this important event, that we cannot build back effectively without strengthening safety and health at work. And this, as I mentioned when I started my speech, cannot happen without investing in national and enterprise level OSH systems. And in a year in which we are still experiencing the direct effects of COVID-19, this could not fail to be the theme for our ILO Safe Day campaign to be launched on the next 28th of April, this year under the motto, anticipate, prepare, and respond to crisis by investing in resilient OSH systems. And some information is already available on our website, and I do invite you all to go there and to look for this information. And again, also I invite you all to join us on this global campaign, namely in terms of organizing events, both at global, regional, but also national level. Finally, the exchange of information on national and workplace policies, systems, practices on OSH is, of course, a very important element of any response to forecast, to prepare, and to react to crisis, and to build a better future. Platforms such as the Global Coalition for Safety and Health at Work, launched just before the pandemic in late 2019, or initiatives like the World Congress on Safety and Health at Work, which will take place this year in September, are important occasions for us all to promote OSH, but also to showcase what we are doing and to share our experiences and knowledge. And of course, events such as this one are certainly an important occasion for all of us to meet together and again to foster, to advocate for the important message of improving safety and health at work as an essential element of national development. Hence, thank you very much, and the floor is back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Joaquin, for your presentation. I appreciate it very much that you share the view that this is an opportunity, and I think this is exactly the idea of this event, is to look for the opportunities, but also realizing that we need to take some new decisive steps now to really implement many ideas that we already have developed over the time. And I was especially excited about the new developments in the ILO, also as regards the internal recognition of our topic within the agenda of the ILO. So thank you very much for sharing it, and also thank you for that your colleagues will join us later on, both today and tomorrow, talk more about the SDGs and about the important issue of supply chains. So thank you very much for joining us. So with this, I would like to thank all the speakers, the distinguished speakers of the opening panel, for setting the stage. I think they have done this in an excellent way and having given us a lot of motivation and already input to the discussion that we would like to start today. And let me just repeat, the event today is meant as a starting point because we need a process of developing these ideas, of shaping conclusions, and in particular also then taking actions individually in our organizations, but in particular also collectively as the OSH community we represent. So, and now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very pleased because we are within schedule. We come to the first of the challenges, and I have the pleasure to be the chair of that session. And the first of the challenges we would like to discuss is changing the mindset about protecting and promoting health and sustainability. And we have already heard a lot about the need to change mindsets, but also that this change is on the way. And I'm sure that with this session, we are going to to learn more about both, let's say, more conceptual, but also more practical ways of looking into this. I've prepared a short introduction, which I would like to share with you. Yeah, introduction to this session. And as we already heard, we have a number of global challenges global challenges that we have to think into the new models we want to look into. We have these awful figures that have been estimated by the leading organization that every year 2.8 million people die, and because of poor working conditions, and the very important message in the brackets that the vast majority, and this is why we have the image of the iceberg, the vast majority of these fatalities are actually caused by illnesses related to work, but also on the other side, the enormous economic losses for our societies that could be invested in education and social standards. But we have also a changing world of work, as it has been highlighted already also by the opening speakers. We have an aging workforce. We have also a more female workforce in the future. We have migration, and often migrants work in the most vulnerable positions and need extra attention. We have a trend away from safety to health and well-being, and in particular, the rise in chronic diseases and also in mental health problems, which are work-related, also non-work-related, which makes them even more challenging. And as it has been stressed also, we have as a new megatrend, we have digitalization and the risks and opportunities it brings to the workplace, and that we have to evaluate carefully as a preventionist. And I'm very pleased to hear that the European agency plans a campaign, its European campaign, to focus on this topic. But as we said, the Great Reset has kind of challenged us. It has challenged us to consider new prevention mindset. And their call is that we should rethink the way we produce, the way we live. We should focus on people and planet and translate it into our language. It means we have at the workplace to focus even more on the health and sustainability of people and planet, of our prevention systems, of our workplaces. And actually, there are quite a number of different triggers, and we have seen different developments and motivations behind the change of mindset. And the first one is, of course, the commitment and an increased commitment to the safety, health, and well-being of the employees. This is what Vision Zero is aiming at and reflecting. And as we heard, the increasing figures of companies joining the Vision Zero movement shows that this is really something that gives new energy to our prevention discussion. So the commitment to safety, health, and well-being is an important driver for a changed mindset. A second driver is that good safety and health also is good business. So we have the return on investment, the return on prevention, which shows that if you invest $1, you get $2.2 back. So there is an understanding of that investing in prevention is actually a productive investment for the company. It's not a cost. The third topic is the increased attention to socio-economic and environmental impact of business. This is what basically is expressed in the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations for 2030, and the attention that we have within the companies as well, because companies are key participants and they are necessary in order to achieve the goals for our planet by 2030. Then we have market demands for certification of safety and sustainability. So in order to present offers in public procurement or to have access to markets, they have an increased demand for these type of certifications, which also drive the mindset of companies towards the importance of prevention. And finally, as it has been stressed several times, we have now an increased attention in companies to prevention due to the COVID pandemic, which has demanded for essential workers to receive this extra attention, to have new procedures when entering buildings or work sites and during the work, the prevention measures that have to be taken. And in general, in the population, there is an increased attention to prevention needs, and therefore also demands to the employers to ensure these measures are taken adequately. So we have, in a way, a whole array of different drivers behind changing mindsets, and we will now start these discussions. We have three subtopics, so to say. The first is Vision Zero, both safety, health, and well-being at work. And the second is a person-centered prevention approach, caring about people. And the third one is a 5Z culture towards a healthy and sustainable creation of business value. And we will then immediately after these presentations, we will have a roundtable discussion. We will have a short break if we stick to the schedule. I hope we will have a 15 minutes break and then we will start at 11 until 11:30 with this last of the three sub-sessions. And then we will immediately at 11:30 have the roundtable discussion. There's a small arrow in the program, so please stay with us. We will have the roundtable discussion from 11:30 to 12, and then we will have a lunch break from 12 to 1. So with this, I would like to end the show and come back to our session. And I would like to welcome as our first speaker, Mr. Seong-Hin Ho, who is Senior Director for International Workplace Safety and Health at the Ministry of Manpower of Singapore. I'm sure many of you know Mr. Ho. Amongst others, he was the chairman of the last World Congress on Safety and Health at Work, which was celebrated in Singapore in September 2017, and where actually the Vision Zero campaign was launched. So an unforgettable moment for many of us. And during this first sub-session called Vision Zero, both safety, health, and well-being at work, we would like to address the need to enlarge the classical safety-oriented prevention mindset, focusing on accident prevention, to the increasing health and well-being challenges at work. And who better to introduce this topic than my good friend, Mr. Seong-Hin Ho. Please, Seong-Hin, you have the floor.
Thank you. You can hear me correctly?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you, Santos, for the kind introduction. I would like to say a special thank you for the ORP International Foundation for inviting me to share some of our work that we've done in Singapore with respect to Vision Zero, health, safety, health, and well-being. Let's see, I'll try and share my screen. Okay. Zoom, start broadcast. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes, we do.
Yes.
All right, yeah, so I'll be touching on the topic of Vision Zero, safety, health, and well-being at work. For a start, I think we have to introduce what is Vision Zero means to us. As someone mentioned, that Vision Zero, someone interpret it as a zero fatality, zero injury, zero illness, or even zero unsafe act and practices, the condition of work. And this is basically what comes to people's mind when we talk about zero, Vision Zero itself. So some people even ask the question, is it Vision Zero or zero vision? When I first mooted the idea of Vision Zero in Singapore. But to us, really, what Vision Zero is all about is a mindset that all work-related injuries and ill health are preventable. I think earlier you heard about Hans Horst talking about the mindset shift that's required when we talk about trying to adopt Vision Zero. And this mindset shift, we talk about how do you shift your mindset from a fault-finding solution mindset to from fault-finding to a finding solution mindset, as well as from a blame culture to a culture of learning. And in the area of prevention of accident, especially those who are like me, who are a regulator and doing enforcement work, we tend to go down and find fault, and also look towards finding who is a culprit in terms of violation of the law. And this is something that we feel that if we continue to do that way, you won't be able to achieve the real desired outcome of getting lower and lower accidents and illnesses. And so the shift in mindset that's required, very important, is from fault finding to finding solution, from blame culture to a culture of learning. And that's easy to say, that's an attribute of the Vision Zero organization. But really underlying this thing to shift this mindset, you need a culture, the culture of prevention that we talk about in the Vision Zero. But culture of prevention can only come about when there's a culture of trust. And we believe the culture of trust can only be realized if there's a culture of care. In other words, from a culture of care to a culture of trust before we talk about culture of prevention. And this is what we're trying to develop at the workplaces, working together with the various organizations. And to do that, we must have some progressive workplace safety and health practices that put in place. In other words, workplace safety and health practices that's continuing learning and improving, a progressive one. And one of the areas that we look at is a near-miss reporting. And while near-miss reporting is easy to say, but it's not really easy to implement, because it really requires a mindset shift from fault finding to finding solution, and a blame culture to a culture of learning. And the more near misses reported in the organization, the better that you have already shifted this mindset. I visited quite a lot of organizations, and they say that early on we started with good near misses, but after a while the number of near misses go down to zero, and we are very good. We have improved. The answer is that to them is that usually I would say that it's not quite that. In fact, near misses reporting should get more and more as you go along. And the more you have it, the more you can learn from it. And the final thing is to systematically address root causes of accidents as well. And it's only when you have enough near misses reporting that you are able to address the root causes of accident. So this is something very important. Yesterday, I was giving a talk to a group of university students in Singapore, and they talk about now that our safety and health incidents have gone down quite low, what do you think the level of complacency will come in? I say this is exactly the problem we are trying to address. When the number of cases go down, complacency sets in. They think that everything is okay. So to overcome that, you must really have enough incidents, especially in near misses reported, to be able to reflect on the state of the situation, and not everything is still working very well. And you can learn from all these incidents that come up. So what is Vision Zero? Because when we talk about Vision Zero as a policy statement, we need to know how to communicate this to our stakeholders. And we have a campaign. And the communication we use, that we say that our campaign philosophy for Vision Zero is all injuries and ill health arising from work are preventable. And it premised on the culture of care, trust, and prevention. Hence, building a culture of prevention that integrates both safety, health, and well-being at work together. And we adopted the 7 golden rules to allow companies to move forward. And how do they go about implementing Vision Zero? To us, Vision Zero is not about showmanship. It's not about saying that I have arrived at Vision Zero, I got 0 incidents. And it's also not about marksmanship. You hit a certain target and then there you are already. Or Vision Zero is definitely not about censorship. In other words, covering up all the incidents and say that, oh, nothing happens. And because of that, we have Vision Zero. So this is not what Vision Zero is all about. And more important is the Vision Zero is about leadership, about ownership, as well as partnership, right? And this is where we try to use this statement to communicate to our stakeholders in terms of what Vision Zero means and how to go about doing it and implementing it at the workplace. Let me now share with you Singapore's implementation experience with respect to Vision Zero. It really started back in quite a number of years ago, in 2012, in fact, 8 or 9 years already. And we started by conducting an international scan and what Vision Zero in various countries, in various organizations that has been put in place. And we go out to the industry to seek feedback and have dialogue with them. And this initial phase of this dialogue was a bit difficult because when Vision Zero was first mooted, even within my ministry itself, the minister will ask, the politician will ask me, are you sure you're talking about Vision Zero and not about zero vision? And this is something that it sort of triggered us. How do we continue to communicate this campaign philosophy of Vision Zero? And in 2014, we bounced the idea with our International Advisory Panel. IAP stands for International Advisory Panel, which Yuka Takala has been involved in this panel for quite some time, to endorse our strategy on how to implement Vision Zero in Singapore. And the Singapore Vision Zero movement was first launched in 2015 by our minister itself. And when we first launched it, we embarked on this Vision Zero. We have 6 steps that need to be put in place. And in 2017, as mentioned by Hans Horst, right, at the World Congress on Global Vision of Prevention, we launched the Global Vision Zero campaign together with ISA and ILO. And in 2018, we targeted a certain part of the island, called Jurong Island, where 100 petrochemical companies are situated, and we get all of them to adopt Vision Zero as a way to manage safety and health at their workplace. So that is basically the Singapore Vision Zero journey. Now, our preparatory work, there's quite a lot of work in terms of preparing to get the stakeholders on board. As I mentioned about the international scan, dialogue with stakeholders, and more important, I want to highlight, it's a strong commitment to WHH by top leaders, including our Prime Minister, our ministers, and coming out strongly to advocate this concept of Vision Zero, because we can say we are what you call professionals and regulators coming out with this campaign. But really, to carry this message to the population, we need our politicians to help us to carry this message. And we are very fortunate that our politician buys this concept and has this strong value to want to improve the safety and health in Singapore. And hence, we get them to articulate it and help us to sell this concept of Vision Zero. And we mentioned about Vision Zero launching the Global Vision Zero in the World Congress, where the Director General of ILO was attended, and he said that taking Vision Zero is about taking a proactive prevention-based approach to improving safety and health and efforts to create a culture of prevention, which is really what Vision Zero is all about, and continues to be the right approach. And the president of ISA, Dr. Joachim Breuer, says that Vision Zero stands for the belief that any workplace accident or disease is not bad luck or predetermined, but has specific causes. That's why all occupational accidents and diseases are preventable. So the message we are sending together, whether in Singapore and in a global sense, yes, at all aligned. And this is something we think is something good about this concept. And saying Vision Zero is one thing, maintaining it is another. Now, earlier Hans Horst presented all the challenges, global challenges, and we translate these global challenges to the challenges within Singapore itself. And a lot of them are similar. For example, the aging population. The aging population in our workforce, right, is caused by longer life expectancy, right? We have expectancy about 84 years for average on there. We have a low birth rate and population are not replacing itself. So our workforce is getting older. And the evolving economy with digitization, with changing manpower supply, tight labor market, and ever changing economy that's coming up, and companies have to do different things and do things differently as well. And that doesn't help in terms of prevention, because things is always changing. But if you have a clear mindset about prevention, then you can help to adopt and adapt. And more importantly, and this COVID-19 clearly show this rising disease burden, right? And rising rates of chronic diseases, obesity, as well factors continue to be a concern. And with older workers, they may die prematurely or forced to retire due to health reasons as a result of work. And this is something we are trying to prevent at the workplace. And these challenges is not only particular to Singapore, and we believe it's also global and every workplaces around the world. And in just about 2 years ago, we launched our new strategy called WSH 2028. In other words, in 2028, we hope to realize the vision, a healthy workforce in safe workplaces. Now, this vision of a healthy workforce in safe workplaces was formulated even way before COVID. And we thought that it has become even more apt in today's post-COVID world, where the need for a healthy workforce away from COVID and safe and workplaces that are safe for workers to work and that they won't get COVID. And our vision is guided by our efforts on injury prevention, which is basically means work does not cause injury, and occupational disease prevention as well. Work does not cause illness. But more importantly now, getting more and more important, is the workforce health promotion, where poor health does not contribute to accidents at work. And work also should not contribute to poor health as well. And to achieve Vision Zero, our aspiration is that all cases of injury and ill health at work can be prevented. So in 2028 strategy, right, we have our strategic outcome, which is sustained reduction in workplace injury, minimize hazard to lead to occupational disease, and promotion of good workforce health. Now you'll see that the focus on health in this 2028 strategy, which was mooted even before COVID, was a lot of emphasis on health. And of course, we have a pervasive adoption of the Vision Zero culture, which is part of our 2028 strategy. And these are the three strategies we talk about: the strengthening WSH ownership, enhanced focus on workplace health, and promote technology-enabled WSH. In the area of workplace ownership, workplace safety and health ownership, it's not about just need to, but we want to. We want companies to want to be good in workplace safety and health, and not just because there's a law. It's nice to have, right? So how to do that? We will make workplace safety and health more resilient in business decision. And this is tying to our the concept of good safety and health is good for business. Align companies, directors, and top management to WSH ownership, as well as the workplace safety and health ownership of workers as well. And we publish WSH data to help service buyers make more informed decisions when they want to engage company. And companies' data on their performance is all up on the website. For if you want to engage someone, then you have to look at their past record, and they can't hide their record anymore, because especially those are poor performers, they'll be highlighted in the website. And we also enhance focus on the workplace health, as saying we expanded the scope of the occupational disease prevention effort to cover more hazardous chemical exposure to excessive noise, which is a common thing, and also get more and more involved in the work-related MSD, musculoskeletal order, and protecting workers from work accidents due to poor health. And this is something that is new under the 2028, whereby we believe that ill health can even cause the poor health can cause accident. For example, in 2015, an unwell crane operator was unable to descend from the operator's cabin at about 60 meters high. He was rescued by our civil defense force. He was to be airlifted down, basically, to the thing. And we were saying it was a near miss from the point of view that imagine if he collapsed while operating the crane, and the crane swing wildly and kill someone on down there. And this is something we think that we believe, because of our workforce profile, we need to handle it. And hence we launched a program to do health screening and coaching, health coaching at the workplaces itself, where we get companies to work together with their employees to even to screen through their workers for their health condition and ensure that the health status is managed well as well. And promoting technology-enabled WSH, we use more and more technology to help us to enable to achieve workplace safety and health outcome. Let me touch a bit about managing COVID-19 pandemic in Singapore, because I think with the Great Reset, without mentioning COVID-19 is not correct. And our timeline for development of COVID-19 and measures rolled out in Singapore back in 2020. Our first case came out in 23rd January, and we can roll out with some advisory to the workplace. And then we have a circuit breaker back in April, May, and June. This circuit breaker basically is like a lockdown to allow everyone to stay at home and work from home as well. And as of 11 March 2021, that's just a few days ago, the number of cases is standing at 60,000. We've mostly all recovered workers and the recovered persons, and the death is 30 now. It's not 29, just one up just recently. And we introduced safe management systems and measures put in place. And the system of the safe management measures that we put in place has 4 mandatory elements. And this is we ask workplace to implement. The first one is talking about taking care of their workers. As I said earlier, you have to show the care of the workers, and before you talk about prevention, take care of the workplace itself to ensure the workplace doesn't contribute to the spread. Take care of the workers who become unwell. Workers who are not well, you must take care of them as well, because it's no point stigmatizing them and or try to ostracize them. So it's important to take care of the workers who become unwell. And need for implementation of safe management measures at the workplace itself. And this is something we have been working on together with the industry. And because of these safe management measures that need to be put in place, we expanded our role to cover this SMN inspection. We inspected 36,000 workplaces, and it's based on risk-based. And we ensure our workers remain well through increased testing, compulsory wearing of masks, isolation of confirmed cases. And we leverage on technology like Trace Together, which is used on the handphone, and it's Bluetooth enabled, such that if people get close to one, work in proximity with one another for a sustainable period, you will be registered on the phone. And later on, if there's a confirmed case, we can do the contact tracing much easier and faster. And taking enforcement action against errant employers that don't comply with SMM. And this is something we have done. And more important is the workplace resilience. Workplace resilience against public health threat. The role of regulator to translate this public health consideration into labor policy and coordinate all the enforcement efforts. Employers need to be equipped with the capability for rapid switch to minimal face-to-face interaction, for example, telecommunicating, and changes to be implemented. One final area is the mental health well-being in Singapore, which came to become a spotlight after during the COVID and now after COVID itself. So we introduced a framework for workplace mental well-being. Workplace stresses may lead to mental ill health, but no specific policy guidance or legal requirements of what to do at the moment during the last year. So we're now pioneering a framework which was introduced back in November 2020 with a tripartite advisory. A tripartite advisory means a 3-party social partners get together, came up with an advisory that covers spreading about awareness, how to appoint mental health champions at the workplaces. How do you measure yourself whether your place is among the stressors? And we have a tool called iWorkHealth. That's an app that can help them to monitor the state of mental well-being at the workplace and train supervisors to spot signs of distress for the workers. Sign up for the employee assistance program so that people can access to counseling, and state after hours communication policy to say that clearly employers do not expect employees to work after office hours in their emails and things like that, right? And include coverage in flexi benefit employee health insurance plan as well, where it covers subsidized mental health consultation and treatment. So this tripartite advisory has been introduced and distributed to all the workplaces. And we hope that this guidance will help to build up, and as we continue to build up capability to manage mental health at the workplace. And TAFED is a tripartite alliance for fair employment practices. It's been activated to tackle employment stigma against those with mental health condition. In other words, for example, the TAFED came up to the advertisement for job. You should not specify or ask for history of mental health condition in the application form itself. And this is something we also implemented. So basically, to round up the conclusion, our Prime Minister said that during this pandemic, he said, if you fall down, we'll help you to get up strong. You can be sure you will be taken care of. In Singapore, no one will be left to walk this journey alone. And this is something he came on a live telecast and addressed to the nation itself during the COVID. So on that note, thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Xiong-Hin, for this very complex presentation, which I think was really astonishing now to follow your journey, Vision Zero journey, and how it has emerged and developed. It has inspired us. The launch of the campaign in Singapore was remarkable, and in particular that you actually had the top management of the country, the leadership, the Prime Minister, the ministers, to promote Vision Zero, and since have followed up, also adjusted it, which I think is very important. And I'm very pleased that you also now have this focus on mental health and well-being, which has been no doubt one of the challenges for the safety and health community, that Vision Zero is not just about safety and health, but also well-being. And I think the COVID crisis has really kind of brought this to the forefront. And congratulations now with your work, to your colleagues, to your leadership. You have really been an inspiration, and as a country also to have a national strategy that is so profound is really impressive. So, and with the COVID results, I think we all also want to congratulate you of having managed to keep fatalities at such a low level, and also bringing people back, having high recovery rates of those that have fallen ill. So thank you very much. You were not able to join us for the final the discussion later on. This is why we gave you a bit more time to present, and thank you. It has been really, really interesting. Thank you very much, Xing-Han.
Thank you very much. Thank you. It was an honor for me.
Thank you. So following this interesting national strategy presentation, we turn now to the company level, because this is the idea during this event, that we take both the strategic, national, institutional level, and also then bring in the practical side of the issues. And we are very pleased to have with us Ms. Ruth Kjelsmark, who is the Health, Safety, Environment and Quality Manager at Babcock Wilcox Bøhlund in Denmark. Ruth is also a member of the newly established Danish Vision Zero Council, which is actually co-hosting this event. And Ruth, we look forward to learn more about your company's journey from a risk management mindset to a prevention culture. Please, Ruth, you have the floor.
Yes, good morning. My name is Ruth Kjelsmark, as Hans Horst said, and thank you for giving me time to speak in this conference. And yes, I will tell about the Vision Zero journey from a company perspective. And I will also focus on both the safety, health, and well-being at work during that journey. But first of all, I will give a short introduction to the company where this journey has been going on and is still going on. So I'm the Health and Safety and Quality Manager in Babcock and Wilcox Bøhlund, and we have our main office in Denmark. We are building and making service on waste to energy plants and biomass to energy plants. And we have a production workforce, but also a construction workforce. And to support them, we have a high number of engineers, project managers, and staff function And that's important for you to know, because this is the base of employees and managers that are leading and pushing our Vision Zero journey. And this Babcock and Wilcox company, the Babcock and Wilcox Volant company, is a part of a US-based Babcock and Wilcox company who's sharing this huge effort with us. So it's a global company it's a global company effort, actually. But it makes it even more interesting, because it's not only about rolling out a strong target zero culture, it's also about rolling it out in different national cultures. So we roll it out in after sales service, in operation and maintenance, in production, and also in the waste to energy plants that we are building and doing maintenance on, in Denmark, in Scandinavia, in UK, Ireland, and a few other Northern European countries. So what we have done since late 2015 is that we have worked on creating a target zero culture, and we have done it in a way that we want everybody sort of to speak the same language and have this consistent global message rolling out through the entire company. And we have some of the language that is also a part of the Vision Zero, like zero is achievable, incidents are preventable, safety is personal, and we want everybody to have the willingness and to intervene and understand that that's their obligation. And we also want this culture to be all day, every day, at work and at home. And we have used some different ways to make it real for everybody in the company. And one of the tools that we have been using is rather dialogue-based training session. The first year we rolled it out to all directors and managers, and it's a kind of training session that is dialogue-based. Everybody is actually standing up in the room, and in the table between everybody, we have a huge plate or cloth with this picture on it that you can see here on the screen. And this big plate, it has all the components of our target zero culture and our target zero tools and program. And through some kind of playing cards or dialogue cards, we are then discussing and having a dialogue about the value behind it and also the tools, and this understanding that zero is achievable. And we use maybe like the first half of the training session to give everybody in their own voice the possibility to use their own words for what is safety and health and well-being at work, and how can we understand that we are looking towards a zero for safety and health at work, but also for well-being at work. And we encourage the participants in the meeting, in the training sessions, to come up with their own examples. What have they seen as problems, and what have they seen as accomplishments within this topic here? And this is really strong, and we've seen a lot of course, a lot of barriers here as well also. But during this dialogue sessions, it has been a way of talking that we now share. And it's not only sort of nice top-down words on posters and said on nice occasions, but it's something that is in everybody. The second year, we actually did it for all employees, and I mean all employees. So we gathered, project managers and engineers in training sessions in the office, but we also gathered our welders and blacksmiths and fitters from our production and from our construction teams. And we made the training surroundings. We made the training in their own surroundings, and we took this nice, huge poster or cloth here, and brought it to the production and brought it to construction.
¿Cómo estás? Qué alegría oírte. ¿Cómo te encuentras? Yeah.
So another thing that we have also worked strongly with is this health and safety commitment process. And for us, it's a process that's coming from the CEO, from the group of directors, and down through the organization. So it's some kind of health and safety commitment through the line. And we do that to give our managers a way of demonstrating their ownership to occupational health and safety. Sometimes they need a frame for that or a platform for that, and the safety commitment process is designed for that. So they can also demonstrate expectations and goals, and they can also create a situation with open communications about health and safety, and not only the productive goals. And we have done this. We're doing this again this year, so it's a yearly thing that's coming up. And during the health and safety commitment meetings that are taken on all levels in our organization, we also review our 7 safety sentences or safety rules, and we discuss them, and we encourage everybody who's participating in the discussions to talk about barriers against them, but also talk about good examples. And then in the end of every of those safety commitment meetings, people will then sign a personal document together with the manager, or they will sign a poster for their entire team with all the signatures in the bottom, B&W safety commitments for my department or my team, and then it's posted on the wall. And in the beginning, to be honest, it was of course not easy to drive this process, but now our managers, our middle managers, our team managers, they are able to carry this on alone. The first 2 years, they wanted to have facilitators on board on the meetings. So it's getting more and more, they're getting more accustomed to be in the front seat of safety commitment. I also want to come with a small example of how we're working with the occupational health and occupational well-being. We give some training every year to our management team to make sure that they are understanding and have a vocabulary about psychological working environment and well-being. And every third year, we are also making an assessment. And what you see up here on the screen is part of an assessment result, where we have asked our employees to feedback on a survey about closest management, content of work and execution, offensive actions and support, and work time and workload and stress and burnout and thriving. And the result is then anonymous and is piled into department reports, and department managers have then the responsibility to foster a dialogue with their teams. And the good thing here is that the actions that they come up with, they have to come up with actions, but the actions that they come up with are about prioritization, about work processes, about instructions, information. It's not about the exact number, how to bring the number down. They combine it very well with their work processes, actually. So it's a strong driver for our psychological working environment and well-being. So finally, I'd like to say that we work.
Ruth, you have 2 minutes, please.
Yeah, okay, I'll do it. Leading indicators is how we try to measure our Vision Zero initiative, and we capture them in a database. It's all the proactive activities that we do, and this is also the status of psychological working environment and well-being improvement actions. It's also communication and education and training, as I said in the beginning. It's also more simple things like caring conversations, safety rounds, and management inspections. And this is a number, a performance number that we give to all our managers every month, and they are focused on performance data. So I think this performance-driven safety culture is going hand in hand with our Target Zero culture. All in all, I'll say that it is a huge management effort to drive the Target Zero culture, and our management group on all levels, they are highly supported by health and safety culture initiatives, but they are working in that direction, and we have now a pull from the organization instead of a push that we started with 4 years ago. Yeah, I think that was my talk about how we did it in B&W Boland. Thank you for giving me the time.
Thank you very much, Ruth, for this very, very interesting presentation. And I was personally very impressed by this very, let's say, strategic approach that you have taken, no? And that you have this from training session to commitment process to leading indicators to reaching what we all are dreaming of at the end of the day, which is exactly that pull, the demand from the shop floor for more activities, for better performance in this field. No? So I really would like to congratulate you and your team and your colleagues and your management on this real interesting example, and we will come back later on with the discussion, and there will definitely be some questions for you also. Thank you very much, Ruth. Tack for it. So now we go to the second subsession, which is about a person-centered prevention approach based on a mindset that cares about people. So where prevention does not only address people as employees, but as whole persons with a work life, a private life, with families and part of communities. And the first speaker is Ms. Bonnie Yao, who is the Executive Director of the Occupational Safety and Health Council of Hong Kong, who would share with us the Council's person and community-centered prevention approach. Bonnie, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Hans, and may I first congratulate the ORP International Foundation for this very wonderful lineup. I've enjoyed the earlier section, and I know that the later section would also be inspiring. So maybe I share my PowerPoint first. Okay, so can you hear me and can you see this?
Yeah, perfect.
Okay, good.
Perfect.
Okay. So maybe a little bit about what the Occupation and Safety and Health Council in Hong Kong is all about. We were established in 1988, so we are relatively young, and then we see ourselves as a hub for employers, employees, government, and professionals to work together to enhance OSH in the community. So what we do actually is to promote safety and health at work and cultivate a strong culture. We do education and training, research, information, dissemination, and promotion. Later on, I will share some of the examples of what exactly we have been doing. But first, let me share with you how our council sees people-centered prevention approach. This actually we learned from our learned colleagues from Europe and as well as Helmholtz, but we have slightly adapted it to locally. We have shifted our paradigm such that we now put people and the communities, not the OSH system, nor the know-how at the center of our work. In the past, actually, we have a system and then we try to fit people in. Now we see the people as an individual and then we try to fit our system to them. So as our ultimate hope is to empower them to take charge of their safety and health during work, rather than just being a passive recipient of the instructions, guidelines, the PPEs and whatnot. So actually there's a old Chinese saying that that is to say you cut the foot to fit the shoe. Now actually we tailor-make the shoe for the individuals such that we know, but first we need to know what they need. So how do we do that? In the past, because I always say that our OSH people has a heart of gold. They want to give everything that they learn to the recipients, to the workers and to the employees. But actually this may not work because the message won't sink in, they won't be interested. So we try to cram everything like what you see in the left-hand corner, left-hand side. People are not taking all the messages. So what we learn is we try to get the marketing guru and ask them how to catch people's eyeball and how to catch their attention and how to make them learn the things that we would like them to know. And then now what we use is more illustration and fewer words, such as now we have the COVID, we have some hygiene tips and people are actually listening and watching. Tell them to do some check the temperature before they go to work, keep social distancing, not to touch their nose, mouth with the hands, and then do the hand hygienes, something like this. And in the past, we are also very acutely aware that we try to get people to learn more about stretching such that they won't get hurt at work. But the left-hand side with the very detailed poster won't work. Now our posters are simplified such that people, they are reminded of the simple gesture that they need to get them to do stretching during work. Apart from that, actually, the marketing and the scientific guru also tell a behavioral science guru also tell us that instructional message does not always work. That does not mean that we do away with that. We still need that because they need to know the instruction well. But at the same time, we use other approach, like what you see, we say that is the dirty hands picture. You see that actually, when you see the dirty hands picture, we tell them that for the pale side, actually, it's always clean when you're doing the hand washing. But for the red, the parts in red, actually, most often they are not cleaned, even after your hand washing. So you have to be aware of this. These kind of antecedents to implicate the consequence empower the individuals to wash their hands properly. Of course, we also have other tips to get them to know how to do their hand hygienes properly. And also the marketing and advertising guru are telling us that, we need something different. We need some warmth and humor approach instead of always, telling them that, this is heat. Both posters are heat stress. So we are telling them that, you know, to prevent heat stress, you have to drink more, don't get under the sunshine and work strenuously all the time. No, we need to do something different. That's why we have got, you know, humorous posters. Actually, it's a, and then you see a soft toy with a tortoise, and then the line actually is humorous, such to get people's attention, remind them of the danger of heat stress, all the same. And then we also try to use illustration more often and clear. Now we ask the recipients whether they understand. Like the one at the left-hand side, actually people got confusing messages. And now before we really get our posters out, we would ask, is it clear enough? Our recipients, you know, understand what we are trying to say? These simple, single-minded illustrations are important to get the attention of the workers and the employees, and then get them into action. We note that actually COVID has huge health and society impact on us. Though Hong Kong, actually, we don't have a total lockdown, but quite a number of us are working from home now. And then they go to work less, which means that the activity level is lowered. And then they stay home longer, which means that they don't have exercise. And then because of the emotional eating and all that, we've got cardiovascular disease risk higher, diabetes, depression, physical activity is lowered, and the quality of life is lowered. We have done some surveys, and we find that actually during the COVID, actually it's during the first year, not for this year. During the first year, 70% of Hong Kongers changed their exercise and eating habits. And a third of the men gained weight, 4.2 kilogram. And around a third of the women also gained weight, 3.6 kilogram. This is a very, I think, alarming figures. At the same time, actually, the mental health are suffering. Almost 90% of the workers are telling us that they got stress, work stress, and half of them got anxiety because of the COVID. So what we have done is that actually we try to enhance our promotion on two campaigns. One is the Joyful and Healthy Workplace, and the other is the Mental Health Workplace Charter. The Joyful and Healthy Workplace is we target at three simple basic targets: is to increase physical activity, to promote healthy living, and to promote mental health-being among the workplace. What we do is that actually we would be providing free of charge workshops, such that we will have trainers going to the workplace, or now some of the time we use webinar to present what they need to know about healthy eating, about physical activities and all that. I'll give some examples later. So what we do about promoting physical activities, in addition to going to the enterprises to teach them, having the experts to teach them, we have TV, YouTube, radio, Facebook, bus banners, and whatnot. And it's actually a good opportunity for us, because nowadays people are even more stick to their computer or their mobile phone all the time. So such that we just feed some of the tagline information on Facebook, and then they still communicate. So commute to work. So we have bus banners and all that. The second thing is that webinars. We find that actually in the old days, we have physical seminars. The turnout is around 500 per seminar. Now with the webinars, we are able to reach more than 1,000 every time when we have webinars. And then we tell them that we know that you are at home and then you are bored. We tell them some interesting zero-time exercise, and we tell them why they should be building their muscles. So just to share with you one of the TVC that we are actually bombarding all the TV stations with. Sorry.
你呢？呢個多喐動能減少患心血管疾病、糖尿病同癌症風險㗎，小心在以待。Bye.
We try to use some humorous approach to get them to know that, if you're sitting all the time, it's actually very bad to your health. And then we have some tips to promote zero-time exercise in the workplace. And actually, one of the things that I've been doing nowadays actually is every time I talk on the phone, I stand up. And actually, this work. Maybe some of the audience now can try to stand up. Actually, when I was listening to this morning section, I also did some stand up and actually using my pressure ball. Do you see this? My pressure ball to do some hand exercise. And just now we said that people during the COVID are having emotional eating. So what we do is we still use the Facebook and other social media to remind them that they should eat regularly, track, buy what they want, and don't eat to beat the stress, but do some exercise. And if necessary, they should seek professional advice. The mental health doesn't have, our promotion on mental health doesn't stop there. We also have some mental health online seminars. We use, just now I said, we use Facebook. We have a mental first aid course, just like what Xianghin said. The mental first aid course actually empower the co-workers to know that their co-workers may have some problem. And then they notice the early sign and then they try to give a hand to the needy co-workers. And we also have the mindfulness workshop to help people to relax. Just now I said that we do have some free seminars. Both is the seminars and workshop that we provide that the experts will go to the enterprise to tell them, or they can use the online. We have relaxation exercise, we have herbal and floral tea, we have laughter yoga, we have acupressure massage. The relaxation exercise, one of the time the trainers come back and told me that actually some employers did get really fall asleep during the relaxation exercise, and I think that is a good sign. So we really need to get people to get healthier, and this is one of my favorite posters is to tell people about central obesity, and but people won't know that they have got a problem until they have do the measurement. So what we are doing is that actually we are giving away the heart blood pressure meter as well as the measuring tape, such that they can measure their waist themselves for all the small and medium enterprise, such that people can know the early signs of that they need to change their lifestyle, or really they have to seek medical professionals. And Hong Kong is and actually the globe is are getting hotter. We have very hot summer. So we will be doing a fresh round of promotion on heat stroke prevention in the workplace. What we will be doing is that we have WhatsApp stickers such that people will be reminding others to drink water, to go to the sunshade, to rest a bit and all that. But in addition to this, we ask, because actually you would see that we would be giving away towels, sleeves.
Bonnie, you have 2 minutes.
Yeah,
2 minutes.
And a cotton towel, we give all sorts of things to help people to beat the heat stroke. But we are listening, as I just said, that we try to be people-centered. So we are listening. We ask the employers what they like and what they don't like. They tell us that they don't like the sun gaiter. So we reduce the number of giving away gaiters. And then they tell us that they love the portable fan. And then we are giving more of these portable fans now. And of course, we also remind them of drinking water. The left-hand side is one of the posters that we will be sticking to the urine bowel as well as the toilet room, such that they know that, when the urine color is like this, they need to drink water. It's a very handy reminders. Last last of all, I want to share that actually we think that with the vaccination program still ongoing, we think that we still need to wear masks during this summer. And we are doing a research on, what kind of masks are most fit for those workers. And then we have some lab tests, and I hope to share the results, I think around May this year. So lastly, I want to share my mentor's very, very good line. We need to revise our focus in prevention and look at people and their needs. We should humanize prevention by designing it not only from the perspective of experts, but also from the perspective of people that are intended to be reached. So please stay healthy, joyful, and safe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bonnie. This was not agreed between us, no, this quote. This is something you put, but I stick to my words. No, thank you very much, Bonnie, for sharing the Hong Kong experience and especially the Council's impressive work in trying to really adapt its language, its tools, its communication to the people. And I think these were really very, very convincing examples. And what I liked is they make our work more fun also. I think it's also more fun for the people in the council, for yourself and others, that you do think that are appreciated and not just that you are fulfilling, let's say, the requirements of informing about risks and how they have to be managed. And I think in particular now during the COVID period, this is so important that we reach people and convince them and empower them and that they take responsibility. But we need to talk their language and we need to communicate well with them. So thank you very much. We see you a bit later during the panel discussion at the end. No? Thank you, Bonnie. So now we look at the person-centered prevention approach from a company perspective, and we are very pleased to have with us Mr. Malcolm Staves, who is the Global Vice President for Health and Safety of L'Oréal, and he will present L'Oréal's Safe at Work and Safe at Home program, and we look very much forward to that. So please, Malcolm, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Hans-Horst. Firstly, I just want to say to everybody, wherever you are in the world, I hope that you're all safe and well in these unprecedented times, which I think we've never lived through anything like this in the whole of human history. So I will share my screen. Okay. Can you just tell me that you can see my screen?
Yes, perfect.
Okay, cool. So what we're going to look at is the L'Oréal's approach to a people-centered approach. And just to let you know where this fits in within our organization of giving meaning to health and safety, what we're all about here is, as what was said before, is really giving people sense of why health and safety is important to them. And it's basically not because we want them to work only safely for our company L'Oréal, but because we want them to work safely, be healthy for their families, for their loved ones, so that they can go home at the weekends and walk in the park with the family, walk the dog, play football, whatever they love to do. And we feel that by putting people into the center, giving them the why safety is important to me as an individual, what we do is we make health and safety and well-being personal. And for that, we think we're going to succeed. So we have a program that's called Safe at Work, Safe at Home, which I'm going to describe to you in a little bit of detail. But just to let you know overall where it sits within our approach to health and safety. So we have an approach which is risk management, excellence, and beyond. And within that approach, Safe at Work, Safe at Home is our program that's beyond. It's taking our safety culture, our health culture, our well-being culture beyond the gates of L'Oréal, into our families, into the local communities, and even into other companies. That sits within our frame, our general management system frame, of which we have 8 main pillars. Whenever we design any of our systems, going back to what was said before, we put people in the center. So we look at what do we want to get out of the the operators? What is the role of the line managers? What is the role of the health and safety professional? And we treat each individual aspect of those pillars as a management system in themselves. And then with respect to our deployment of tools, we have an approach which is the right tool at the right time. You should not try and put in a tool or a method that your culture in itself is not advanced enough in order for it to stick, take hold, and be successful. There's too many companies, and we've been through this ourselves, that try to put something in place because it's the topic of the moment, everybody's doing it, we should do it, but the culture doesn't allow it to stick and work. And then in that case, people are wasting time. So it's the right tool at the right time. And within that, no matter where you are in that journey towards what we call an interdependent safety culture, safe at work, safe at home is everywhere. It doesn't matter where you are on that journey. So what I'm going to describe to you here is whether you're just embarking on your health, safety, well-being culture journey, or whether you're going towards the end, this is something that you can do. So safe at work, safe at home. So it was initially launched in 2007, and we called it a new vision for health and safety, whereby we wanted really to encourage each employee to be involved in a collective approach of sharing our health and safety culture and raise the awareness beyond the gates of L'Oréal. So to try and reduce accidents at home, which will have an impact on the burden on hospitals, etc. We wanted to impact and try and spread our culture into local communities and also businesses. We launched a program without any KPIs. We launched a program without a roadmap. It was just an ideal. And it went viral within L'Oréal in 2017 that we had in the first year throughout L'Oréal, approximately 50 of our 500 sites globally that actually did approximately 100 animations, down to 2019, whereby I put 50 there, but it's actually 100 sites that were actually involved and over 200 animations. So we're not forcing this on anybody. It's because they want to do it because it's the right thing to do. But what we've also found is that if people, you can give them a sense of why health, safety, and well-being is important to them, their families, etc. You also turn them into much more of a health and safety ambassador, which has an impact also within the work environment. They take much more care over health and safety of not only themselves, but also their colleagues. So even though the initial focus of this was spreading the culture, making a difference outside of the gates of L'Oréal, we've seen an impact also internally with the way that people are safety ambassadors within work. So how did we start this program? Well, we had over 100 years of experience in health and safety within our gates. So we looked outside in the world for a partner. We partnered with ROSPA, that are a UK organization that are worldwide, that are the Royal Society for the Prevention of Accidents. And the first thing we did was we asked them to give us a global accident report, whereby what we found, and you can see the graph there next to the green report, what we found was that when it comes to hospital admissions, when it comes to fatalities, under fives, children under 5 is the biggest target area outside of work of death, mortality, right? Accidental death. Then after that, the graph is showing, if you look at the right-hand side, that it's the over 65s, primarily slips, trips, and falls. Then there are peaks as well, as you can see in green, which is primarily for young people doing sport outside of work, risky sport. And then the black one, which is something that is a little bit more disturbing, is driving. Whereby you can see the peak now for young drivers between about 17 and 24. So we decided we wanted to try and do something, and we partnered with ROSPA. Within that program, within ROSPA, we've developed a program called Keeping Kids Under 5 Safe, which we've launched in Brazil as well as in China, within our sites and externally. We were planning to do it in other countries like France, India, Colombia, Mexico in 2020, but unfortunately COVID came. We weren't able to do that. But also within L'Oréal, with our drive towards gender equality, diversity and inclusion. We also have seen within the occupational health and safety network, typically worldwide, we're around about 20%. And we decided that we need to drive that towards 50%. We want more gender equality, because if you look at the information that's out there, it says that businesses that have better diversity and inclusion make better decisions and they're more profitable. Well, in our case, in the occupational health and safety profession, better decision making means we save more lives. Therefore, equality and inclusion makes sense. To that extent, we've founded externally to try and have that impact on globally. We founded with another person, an organization that is actually bringing together the women in safety networks throughout the world to promote the gender equality and inclusion. And that we're helping drive that through with Rossborough partnership. We've also, as you can see on the right-hand side, next to the red box, we've also identified target communications that were translated in about 7 or 8 languages in order to raise the awareness about domestic injuries to children under 5 primarily. And we're also with them as well raising our awareness on things like they're doing for us briefing sheets on mental health, manual handling, ergonomics, diabetes, or obesity, etc. All those kind of things that we feed into our network internally to make them more capable to go outside of L'Oreal and to talk about these subjects to try and make a difference. So within that program, within L'Oreal, to come back to us, we got our senior leadership. We launched a program called We Care, and we launched a platform. People could volunteer. They put a photo of themselves along with a photo of something that matters to them. Why safety, why their health, why their well-being is important to them. And you can see most people, you see examples of our executive members here, senior managers, people that work at all levels within the organization. And they were all showing pictures primarily of their family, their colleagues. We got a few parrots, we got a dog or 2, but the idea was to try and make people touch base with themselves, look at themselves and say, why is this important for me? And we're a large company of about 90,000 employees across the globe, and we had around about 750 people that actually volunteered this kind of thing. And 750 doesn't sound a lot, but it was, as a first go, we were very, very pleased. And it started the ball rolling on this program, which is simply called We Care. We care because my safety is important to me because of my family, not because L'Oreal is also asking for it. And there, with respect to what they do at site level in order to promote this sort of safe at work, safe at home, is during the World Health and Safety Day, around about the 28th of April every year, our sites celebrate and they open the gates up. They bring the families in, or the employees. They do events to raise the general awareness of health, safety, and well-being, not only at work but also outside of work. And one of the things that's important, that is a nugget for maybe people out there listening in, you know, when you do your standard training about work at height, confined space, electrical safety, why not finish with a single slide that says, and at home? How can you apply this at home when you're at home? Electricity, whatever the subject. Okay, I think it's very important because you make that connection with, it's not just this training for you at work, but it's also for at home as well. These are the kind of things you now see when you visit a L'Oreal site, whether in the gate when you enter or when you leave, all around safe at work, safe at home. And remember, this is a program with no KPIs, no roadmap. So this is people just wanting to do the right thing because it makes sense to them. Okay, and putting people back into the center and saying why safety is important. What I want to do now is play a video.
At L'Oreal, safety is a value. On November 5th, 2017, L'Oreal Pune organized a special get-together at the Chakan factory.
The idea behind this activity was to give a strong message to our employees regarding safety.
We needed our employees to hear it from the people they cared about the most.
So we decided to call the kids in the factory
to spread the message of safety among our workforce.
Their biggest influencers, their children. Through games, fun activities and meaningful discussions, we encourage the kids to think about what safety means and how it impacts their parents' lives and their lives.
कधी कधी, sometimes. नेहमी घालतात. No, ready. Always.
Through this event, L'Oreal helped convey the importance of safety to the employees' children, and they in turn had a message for their parents.
Baba, yellow signal म्हणजे ready to stop. Daddy, तुम्ही safety goggles मध्ये पण handsome दिसता. ड्राइव करताना हेल्मेट घालायचं. रेड सिग्नल होता है तब कार रुकनी चाहिए और ग्रीन सिग्नल होता है तब कार चलनी चाहिए. पापा, फॅक्टरी मध्ये तुम्ही नियमांचे पालन करा. प्लीज स्टे सेफ. ऑलवेज वेअर अ सीट बेल्ट व्हाइल ड्रायव्हिंग अ कार. वी शुड वॉक ऑन द फुटपाथ. मला गर्व आहे की माझे पप्पा सेफ्टी ऑफिसर आहेत. एज फॉर सेफ्टी. पप्पा प्लीज डोंट ड्रिंक अँड ड्राईव्ह. पप्पा कामावर असताना मम्मीचा जरी फोन आला तरी तुम्ही उचलू नका. शॅम्पू बनवताना मास्क घालत जावा. मम्मी, काम करताना आणि गाडी चालवताना नेहमी हेल्मेट गॉगल्स जॅकेट ग्लव्स ऑलवेज कंपल्सरी. मशीन जर चालू असेल तर मशीनकडे लक्ष द्यायचं नाही तर हात वगैरे जाऊ शकतो मशीन मध्ये. माझी मम्मा आहे ना मला स्विचला हात लावू देत नाही. बाबा तुम्ही सेफ तर आम्ही सेफ.
Okay, so you can see then the power of what we're doing within health and safety to involve the children. Not only is it we have an impact or trying to have an impact outside of beyond our gates, but when you see this kind of thing, you know, it has an impact on you personally. You can imagine what the parents thought when they saw the children were brought in, which was all a surprise for them. And I think that every company, no matter what the size or where they are in the journey, can export something of the safety culture, can export what they're doing in health and safety to try and make a difference also outside of work. And I think that's an obligation and it's a responsibility for every single company worldwide. And finally, I just want to quote one thing, which is from my dear friend that I work with on the human capital agenda of trying to put occupational health and safety into ESG, the environment and social corporate governance programs, because we don't think that people are enough in the center of the SDGs, the disclosure, etc. So we need to change. But my dear friend Kathy Seabrook says, you know, people are the core of every thriving business, and their ability to contribute to businesses influenced by their health and safety and well-being. And I think we owe it to try and do everything we can, not only to have that impact at work, but also to have that impact outside of work. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Malcolm. What a beautiful movie, very strong messages, and I hope we are allowed to use it at ORP in the future to distribute this type of
Feel free, not a problem.
So I don't have much to add. I think Malcolm has expressed himself extremely clear and sent clear messages. And again, I'm so impressed on what is done at company level. And I fully agree with you that we need to share all this innovation, all these practices, and show how companies care about their staff, their families, and their communities. So thank you very much. Now we have a little break. We have a 6-minute break. So we'll be back at 11 o'clock CET sharp. Thank you, and see you in a few minutes. Thank you. Thank you, Malcolm.
Kintsugi is much more than the art of repairing a broken object. It's a philosophy. As an art, it transmits beauty, the unique beauty of scars that bear witness to the damage suffered. But it also teaches us that there is no wound that cannot be healed, and that repairing something adds to its intrinsic value. A damaged object is not broken forever if we can still rebuild it. Our planet is wounded by the health, economic, and climate crisis. If we commit to sustainable recovery, and for all, we can heal its wounds. Let's rebuild a better planet now.
So, ladies and gentlemen, it was a short break, but a larger one will come a bit later. So welcome back to session 1, and where the 2 last presentations will present and discuss a new integrated prevention approach developed by the ORP Foundation and the Universitat Politécnica de Catalunya, or the Barcelona Tech University. It is called the 5Z Business Culture and supports companies on their journey toward healthy and sustainable creation of business value based on Vision Zero and the UN's SDGs for 2030. And as president of the foundation, it's a special pleasure for me today to be able to present the 5Z concept. And please, I will share my screen with you. Let me see. Yes. So now we're there. So as we heard before, there is a drive and mindsets at company level and a wish by companies, an increasing wish to focus on a more healthy and more sustainable way of create business value. And how can this be done? Well, here we suggest to embark on a journey, as I mentioned, both integrates Vision Zero and the UN's SDGs for 2030 towards a more sustainable business culture that cares about people and planet. And what is a culture? Well, it is a blueprint for a healthy and sustainable organization, and based on these 2 important new mindsets, the Vision Zero mindset and the SDG mindset for companies. And it consists of 5 strategic business development objectives. So we start with zero accidents or zero injuries, and the goal is to prevent work accident injuries, as we have discussed. We have the second one, which is zero diseases, and here we talk about protecting and promoting physical and mental health. We talk about zero waste, which is to ensure the sustainable use of natural resources and to minimize the negative impact on our environment. Zero inequality, where we talk about to promote diversity and fairness at the workplace. And zero unawareness, which is about supporting personal development and careers in the organization. So you recall, it has been mentioned a couple of times, the Vision Zero strategy. It's a mindset, all occupational accidents, disease and harm are preventable, a process rather than a target. So we talk about an ongoing improvement process. And the aim is a culture of prevention that integrates both safety, health, and well-being at work. And then it provides its own roadmap with the 7 golden rules and the later developed leading indicators, which will be presented during our conference. So how does this link to Vision Zero? As you see, we share the golden rules. So the Vision Zero concept integrates the 7 golden rules. And it integrates it in a way that we work towards the zero mindset by focusing on leadership and on processes in the company. And the other part of the equation was the SDGs. And I'm sure you know about the SDGs that were adopted by all United Nations member states about 5 years ago as a global call to action to end poverty, protect the planet, and ensure that all people enjoy peace and prosperity by 2030. There's 17 SDGs that are integrated, and the pledge is to leave no one behind, to focus on those that are in need first. And interestingly, also the SDGs introduce several life-changing zeros, including zero poverty, zero hunger, AIDS, and discrimination against women and girls. And importantly, the message is that everyone is needed. It's not just a government initiative, it's really everybody, the business life, civil society, NGOs and others are requested to contribute to make these SDGs a reality. And we have here an illustration of how the SDGs link to the 5 Zs. So for each area like zero accidents, zero disease, and so on, we have identified the related SDGs. For example, for zero accidents, we have, of course, the question of if an accident happens, a person might lose income and cannot provide for a family, which increase the risk of poverty, also the risk of hunger, because there might not be the resources to provide for the necessary food. It's about, of course, about health and well-being, and it's about decent work at the end of the day. So we have, for each of them, we have identified the related, and as you can see, all the 17 of the SDGs are actually included in these 5Z areas. So how is the process for 5Z? It starts with you sign up as a company, so it's a company program, and register in the 5Z community and start benefiting from its membership. And the first benefit for a company is to be able to conduct a self-assessment, and I will explain a bit more in detail how this works. The self-assessment results in a self-assessment report with a performance map, analytics and recommendations, and an improvement plan for the company. And then there is also an opportunity for companies that achieve a certain amount of points to consider a certification by using accredited auditors to carry out the on-site evaluation of the situation. And then if a certain number of points are reached, you can achieve a seal. So, but what do these 5Z areas cover? So the zero accidents or zero injuries covers risk assessment, accident investigation, occupational hygiene. So we also look into issues like radiation and noise and other factors. Ergonomics, road safety, training and information, leadership, participation process, and of course indicators. So as you can see, this is not a narrow definition of accidents, but a wide definition of injuries, where you look always also, besides the more classical areas like accident investigation and risk assessment, you look also into leadership and participation. For zero diseases, also here, this is not just focusing on the traditional occupational disease lists, but it also looks into health surveillance, psychosocial health, absenteeism, health promotion, nutrition, physical activity, again, leadership and participation, first aid, and of course, occupational diseases. The area of zero waste, here we deal with the impact on the environment and the use of natural resources. So we talk about the environmental policy of the company, look into the specific areas of solid waste, energy, and water. We look into emissions and into the process management. As regards zero inequality, which was mentioned as an important issue by Malcolm just minutes before, it looks at violence, all types of harassment and others at work. It looks at the organizational policy, so is inequality and the fight against inequality, is this reflected in, for example, recruitment procedures and so on and so forth. Justice also, are people treated fairly, equally, and this no matter which gender, which nationality, which cultural background, age, and other factors. Equity and inclusion. And the last area is zero unawareness. So here we talk about the person's ability to thrive at the workplace. And for that, it's of course important that everybody has access to the necessary training and development, that there's transparency as regards developments at the company, that there's information about the organization, communication, digitalization, especially digitalization is something that can affect if and there's some tendencies that companies do not train older staff in the new digital tools, and these are the younger staff only that are qualified, and this of course is not contributing to thriving within the organization. So the self-assessment report consists of the results, so they are shown in this spidergram. You can see immediately what is the score within each of these 5 areas. So you have, as a top manager, you have immediately an overview how your company is performing in these 5 critical areas. So you do not look individually at each area, but you can see them together. And as they're based on the same value, you can actually compare the scores. Then for each of the 5 areas, they're presented. Here, for example, Zero Excellence Performance Map, you can see the results for each of the group of indicators. Behind each indicator, there is a number of questions which give the value that is expressed here. So you can see in this case, the company is performing very well in 5 of these areas, and then there are some improvement points. These are then highlighted. There's also an analysis of the performance of the company as regards managing injuries in terms of are the processes in place. So is this a process issue or is it a leadership issue, which adds some important information. Then at the end of the report, you can see this here at the center of the page, you have the conclusions and recommendations. It's an overview of strength and opportunities to improve. And there are given recommendations, of course, generic, because it's not on-site, but generic recommendations on what a company could do in order to prepare an improvement plan. And then, as I said, there's the option of doing and carrying out an audit, a 5Z audit. This is an example of an audit report, which has all the elements of classical audit. So it's a 2-day audit, it's an on-site audit, and the results of the audit are then communicated in this report. For example, as regards excellence, you can see this is the score that, according to the auditor, has been achieved. There's an analysis, and there's actions for compliance. And very interestingly, you can see there is also comparison between the self-assessment score and the audit score, where in some cases the audit score is higher, in some cases it's lower. So it shows that it's really a good idea to verify your self-assessment in order to have a precise picture of it. There is a audit renewal of the certification every 2 years, and there's a recommendation the company has to improve. For example, it has to attain a higher score than the current one is one demand, and the other one is here in this case of the 8 categories with less than 500 points, at least 3 should reach minimum 500 points. So it's not only just repeating at the same level, but there is a continuous improvement model foreseen. So which are the benefits of engaging in a 5Z culture journey? First of all, as you've seen, it provides an integral vision of a company's performance in these 5 critical areas. And this enables management to take better decisions about priorities for action. There's no longer that competition between who is best to present needs for more investment in safety and health, in HR, in other topics. Here, you can see at a glance where the company can benefit the most from improvements. And as these areas are interrelated, it will all help to contribute to achieving a better performance of the company overall. Being part of the 5Z culture community also gives access to different benefits, such as virtual campus and training courses done by the university and by ORP. Gets access to peers and comparing, let's say, kind of good practices. Very importantly, it can strengthen the corporate branding and market position of a company, especially if you go then through a certification process and achieve a seal. You can document your commitment to safety, health, and well-being and sustainability. For the ORP, importantly is that we can build up with all these data we get from the assessments and from the audits, we can build up an intelligence center which enables us to provide companies with benchmarking opportunities within sectors, within countries. But most importantly, it's about the value of people. It enables a company to retain talent, to acknowledge also excellence, so to give a positive feedback to those areas that are actually performing well, and to promote the well-being of the people and the sustainability of our planet. So this was my introduction to the 5Z methodology. You can find more information on the website of the foundation. And with this, I would like to go back to my presentation and and to introduce the second speaker. The second speaker is Ms. Irina Karpova, who is a senior HSE manager at Avrico. She has agreed at the last minute to jump in because the speaker foreseen, unfortunately, due to health matters in the family, actually COVID related, is not able to join us today. Juan, we wish you all the best for your family, soon recovery. So we are very grateful to have Irina with us. Irina is closely involved in a current 5Z pilot project in the Russian Federation beyond, which is being implemented in an oil gas company. So Irina, thank you again. We look forward to your presentation. Please, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Hans Horst. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, maybe for someone. So let me today tell you a little bit this pilot project. Let me just share my screen. Yeah. Just a second. Yeah. So I hope you can see it. Today I'm going to talk about this first pilot project, and have to say that probably it came at the right time because of the pandemic as well. We'll tell you why. So this project we started with one of the company, major oil and gas company in Russia, state company called Zarubezhneft, and they have several projects in Russia, and they have several projects abroad. So they are very interested and keen on keeping high level of the OSH, occupational safety and health, and they are very concerned about HSE. And actually they were the first company who joined Vision Zero in Russian Federation, all this concept, and started being like leaders in this area, and they move it forward. So I'm actually right now supporting, I'm working as a major consultant in Russia in terms of HSE, and we are working together with ORP and this company in order to have this project done and see the results. So just a little bit of history. We started it actually just before the pandemic, just before the lockdown. We had this first technical meeting together, and we agreed that we want to, we learn about the methodology and with the top management of this company, and they expressed their interest in continuing. So it was just before the lockdown, and then of course there was a little bit of delay because of the this company had to deal with this urgent matters of the COVID-19 and how to cope with it, because they didn't want to shut down operations, and the operations are actually done far away in remote locations. So they did an excellent job to keep people safe and to keep people who's working in these projects out of the COVID-19. So we had a little bit of delay, about 3 months, and then we started this survey, and but it was good because this period we used to adopt this assessment into Russian legal framework and practice, and also translate all this information and assessment sheets into Russian. And then we did, we have decided that it would be interested, well, actually the management of the company would be interested to have this survey in 3 affiliate companies. So they could also see and compare in between those companies what's going on, and which dimension is better in one and which dimension is better in another company, and take it forward. So we did 3 assessments, and then it took some time to analyze the results and go through the platform. And as soon as it came through the platform, top management already saw some interesting interesting findings. I'm going to show it later. And also we had a great support from the experts team of the University of Catalonia, who helped us to analyze the results. And we translated all this data into Russian and actually gave it to the management for review. And after that, we had a very interesting workshop with the top management of those 3 companies to understand how do they see it, right? How do they see results, agree or not agree? And in order, I have to say this project is still going on. So we on the way, right? We're processing a roadmap right now. So it was very interesting to get this reply from the top management of those 3 companies. That was the first results we received straight away after we entered data into the platform. And these are 3 companies, 3 spider diagrams that shows which dimension are actually better in those companies and which dimension are actually, which dimension needs some improvement. So this is the first picture which shows straight away what's going on. And one of the results was that, okay, so these are some learning opportunities, about 0 accidents. One of the company had some, needs some improvement, was good at the risk evaluation and assessment and leadership. One company was better in some health surveillance and health promotion. And some companies, one company was the best in terms of ecology, in terms of the 0 waste, and another company was good in the 0 inequality. So what they learned from these first findings that they found, and they found they're very interesting, that they already have some opportunity to build a platform and exchange those best practices to improve already straight away those dimensions which are lacking in one of the company using the experience of another affiliate companies. So that was very interesting, first interesting insight for them, actually, because they were all doing it. They were reporting some, so they were doing some reports, they were reporting it, but they never actually, but they were running their own business, not, communicating best practices in between those companies. And another thing that we found, this is workshop results that we run virtually with the top management of those companies, and that they have to focus more on the health promotion. They have to focus more on the ergonomics issues, and they have to focus more on the psychosocial aspects of the work, because I think we're all experts, right? And especially I was working for 20 years in oil and gas business in different companies in international and national. And many times management is focusing on the industrial safety, on the people not using the safe tools, using safe technologies, and they are focusing on more on industrial safety. And this survey has shown, maybe because it also came in during the pandemic time, that how important is the psychosocial aspect. And I have to say that was a bit of the opening, a bit of the finding for the top management, that how important it is in this time when they got these results. So they agreed, and it was very interesting workshop because they had a lot of feedback. They were open, they were talking, and they wanted to express their leadership. And so we agreed on the three dimensions for improvement that has to be done in the near future. And right now we're, those three dimensions are ergonomics, health monitoring, and psycho-emotional health and fairness. So right now we are in the process of preparing a roadmap. Actually, we already I think it's going to be a next step is a meeting at the global level with the top management of the company in the global level, because we already prepared some all together, ORP, Everco, and of course the client company. We already prepared some ideas and some actions that could be taken forward and could improve on those 3 dimensions. And the next step is we're going to get top management support on it and start this project. So we're planning to do it in the near future. And after that, after some time, when we implement those actions that are written in this roadmap, we are going to have an audit, and we are after we do all this, we want to do a reassessment and see if it really works, and maybe how the situation get better or not, and if not, what else needs to be done in order to move forward. And have to say that this company was not at the low level. In some areas, they already achieved scores, very high scores that Hans Horst has mentioned that could already lead to the stamp of 5Z excellence. But still, there are some areas of improvement, and we are very glad that this tool came up, because we had a lot of questions from the different companies who is actually implementing Vision Zero concept, who is working on this, who is thinking about what to do in order to reduce accident rate, and they were looking for this instrument, and also this instrument for improvement. And also this instrument, I think, came at the right time because of the pandemic, and most of the work was done remotely, was done in digital format. Of course, we will always were in the contact and communicating, but this is a great platform, and I think we have a great potential using it as a tool for assessment, and because it's also shows 5 different dimensions, not only zero accident, but the other areas as well. So this actually was my presentation, and what I wanted to say. And I want to thank again Hans Horst for inviting me. I was pleased that that I have this opportunity to talk about this project and to show the work that has been done by all 3 members of the team. So thank you very much, and this is it for me.
Thank you very much, Irina, for joining us with such a short notice. I think in spite of that, we are still in the pilot phase and we're developing this project. We have already some important information, and what I found very interesting is exactly the reaction of the site managers, that you have this clearance of the results, because when you have all these results for all these 5 areas and you can have all these nice tables and figures, it's to know, can they recognize this? This is something that they can recognize. And I was very positively surprised by the openness in which the results were kind of acknowledged, but also discussed in particular these new areas for this company, which has a very, as you say, very strong industrial safety record, a very strong also environmental record, with all the certifications and high standings. But that it opened a bit up the discussion of health, and especially also of mental health, which is not a surprise, as you said, due to the pandemic. This has come to the forefront, as we also have heard earlier. So we look very much forward to continue working with you. For me personally, it's also a great experience to be a bit on the ground. It's so long virtually, but maybe also really on the ground in this fascinating industry. But I think it was interesting to share this. We have a number of companies, of course, that have gone through all the process, like the one of Juan Cervantes, who cannot be with us. But I think it was actually, it's quite exciting to hear about this project as well. So thank you. And
thank you.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's past. And as I said, we will have now our panel discussion. So I would like to invite back also on this panel the speakers that have joined us this morning for this session. So we have Bonnie, and I hope that we also will have Malcolm with us.
Je peux pas démarrer mon video. I can't start my video, so you need to give me access to start my video because it stopped at your end.
Okay, so please, Natalia, please activate Mr. Malcolm's video as well. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So, I think, and Ruth as well, Ruth video as well.
I can unmute, but I cannot activate my...
Natalia, please activate Ruth's camera as well. So, and finally, so as I mentioned, Mr. Seong-Hin Ho unfortunately cannot join us because he had another commitment. And the idea now of the next 30 minutes is to discuss a bit the question of how to successfully change mindsets from, let's say, more traditional risk management perspective, which is fantastic, which has brought us far in our efforts to improve safety, health, and well-being at work. But as we also have discussed, there has been changes in the way technology is used, the understanding of people not only as workers but actually as persons that have a whole life, and therefore the importance of having these shifts of mindset towards a more healthy, sustainable prevention culture as the target of that process. And I think it was clear from our presentations, you cannot do this overnight. This is hard work, continuous efforts, and always moving, because top management is changing, people are changing, technology is changing, demands from the outside are changing. Actually, it's a very vivid environment. But I think, let's see, based on the presentations this morning, what I would like to ask as a beginning, as a warm-up, so to say, of our discussion is if you would identify a couple of, let's say, factors that you believe are really critical for success when you talk about changing the mindset in your company, or with your companies that you work with. So what would you identify as the real important success factors that others could learn from? And I would like to start with our company representatives now, because I think this is something that you have also been talking about. But if you now could summarize a bit your presentation, say, what is really critical to achieve in order to change the mindset in your organization as regards prevention? And as it's ladies first, I would ask Ruth to start.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll focus on two things, and actually maybe on one thing that I didn't give much attention in my previous speech, and it is employee involvement. It is of utmost importance that when we make a campaign, when we deliver a commitment process, when we plan some training, that we involve employee representatives and discuss what is the intention, how is the message perceived, and we can in that part of the process change our tools, change our message, so it's understood in the right way that it's given. So this employee involvement is a strong thing, and it has proven itself many times, both in development of our activities, but also in shifting a global American-based tool or campaign or mindset to a Danish Northern European mindset. So employee involvement is a strong factor for success. And it also relates very much to the person in center mindset that we have heard in some of the other speakers talk about this morning. And another factor in getting success is actually something that's also a strong thing in Vision Zero. It shouldn't just be a flavor of the year. It needs to be a strong thing that can continue and bear itself for many years in a row. Otherwise, it'll just people, managers, top managers will turn their back to a program or a vision or a set of rules. So it has to be so strong and coherent as, for instance, Vision Zero or the new 5 set or something like that, that it can bear to be in the company's vision and culture for many years. So those are the two things that I will focus on.
Okay. Do you want me to go next, Hans Horst? So I think I agree with all that. But if I was going to look at my 30 years experience and where we are now with the company where I work, I would say first thing is visible, felt leadership. If it's important for my boss, it's important for me. If my boss never talks to me about my safety, my health, my well-being, but always about productivity, there's a message. The next thing is employee. Totally agree with Ruth. Engagement. How do you engage people into the process? How do you give them a sense of why? And I think if you're going to put people into the center, then every single program you do, you start with the why. Why is this program important? What value does it bring, not to the organization, but to the individual? So we change the conversation from what we've done in the past. And the third thing that I think is vital and important is that don't forget, we're all about saving lives, reducing accidents. So the risk management in whatever form it's done has to be done, because the last thing we want is people going home in a coffin. That's got to be our primary responsibility. And what we also forget, and I'm going to add this, is the health and safety professionals on the ground, on the front line, are saturated, because they can only do a certain amount with whether one, and especially if you talk about the smaller companies. So the first focus has to be, let's not kill people in our company. So and I think the risk management has to stay and can't change. Yes, we've got to go digital. Yes, we've got to free up people so they spend more time on the shop floor, but it also has to be the right tool at the right time, like I said before. So that's my experience of how to put people in the center and how to make it sustainable.
Thank you very much, Malcolm. Ruth, do you have any comment? Because maybe how do you feel about what Malcolm said? Is it something that resonates with you also, your thinking?
Yeah, especially also this physical felt leadership, since this is this strong process that we are driving and supporting our managers and directors to have a frame where or a scene where they can step up and give this physical felt leadership to all their direct reports. Yeah.
So yeah, thank you. So I think these success criteria seem in a way very reasonable. And also thank you for Malcolm for pointing out that still it's about saving lives also. No, it's saving the immediate, even a lifesaver, which is to avoid these dangerous accidents, dangerous situations. But of course, also the long-term lifesavers, which is about the other issues like cancers, like cardiovascular problem, which is also killing people. And as we saw, even the vast majority nowadays is still under the surface of the water, the iceberg.
And I think if I can come on to that, I mean, according to the ILO statistics, right, there are 2.78 million people every year that die because they went to work.
Yeah.
2.4 million are health related, so typically they're not in the here and now. The other 400,000 are physical type of accidents, deaths. Now, when we think about COVID, which is a global tragedy, and the billions we've been putting behind COVID, we're about 2.4 million people that have died, right? But 2.78 million people die every year because they went to work. And I think there we've got to put time and effort, because that statistic just can't continue. I mean, it's just too much. And within EHS, within health and safety, very often for a lot of companies, because of the way the indicators are, that for disclosure, etc., there's a focus on the big S, the big safety. And like you just pointed out, the H is much smaller, and we need to change that balance. We need to change, because health is very, very important, but very often it's a little bit neglected. It's the little H for a lot of companies and a lot of sites, in my experience. So I just wanted to add that, if that was okay. No, absolutely, no. And of course, we will not do benchmarking of fatalities, no. But I think it's mind-provoking, no. Yep. This comparison between the fatalities caused by COVID during a year, no, and then the fatalities caused by poor working conditions, and what measures have been taken to control COVID, and compare this to the measures taken to control the fatalities due to work. I think this is a very, very good observation. Yeah. So, but how do you look at this from a more national perspective? No, Bonnie, you are trying. Your organization is in close contact, because Hong Kong is really a bubbling environment of where you are very, very close to companies, where you work closely, as we've seen, also with communities. I've experienced it myself. How involved you are on the ground. And so what you had before as regards success criteria, is this something also that you see from your strategic position? And is there something that you would like to add? Is there something that you can see that we also should take into consideration?
Actually, I think that we are still learning, but I do see that when we talk about, when we are trying to change people's mindset, the first thing is just like what we have been saying about people-centered approach, is not to have a system and then stuff people into the system. Instead, we always think that we should know what the people care about. That's what I love what L'Oreal has been doing. You know, try to get the kids to the factory, and then the kids tell the fathers and mothers to be safe, because one of the things we learned actually is that in Hong Kong, especially, fathers loved what their daughters say. So we always ask the daughters to tell the fathers to be safe. And this is a more direct way. So actually we need to, some of the time we need to talk to them, or we need to do survey, or we need to do observation, anything that we can know better what they really care about. And then we talk their language. The second thing, I think that we really need to empower them. Some of the time, I always talk to my colleagues to say that let the workers feel that they are in charge and they are the one who initiate it, not for us. So some of the time, we do promote and encourage companies to do something that is bottom up. I think leadership is important. What Malcolm said is equally important. But at the same time, some of the time we need to do some bottom up, such that they take ownership of that, and then we empower them. We give them, the tips, the equipment and whatnot to do what they need to do. But if they take ownership, they would really change their mindset, instead of, we really want to, stuff push them and ask them to receive it.
That's an interesting thing, because one of the things when you talk about changing the mindset, it's a mindset, of course, of the top management, the management that gives the direction. They have an immense power in that setting, in the workplace setting. But it's, of course, also the mindset of the company, of the shareholders, of the customers, of everybody, to accept that this is the priority of the company. So my question to you, Irina, would be: how do you see this mind shift? Should it always start from the top, or in which ways would you see that process? Is it a top down? Is it bottom up? Is it a mixture? What does your experience show as regards this prevention culture development?
Well, from my experience, I think it's a mixture. But of course, we, as Malcolm said, absolutely right, that it starts from the leadership, right? People will do what the boss will do, not what the boss will say, and do different things. So, but also we need to spend, put a lot of efforts to educate let's say, educate workers, right? Educate them, give them all the information, give them all the opportunity to learn and explain all about those risks, not only putting some rules and instructions and so on, but like Bonnie said, going from the family point of view, going from the let them understand why it is important personally for each of them to be safe, right? Of course they understand, but they sometimes not thinking about this. They thinking about the providing right here, right now. They have to provide money, they do job, and but if they get hurt, what would be tomorrow? Right, what would be the right way? So I think it's a mixture. I think we have to work both ways. We have to work with the top management to show leadership and commitment, and cascading it down to every person. But also we should not forget about the workers and the correct way to express this information to them.
So do you agree that leadership is important, as it also says, the golden rule number one. So we need this really to change mindset. We need to change the mindset of the leaders so that they can be a culture bearer and promote this in the organization, give all the support also for the bottom-up activities and focus also along the line, as we have heard, in the organization. But how do we actually influence the top manager? Oh, this is the question we have also asked at the last meeting in the Danish Vision Zero Business Council. No, and the question of how did it actually happen that you at L'Oréal have this program, and you have this top management support, and what happened in your company, Ruth? I think that's a question I would like to ask, as I have both of you here. So what influenced the top manager to support that way, or was it even the top manager coming with that mindset to the company?
Ruth, would you like to go first?
Yeah, in Babcock and Wilcox back in 2015, we had a health and safety and environmental director coming from the nuclear power industry, and he came into the company with a very strong mindset about safety culture, and that you cannot rely on your providing safe workplaces and healthy workplaces just by writing procedures and punishing people to follow them. So he started, he was sort of the spark who started this journey in Babcock and Wilcox. And together with him at that time, our CEO was seeing it as an important driver for our brand also. So I think that those two individuals together was the starting point. So it was not a huge accident, or it was not a huge requirement from employees or from the other stakeholders. It was a fusion of two energetic people seeing this as a future. If we wanted to stay as a high-ranked global company.
Okay, thank you. Interesting. Malcolm, what is your experience?
A little bit different. I mean, first off, we think when it comes to leadership, everybody can be a leader. I mean, we have operators, people that work in stores, that are captain of the local football team, they're a leader within the local community. So we believe that we need to find that button that brings out the leadership in everybody. So, but there is the importance of the boss, the visible leadership of the boss. And I believe in top down, bottom up, and middle up, middle down. I think you've got to attack it when it comes to people's safety at all the different angles, like that I'd said before. But I joined L'Oréal 12 years ago after working in heavy chemicals, aluminium industry, the steel industry. So a complete shift to cosmetics, right? And I joined a company that had people at its heart from when it was founded. And I mean, and that's over 100 years ago. And this is the truth. I mean, our founder was always talking about people, people, people. And I think I came into an organization that already had this idea within its DNA. It just didn't maybe know exactly what to do within, say, environmental health and safety, right? And that was part of the mission that I was brought in to do. And L'Oreal is a company that is open to doing anything that makes sense, to putting people in the center, great place to work, equality, diversity, inclusion, ethics, because we believe at the end of the day, and it comes down from the ethos of the company, that this is how you keep talent. This is talent retention, you know, and this gives L'Oreal and us a competitive advantage. And who wants to work for a company if, you know, we're having fatalities, or if we're not doing the right thing for the environment, etc.? So it's just the right thing to do. And just to let you know, I never get challenged on budget with doing the right thing in the science. And the Safe at Work, Safe at Home program that you see, right? We wanted to do something different, put people in the center, why safety matters to me. When we looked at our sites, there were several sites that were doing that globally in their own, and I'm sure every company that's out there that's listening, they have sites that are doing at home. But what we did is we globalized it, right? And when the corporate globalizes something in L'Oreal, very often everybody just runs with it. And it's just part of the way, it's part of our DNA. It's not a perfect answer, but I feel very lucky to be in an organization where if something makes sense, they just run with it.
No, on the contrary, I think this is really interesting, because I've heard this DNA example before from our colleague from Siemens, for example, where the founders of Siemens, the founder already had that type of mindset, and we have that also in other businesses. So, but I like your image of it's top down, it's bottom up, and it's in between. It's it's everybody, because this is the other important part of Vision Zero, that everybody needs to get involved. But when we talk about mindset, of course, we know we need that leadership, because if the top management does not live these principles, then there will not be any commitment from the floor and engagement from the floor that then we can capitalize on. No, that's thank you.
It's important though that people, when they listen to that, they know it's sincere. It's not just words for the sake of words. It's not just blah blah. And I think there are there are companies that do blah blah because it's the right thing to do from a visual point of view, external point of view. But I think it's important that the company, as you know, with trust, ethics, sincerity, that the message is believed, and it's the case here.
Yeah. So Bonnie, how is your experience as regards these issues of how to promote the mindset? Now you try to communicate, and I have seen your events. You have competitions. You do a lot of things. You have stamps. You have school competitions. What do you think is critical for a company's mindset? Which language do you speak to the top management in order to engage them in this prevention mindset that we are trying to promote?
I must say that we always try to involve really the top management. Whenever we have an event or anything, first of all, we would try to get top officials from the government, because then we know that actually the top management of the companies, like to have meetings with top officials of the government. So we have a habit of, I have never been shy of, asking the secretary and the commissioner to help. That's why I think that Singapore has done a very good thing when the Prime Minister actually get involved in OSH. And what we have done is similar, to get the top management involved. And then because some of the time when I talk to the top management, I feel that actually they are not fully aware of OSH because of too many things on their table. They have to the bottom line, the paychecks to be paid and everything. But then we tell them about OSH, we get them involved in the awards and all that, and then we have some ambassadors, usually officials, to sitting next to them. Some of the events, the face-to-face events are important. So these 2 years is kind of difficult for us. but we still try to manage to have virtual events such that they can meet together. But I think that, yes, don't be shy, get to the top management, get to the top boss and ask them to come. Even if they don't come, they note that there is such an event, they note that there is something that is important and they wish to be involved, then more will be coming. And that, I think that we successfully engage some of the top management like this.
Thank you. Irina, there is a question related to your presentation, and there is a question about how actually this, how did you get the commitment or the interest and the support, which you have mentioned a couple of times in Zarubezhnev, of the top management of Zarubezhnev and of these different sites, to engage in this project? Now, how did you do it? What was the key driver for them, or what is their expectation, so to say, as regards developing a prevention culture based on not only the classical safety and health, but also now the environment and equality and awareness?
Well, I have to say that this company is very lucky, because the top manager, the director general of the company, is really keen about OSH. And again, coming back to the conversation that we all have, it starts from the top management, right? From the global level of the company. But also, so basically the message from the top to bottom, because they were the first company who joined Vision Zero, right? So they take it very seriously, they take it very importantly, and again, it starts from the top management. So of course he's always present on this conferences, OSH meetings, global things. So it shows the commitment, and it translates transparent. So basically it goes down, and of course, if they start, if the top management starts asking questions from these affiliate companies, what's going on with the OSH, and start all the meetings from the OSH, they see the focus. And so they were actually very, very glad to have some tool that will help them as the top managers to improve and to show their commitment as well. So actually in this case, we didn't have, in this company, we have no problem whatsoever to involve management in the OSH, in the OSH events, or in OSH assessments or audits or anything like that. But of course, in other companies might be some difficulties, and then we need to educate the top management why it is important, because sometimes they are really skipping the OSH part and focusing on other things. But in this case, it was no problem at all.
Well, thank you very much. And with this, I would like to close. I think this was a real interesting morning. So thank you to all of you for really having used your time. You have prepared. I can see you were top prepared, and your communication was extremely effective and efficient, and also entertaining. So also thank you for putting in some videos or funny illustrations, because what we do is serious, of course. It's about saving lives and protecting people's health, but it's also something that where we would like people to engage. And I think one message I take from this is really the need to change the conversation, to change the angle in our way to deal with occupational safety and health, to making it a mindset. You cannot make it a mindset based on rules and regulation and, beating the top management with labor inspection threats or like, but you really have to show the business case, show the human case. I think that was really, for me, heartwarming to hear how engaged your companies are, your organizations are in people. And this is exactly what we wanted to talk about this morning. So once again, thank you very much. And I hope you will enjoy the remaining part of our event. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
So now we have 1 hour, well-deserved 1 hour's rest, because it's part of well-being that we also have access to breaks and rest, and we can take care of other things. But I hope that you all will be back at 3 o'clock, sorry, at 1300, at 1 o'clock CET, and so in exactly 1 hour for an exciting second session So please enjoy your break. Thank you for staying with us this morning, and welcome you back in 1 hour, where I will present the chair of the session, and then she will take over. So thank you very much.
Vale, pues haremos una ensalada de calabaza con albahaca, tomillo, ajo, queso fresco, rúcula, avellana y una vinagreta con vinagre de Módena, aceite virgen extra, pimienta y sal. Empezaremos cogiendo la calabaza, la vamos a limpiar, ya está, ya la hemos cortado antes previamente. Vamos a quitar las pepitas. La calabaza, la ponemos en papel sulfurizado y la alineamos. Un poco de sal. Pimienta. Un palo o 3 de ajos. Tomillo. Y esta calabaza la vamos a poner al horno a unos 180-190 grados durante aproximadamente 45 minutos hasta que esté cocido. El tiempo siempre es relativo, puede ser que esté 45, 1 hora, dependerá del tamaño de la calabaza, si es muy grande o más pequeña. La calabaza ya está cocida, la sacaremos del papel y la pondremos ahora en la tabla y la cortaremos. Y ya prácticamente está hecho el plato. Solo hay que cortar, hacer la vinagreta y juntar los ingredientes. La piel la gente se la quita, pero se puede comer, ¿eh? Queda crujiente, pero de hecho no se lo voy a quitar. Haremos platos para compartir, ¿vale? Para poner en medio de la mesa, pero esto sería para unas 4 personas. Queso fresco. Lo corto así. Pero a mí me gusta mucho trabajar con las manos, ¿vale? Que no se hagan cortes iguales. Si queda mucho más por esta casa. Vale. Tenemos avellanas. ¿Vemos? Con el cuchillo, o también las podemos poner encima de la tabla y las rompemos, ¿vale? Si no, vamos a utilizar el cuchillo, vinagre, ponemos las avellanas, aceite, vinagretas. Las vinagretas siempre se hacen una parte de vinagre, 3 de aceite. Entonces alinearemos ahora la calabaza y acabaremos con un poco de rúcula, albahaca, un poco más de tomillo por encima, que quede un poquito más fresco. Si son un poco feas, no pasa nada, se parten a trozos y ya de lo feo hacemos algo bonito. Con la hoja de albahaca lo mismo, si es muy grande no pasa nada, es como mucho más provechoso. Ponemos un poco más de tomillo y ya está. Vamos a hacer unas sardinas con ajo quemado, aliñado con tomate, y también en la base del plato habrá un poco de yogur. Pondremos ralladura de lima, cebolla tierna. También aprovecharemos la parte verde de la cebolla, que mucha gente la tira, pero me gusta mucho aprovecharla. Las sardinas y un poco de espinaca fresca. Entonces, empezaremos con el tomate. Lo vamos a cortar por la mitad, luego a cuartos. Otra vez por la mitad. Vamos a quitar lo feo. Entonces lo explico. Cogemos el tomate, cogemos un trozo de tomate que hemos cortado, le quitamos la piel con el cuchillo, apoyándonos en la piel del tomate, le quitamos la piel, haremos otro, quitamos la piel, apoyando el cuchillo en la piel del tomate, y las pepitas no las queremos, solo queremos la parte de la carne del tomate. Las pepitas las podemos guardar y luego con ellas las podemos hacer una ensalada, podemos hacer lo que queramos. ¿Vale? También la podríamos poner en este plato, pero no se lo vamos a poner. Cortamos el tomate a daditos pequeños. Y esto lo guardaremos. Entonces empezamos cogiendo ajo, de los ajos desgranados y partidos por la mitad, y la cabeza por la mitad. La pondremos en una cazuela con aceite de girasol y lo pondremos a temperatura media hasta que el ajo quede completamente quemado. ¿Vale? De aquí solo aprovecharemos el aceite, que he cogido todo el gusto del ajo, y con esto haremos una vinagreta con el tomate. A un vaso, un recipiente, yo he cogido un vaso porque es lo primero que he cogido, ¿vale? Entonces ponemos más tomate que aceite, ¿eh? Ponemos el tomate con el aceite, se va llenando. Un poco de sal, cuando el tomate no está alineado, el aceite tampoco. Las cosas tienen que tener gusto, ¿vale? Tienen que tener sabor. Vale. Cogeremos las sardinas, siempre lo que son pescados, carnes, siempre alineamos antes en el plato o una bandeja o en un violín o donde queramos, pero que no sea la sartén, ¿vale? Aceite, sal, la paella bien caliente. Y podemos poner un papel de horno en la paella, siempre cuando la paella esté bien caliente. Y ponemos el papel, cuando esté bien caliente la paella, ponemos las sardinas que queden bien marcadas, entonces no se nos quedará enganchado. Incluso la paella será más limpia. Ponemos el papel. Con el papel sale perfecto, ¿vale? No se nos mancha. Sí que es verdad que no queda como una paella, que sale un poco tostado y tal, pero ya no destrozamos el pescado tanto. Y ya está. Y ahora ya pasamos a emplatar el plato. encima luego, para que esté un poquito más fresco. Como os decía antes, yo aquí veis mucha cebolla, pero yo voy a usar muy poca, Yo quito siempre esta parte de aquí, donde está la raíz, y si nos quedamos esto es como estar masticando un trozo de escojo. La parte de dentro de la cebolla. Cogeremos las sardinas. Ahora vamos a usar muy poquitas solo para alinear. Un poco más. Entonces, esta parte de la cebolla también. A mí me gusta mucho. Y ya vamos a pasar a emplatar las sardinas. Yogur natural, yogur natural sin azúcar, puede ser marca la que queramos, ¿vale? Pero lo importante es que no tenga azúcar, porque si no, el plato se nos irá al traste. ¿Vale? Vemos un circulito, vamos a poner un poco más. Las sardinas. Así, tan desordenado, Estamos en casa, con la familia, que sean platos divertidos. Cogemos el ajo quemado con el tomate, por encima. Cuidado al coger el tomate con el aceite, no pongamos mucho aceite. Cojo la cebolla de antes. Por encima, ponemos también estas parte verde, ponemos espinaca, ponemos un poco de lima. Podemos poner un poquito de jugo, que le guste la lima, con el pescado. Va súper bien. Y ahora siempre, a todos nos gusta un poquito de aceite. Y ya está. Para acabar vamos a hacer un fondant de chocolate y nata montada. Para esta receta vamos a necesitar 320 gramos de chocolate 70% de cacao, vamos a necesitar 210 gramos de nata, 210 gramos de leche, 40 gramos de huevo batido, 75 gramos para la nata montada, 75 gramos de azúcar y 200 gramos de nata montada. Entonces empezaremos juntando la nata con la leche y lo pondremos todo junto en una cazuela. Vamos a calentar primero estos dos ingredientes líquidos que estén calientes y luego en él fundiremos el chocolate. Entonces encendemos esto, vigilamos que no se nos queme la leche con la nata. Vale, mientras hacemos estas recetas, siempre es importante tener presente que el horno tiene que estar precalentado. Entonces el horno siempre lo precalentamos a 160, 180, depende del horno que tengamos en casa, ¿vale? Esto casi ya está Ahora me lo mantengo al número 2 o 1, que mantenga solo la temperatura y ya tiro el chocolate, ¿vale? Tiro todo el chocolate y ahora es poco a poco ir mezclándolo todo hasta que esté bien incorporado el chocolate. Voy a ir con las varillas para que se incorpore un poco mejor. Lo devuelvo al fuego, poco a poco, número 2,5. Vale, ya tenemos el chocolate totalmente disuelto. Sacamos del fuego, esperamos 1 minuto, 2 minutos, para que el chocolate y toda la mezcla pierda temperatura para poder echar el huevo, ¿vale? Porque si ahora echo el huevo aquí con esa temperatura, el huevo me haría grumos, ¿vale? Se haría una tortilla dentro y no queremos. Lo que queremos es que el huevo se mezcle todo bien y no queden grumos. Entonces dejamos reposar 1 minuto, 2 minutos hasta que esté en el frío. Bueno, esto ya ha bajado un poco de temperatura. Voy a poner el huevo. Nada, no tiene que pasar absolutamente nada. Y ahora igual lo que nos pasa es que vemos que se espesa un poco, pero es porque el huevo está más frío que lo de aquí dentro, y entonces nos espesa un poco más, pero no tiene que pasar ninguna cosa, ¿vale? Solo tenemos que incorporar bien el huevo dentro y ahora ponemos toda la mezcla en un molde de que tengamos en casa. Puede ser de cerámica, de hierro, el que queramos. Y ahora va directo al horno. A una temperatura de 160, 180, depende del que tengamos en casa, ¿vale? Nosotros ya nos conocemos el horno de casa de cada uno. Cada uno ya más o menos sabe si 160 pues es muy bajo, pues subimos a 180. Entonces llevamos al horno. Y el tiempo sería unos 10-15 minutos, ¿vale? Depende del horno que estaba diciendo antes. Entonces yo le voy a poner un tiempo de 10 y miro, ¿vale? Y vamos a hacer la remontada. La podemos hacer en un robot de cocina o lo podemos hacer también manual, ¿vale? Yo lo voy a hacer en el robot, ya que lo tengo, pues comodidad a tope. Nata, azúcar, siempre poco a poco, ¿vale? Voy incorporando aire. Vale, con este punto ya la nata la tendríamos, ¿vale? Está. Ahora tenemos el fondant. El fondant aún está un poco caliente. Vale, pues haremos una ensalada de calabaza con albahaca, tomillo, ajo, queso fresco, rúcula, avellana y una vinagreta con vinagre de Módena, aceite virgen extra, pimienta y sal. Empezaremos cogiendo la calabaza, la vamos a limpiar, ya está, ya la hemos cortado antes previamente. Vamos a quitar las pepitas. La calabaza. La ponemos en papel sulfurizado y la alineamos. Un poco de sal. Pimienta. Un palo 3 de ajos. Tomillo. Y aceite. Y esta calabaza la vamos a poner al horno a unos 180-190 grados durante aproximadamente 45 minutos hasta que esté cocido. El tiempo siempre es relativo, puede ser que esté 45, una hora, dependerá del tamaño de la calabaza, si es muy grande o más pequeña. La calabaza ya está cocida, la sacaremos del papel y la pondremos ahora en la tabla y la cortaremos. Y ya prácticamente está hecho el plato. Solo vamos a cortar, hacer la vinagreta y juntar los ingredientes. La piel la gente se la quita, pero se puede comer, ¿eh? Queda crujiente. Yo de hecho no se lo voy a quitar. Haremos platos para compartir, ¿vale? Para poner en medio de la mesa, pero esto sería para unas 4 personas. Queso fresco. Lo corto así, pero a mí me gusta mucho trabajar con las manos, ¿vale? Que no sean cortes iguales. Si queda mucho más por esta corteza. Vale. Tenemos avellanas. Vemos. Con el cuchillo, o también las podemos poner encima de la tabla y las rompemos, ¿vale? Si vamos a utilizar el cuchillo, vamos a poner vinagre, ponemos las avellanas. Aceite, vinagretas. Las vinagretas siempre se hacen una parte de vinagre, 3 de aceite. Entonces alinearemos ahora la calabaza y acabaremos con un poco de rúcula, albahaca, un poco más de tomillo por encima, que quede un poquito más fresco. Si son un poco feas, no pasa nada, se parten a trozos y ya de lo feo hacemos algo bonito. Con la hoja de albahaca lo mismo, si es muy grande no pasa nada, le sacamos mucho más provecho. Ponemos un poco más de tomillo y ya está. Vamos a hacer unas sardinas con ajo quemado, alineado con tomate, y también en la base del plato habrá un poco de yogur. Pondremos ralladura de lima, cebolla tierna. También aprovecharemos la parte verde de la cebolla, que mucha gente la tira, pero a mí me gusta mucho aprovecharla. Las sardinas y un poco de espinaca fresca. Entonces, empezaremos con el tomate. Lo vamos a cortar por la mitad, luego a cuartos, otra vez por la mitad. Vamos a quitar lo feo. Entonces lo explico. Cogemos el tomate, cogemos un trozo de tomate que hemos cortado, Le quitamos la piel con el cuchillo, apoyándonos en la piel del tomate. Le quitamos la piel, haremos otro, quitamos la piel, apoyando el cuchillo en la piel del tomate. Y las pepitas no las queremos, solo queremos la parte de la carne del tomate. Las pepitas las podemos guardar y luego con ellas las podemos hacer una ensalada, podemos hacer lo que queramos. ¿Vale? También la podríamos poner en este plato, pero no se lo vamos a poner. Cortamos el tomate a daditos pequeños. Y esto lo guardaremos. Entonces empezamos cogiendo ajo, con los ajos desgranados, partidos por la mitad, y la cabeza por la mitad. La pondremos en una cazuela con aceite de girasol y lo pondremos a temperatura media hasta que el ajo quede completamente quemado. ¿Vale? De aquí solo aprovecharemos el aceite que ha cogido todo el gusto del ajo y con esto haremos una vinagreta con el tomate. A un vaso, un recipiente, y he cogido un vaso porque es lo primero que he cogido, ¿vale? Entonces ponemos más tomate que aceite, ¿eh? Ponemos el tomate con el aceite, que se va llenando. Un poco de sal, cuando el tomate no está alineado, el aceite tampoco. Las cosas tienen que tener gusto, ¿vale? Tienen que tener sabor. Vale. Cogeremos las sardinas, siempre lo que son pescados, carnes, siempre alineamos antes en el plato o en una bandeja o en un violín o donde queramos, pero que no sea la sartén, ¿vale? Aceite, sal, la paella bien caliente. Y podemos poner un papel de horno en la paella, siempre cuando la paella esté bien caliente. Y ponemos el papel, cuando esté bien caliente la paella, ponemos las sardinas, que queden bien marcadas, y entonces no se nos quedará enganchado. Incluso la paella será más limpia. Ponemos el papel. Con el papel sale perfecto, ¿vale? No se nos mancha. Sí que es verdad que no queda como una paella, que te sale un poco tostado y tal, pero ya no destrozamos el pescado tanto. Y ya está. Y ahora ya pasamos a emplatar el plato. Tenemos yogur, ponemos la crema, que ahora ya tenemos un poquito encima, luego para que sea un poquito más fresco. Y como os decía antes, yo aquí veis mucha cebolla, pero yo voy a usar muy poca, ¿eh? Le quito siempre esta parte de aquí, donde está la raíz, y si nos ponemos esto es como estar masticando un trozo de escojo. La parte de dentro de la cebolla. Cogeremos las sardinas, ahora vamos a hacer muy poquitas solo para alinear. Un poco más. esta parte de la cebolla también. A mí me gusta mucho. Y ya vamos a pasar a emplatar las judías. Yogur natural, yogur natural sin azúcar, puede ser marca la que queramos, ¿vale? Pero lo importante es que no tenga azúcar, porque si no, el plato se nos irá al traste. ¿Vale? Vemos un circulito, vamos a poner un poco más. Las sardinas. Así, tan desordenado, ¿eh? Estamos en casa, con la familia, están platos divertidos. Cogemos el ajo quemado con el tomate, por encima. Cuidado al coger el tomate con el aceite, ¿eh? No pongamos mucho aceite. Cojo la cebolla de antes. Por encima, ponemos también estas parte verde, cogemos espinaca, un poco de lima. Podemos poner un poquito de jugo, quien le guste la lima, con el pescado, va súper bien. Y ahora siempre a todos nos gusta un poquito de aceite. Y ya está. Para acabar vamos a hacer un fondant de chocolate y nata montada. Para esta receta vamos a necesitar 320 gramos de chocolate 70% de cacao, vamos a necesitar 210 gramos de nata, 210 gramos de leche, 40 gramos de huevo batido, 75 gramos para la nata montada, 75 gramos de azúcar y 200 gramos de nata montada. Entonces empezaremos juntando la nata con la leche y lo ponemos todo junto en una cazuela. Vamos a calentar primero estos dos ingredientes líquidos que estén calientes y luego en él fundiremos el chocolate. Entonces encendemos esto, vigilamos que no se nos queme la leche con la nata. Vale, mientras hacemos estas recetas siempre es importante tener presente que el horno tiene que estar precalentado. Entonces el horno siempre lo precalentamos a 160, 180, depende del horno que tengamos en casa, ¿vale? Esto casi ya está hirviendo. Ahora me lo mantengo al número 2 o 1, que mantenga solo la temperatura y ya tiro el chocolate, ¿vale? Tiro todo el chocolate y ahora es poco a poco ir mezclándolo todo hasta que esté bien incorporado el chocolate. Voy a ir con las varillas para que se incorpore un poco mejor. Lo devuelvo al fuego poco a poco, número 2,5. Vale, ya tenemos el chocolate totalmente disuelto. sacamos del fuego, esperamos 1 minuto, 2 minutos, y toda la mezcla pierda temperatura para poder echar el huevo, ¿vale? Porque si ahora echo el huevo aquí con esa temperatura, el huevo me haría grumos, ¿vale? Se haría una tortilla dentro y no queremos. Lo que queremos es que el huevo se mezcle todo bien y no queden grumos.
You're having dessert now, right? You're making chocolate.
1 minuto, 2 minutos hasta que esté en el frío. Bueno, esto ya ha bajado un poco de temperatura.
People how to cook have no idea what they're cooking. I better turn off my phone, that would be ugly.
No tiene que pasar absolutamente nada. Y da igual, lo que nos pasa es que vemos que se espesa un poco, pero es porque el huevo está más frío que lo de aquí dentro, entonces nos espesa un poco más, pero no tiene que pasar ninguna cosa, ¿vale? Solo tenemos que incorporar el huevo dentro y ahora ponemos toda la mezcla en un molde que tengamos en casa. Puede ser de cerámica, de hierro, el que queramos. Y ahora va directo al horno. A una temperatura de 160, 180, depende del que tengamos en casa, ¿vale? Nosotros ya nos conocemos el horno de casa de cada uno. Cada uno ya más o menos sabe si 160 pues es muy bajo, pues subimos a 180. Entonces llevamos al horno. Y el tiempo sería unos 10, 15 minutos, ¿vale? Depende del horno que estaba diciendo antes. Entonces yo le voy a poner un tiempo de 10 y miro, ¿vale? Y vamos a hacer la remontada. La podemos hacer en un robot de cocina o lo podemos hacer también manual, ¿vale? Yo lo voy a hacer en el robot, ya que lo tengo, pues, comodidad a tope. Granada, azúcar, siempre poco a poco, ¿vale? Se voy incorporando aire. Vale, con este punto ya la nata la tendríamos, ¿vale? Está. Ahora tenemos el fondant. El fondant aún está un poco caliente. Vale, pues haremos una ensalada de calabaza con albahaca, tomillo, ajo, queso fresco, rúcula, avellana y una vinagreta con vinagre de Módena, aceite virgen extra, pimienta y sal. Empezaremos cogiendo la calabaza, la vamos a limpiar, ya está, ya la hemos cortado antes previamente. Vamos a quitar las pepitas. La calabaza, la ponemos en papel sulfurizado y la alineamos. Un poco de sal. Pimienta. Un palo 3 de ajos. Tomillo. Y esta calabaza la vamos a poner al horno a unos unos 180-190 grados durante aproximadamente 45 minutos hasta que se cocine. El tiempo siempre es relativo, puede ser que esté 45, una hora, dependerá del tamaño de la calabaza, si es muy grande o más pequeña. La calabaza ya está cocida, la sacaremos del papel y la pondremos ahora en la tabla y la cortaremos. Y ya prácticamente está hecho el plato. Solo habrá que cortar, hacer la vinagreta y juntar los ingredientes. La piel la gente se la quita, pero se puede comer, ¿eh? Queda crujiente. Yo de hecho no se lo voy a quitar. Haremos platos para compartir, ¿vale? Para poner en medio de la mesa, pero esto sería para unas 4 personas. Lo corto así, pero a mí me gusta mucho trabajar con las manos, ¿vale? Que no sean cortes iguales, si queda mucho más por estar por casa. Vale, tenemos avellanas, vamos, con el cuchillo, o también las podemos poner encima de la tabla y las rompemos, ¿vale? Si vamos a romper el cuchillo. Vinagre, ponemos las avellanas, aceite, vinagretas. Las vinagretas siempre se hacen una parte de vinagre, 3 de aceite. Entonces alinearemos ahora la calabaza y acabaremos con un poco de rúcula, albahaca, un poco más de tomillo por encima, que quede un poquito más fresco. Si son un poco feas, no pasa nada, parten a trozos y ya lo feo hacemos algo bonito. Con la hoja de albahaca lo mismo, si es muy grande no pasa nada, es como mucho más provechoso. Ponemos un poco más de tomillo. Y ya está. Vamos a hacer unas sardinas con ajo quemado, aliñado con tomate, y también en la base del plato habrá un poco de yogur. Pondremos ralladura de lima, cebolla tierna, también aprovecharemos la parte verde de la cebolla, que mucha gente la tira, pero a mí me gusta mucho aprovecharla, las sardinas y un poco de espinaca fresca. Entonces, empezaremos con el tomate, lo vamos a cortar por la mitad, luego a cuartos, otra vez por la mitad. Vamos a quitar lo feo. Entonces lo explico. Cogemos el tomate, cogemos un trozo de tomate que hemos cortado, le quitamos la piel con el cuchillo, apoyándonos en la piel del tomate, le quitamos la piel, haremos otro, quitamos la piel, apoyando el cuchillo en la piel del tomate, y las pepitas no las queremos, solo queremos la parte de la carne del tomate. Las pepitas las podemos guardar y luego con ellas las podemos hacer una ensalada, podemos hacer lo que queramos. ¿Vale? También la podríamos poner en este plato, pero no se lo vamos a poner. Cortamos el tomate a daditos pequeños. esto lo guardaremos. Entonces empezamos cogiendo ajo, los ajos desgranados, repartidos por la mitad, y la cabeza por la mitad. La pondremos en una cazuela con aceite de girasol y lo pondremos a temperatura media hasta que el ajo quede completamente quemado. ¿Vale? De aquí solo aprovecharemos el aceite que ha cogido todo el gusto del ajo y con esto haremos una vinagreta con el tomate. A un vaso, un recipiente, yo he cogido un vaso porque es lo primero que he cogido, ¿vale? Entonces ponemos más tomate que aceite, ¿eh? Se va llenando, un poco de sal, cuando el tomate no está alineado, el aceite tampoco, las cosas tienen que tener gusto, ¿vale? Tienen que tener sabor. Vale. Cogeremos las sardinas, siempre lo que son pescados, carnes, siempre alineamos antes en el plato o una bandeja o en un violín o donde queramos, pero que no sea la sartén. ¿Vale? Aceite, sal, la paella bien caliente. Y podemos poner un papel de horno en la paella, siempre cuando la paella esté bien caliente. Y ponemos el papel, cuando esté bien caliente la paella, ponemos las sardinas que queden bien marcadas. Entonces no se nos quedará enganchado, incluso la paella será más limpia. Ponemos el papel, con el papel sale perfecto, ¿vale? No se nos mancha. Sí que es verdad que no queda como una paella que sale un poco tostado y tal, pero ya no destrozamos el pescado tanto. Y ya está. Y ahora ya pasamos a emplatar el plato. Tenemos yogur, ponemos la crema, que rallaremos un poquito encima luego, para que esté un poquito más fresco. Y como os decía antes, aquí veis mucha cebolla, pero yo voy a usar muy poca, ¿eh? Lo que quito siempre esta parte de aquí, donde está la raíz, y si nos ponemos esto es como estar masticando un trozo de cebolla que escojo. La parte de dentro de la cebolla. Cogeremos las sardinas, ahora voy a usar muy poquitas solo para alinear. Entonces, esta parte de la cebolla también. A mí me gusta mucho. Y ya vamos a pasar a emplatar las sardinas. Yogur natural, yogur natural sin azúcar. Puede ser marca la que queramos, ¿vale? Pero lo importante es que no tenga azúcar, porque si no, el plato se nos irá al traste. ¿Vale? Vemos un circulito, vamos a poner un poco más. se eliminas. Así, tan desordenado, ¿eh? Estamos en casa, con la familia, que sean platos divertidos. Cogemos el ajo quemado con el tomate, por encima. Cuidado al coger el tomate con el aceite, ¿eh? No pongamos mucho aceite. Cojo la cebolla de antes, la ponemos por encima. Esta es parte verde. Cogemos espinaca. Un poco de lima. También podemos poner un poquito de jugo, que le guste la lima, con el pescado. Va súper bien. Y ahora siempre, a todos nos gusta un poquito de aceite. Ya está. Para acabar vamos a hacer un fondant de chocolate y nata montada. Para esta receta vamos a necesitar 320 gramos de chocolate 70% de cacao. Vamos a necesitar 210 gramos de nata, 210 gramos de leche, 40 gramos de huevo batido, 75 gramos para la nata montada, 75 gramos de azúcar y 200 gramos de nata montada. Entonces empezaremos juntando la nata con la leche y lo pondremos todo junto en una cazuela. Vamos a calentar primero estos dos ingredientes líquidos que estén calientes y luego en él fundiremos el chocolate. Entonces encendemos esto. Vigilamos que no se nos queme la leche con la nata. Vale, mientras hacemos estas recetas, siempre es importante tener presente que el horno tiene que estar precalentado. Entonces el horno siempre lo precalentamos a 160, 180, depende del horno que tengamos en casa, ¿vale? Esto casi ya está hirviendo. Ahora me lo mantengo al número 2 o 1, que mantenga solo la temperatura y ya tiro el chocolate, ¿vale? Tiro todo el chocolate. Y ahora es poco a poco ir mezclándolo todo hasta que esté bien incorporado el chocolate. Voy con las varillas para que se incorpore un poco mejor. Lo devuelvo al fuego, poco a poco, número 2,5. Vale, ya tenemos el chocolate totalmente disuelto. Sacamos del fuego, esperamos 1 minuto, 2 minutos, para que el chocolate y toda la mezcla pierda temperatura para poder echar el huevo, ¿vale? Porque si ahora echo el huevo aquí con esa temperatura, el huevo me haría grumos, ¿vale? Se haría una tortilla dentro y no queremos. Lo que queremos es que el huevo se mezcle todo bien y no queden grumos. Entonces dejamos reposar 1 minuto, 2 minutos hasta que esté en el frío. Bueno, esto ya ha bajado un poco de temperatura. Voy a poner el huevo. Nada, no tiene que pasar absolutamente nada. Aquí da igual, lo que nos pasa es que vemos que se espesa un poco, pero es porque el huevo está más frío que lo de aquí dentro, entonces nos estresa un poco más, pero no tiene que pasar ninguna cosa, ¿vale? Solo tenemos que incorporar el huevo dentro y ahora ponemos toda la mezcla en un molde de que tengamos en casa, puede ser de cerámica, de hierro, el que queramos. Y ahora va directo al horno, a una temperatura de 160, 180, depende del que tengamos en casa, ¿vale? Nosotros ya nos conocemos el horno de casa de cada uno ya más o menos sabe si 160 pues es muy bajo, pues subimos a 180. Entonces llevamos al horno y el tiempo sería unos 10-15 minutos, ¿vale? Depende del horno que estaba diciendo antes. Entonces yo le voy a poner un tiempo de 10 y miro, ¿vale? Y vamos a hacer la remontada. La podemos hacer en un robot de cocina o lo podemos hacer también manual, ¿vale? Yo lo voy a hacer en el robot, ya que lo tengo, pues, comodidad a tope. Ponemos la lata, azúcar, el robot, siempre poco a poco, ¿vale? Voy incorporando aire. Vale, se puso, ya la nata la tendría, ¿vale? Está. Vale. Ahora tenemos el fondant. Cuando aún está un poco caliente.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this looked tasty, definitely more tasty than my lunch. Well, welcome back, and I'm very pleased now to introduce Ms. Lisa McGuire, who is the founder and CEO of the Manufacturing Safety Alliance of British Columbia, Canada. Lisa will be chairing the second session addressing the challenge, how to design new incentives to promote a healthy and sustainable prevention culture. Lisa, we're very pleased to have you on board. Please, the floor is yours and the management of the session is yours, please.
Thank you, Hans Horst. Can everybody see me? I'm Can you see me? I've clicked on the...
Yes, perfect.
Oh, perfect. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Hans Horst, and all of you this afternoon. I appreciate the invitation. Welcome, distinguished guests, and all of you in the audience joining us today. This afternoon, we'll be talking about designing new incentives to promote a healthy and sustainable prevention culture. I'd like to start by walking through the agenda. So as I share my screen, you can see that, I hope. Walking through, starting with the introduction, and I have a brief presentation for all of you. And as we walk through, we have two parts of our session: the increasing importance of a company's health, socioeconomic, and environmental behavior for employees, customers, and investors. And we have 4 distinguished presenters for those sessions, followed by a presentation on the UN's SDGs 2030 toward green, fair, and healthy business value creation, We then have a scheduled break at 14:45 to 1500. Hopefully we'll be on time to have that break. And then we'll move forward after the break on incentives for OSH performance, social reporting, certifications, and reduced insurance payments. And then we'll conclude with a roundtable discussion talking about the will positive incentives be able to become main drivers for OSH performance at company level. So I will just stop sharing my screen. A moment here. And continue forward with a brief presentation. So I'd like to start by talking about this pandemic. It has shown all of us how important health and safety is around the globe, impacting our economy, our freedom, and changing the way we work. Will positive behaviors be sustained from this pandemic? In Canada, we have had virtually almost zero outbreaks of the flu this past winter. And we know that our hand washing practices and masks have had other benefits. Will these behaviors continue past the pandemic? How do we build into the very DNA of our businesses and communities a culture of prevention? This afternoon, we're going to hear from various presenters that provide examples on this theme, because our businesses of today and tomorrow require more than financial health to be successful and sustainable. Our organization has taken a systematic approach to helping businesses we serve integrate health and safety in their organizations. Let me walk you through a short presentation on the strategies we're using here in British Columbia, Canada, helping support the manufacturing and food processing sector. So I will share my screen once again. Please bear with me and have patience. So I'd like to talk a bit about a Canadian perspective on health, safety, and mental well-being. In 2019, we asked the question, included in a question in an Angus Reid poll of 1,000 working Canadians across Canada, and asked the question of whether workplace health, safety, and mental well-being is important. And 94% of Canadian workers polled said absolutely it was and is. The second question that was asked whether the decisions made in their workplace consider employee health, safety, and well-being all or some of the time. And only 77% said yes. So we know that there is a gap and there's work to do. And we know with this pandemic that has risen our challenges with mental health. These are two latest surveys from two different sources on the challenges that we face and all of us face around the world on our mental health eroding as the pandemic continues. We also know that company culture doesn't just impact well-being, it also impacts productivity. Here's an example from a Harvard Business Review, knowing the importance of building strong culture of trust between management and their employees. And when we don't have that, real challenge and symptoms of a challenged culture. Our vision as an organization working with food processors and manufacturing is to achieve cultural change that ensures safe workplaces for all BC manufacturing workers. 3 strategies I'll be sharing with you today briefly on how we're working towards developing systematic solutions to drive cultural change. Target CEOs, senior executive management, in one of the strategies, because we know CEOs are key drivers in culture and cultural change. The second strategy talks through the enhancement of qualifications for the health and safety professional, knowing they're a critical component within an organization as an effective resource to help leaders and people within their organization move forward and grow and sustain an effective culture. And then finally, I'll talk through a health and safety management system and key elements that will include culture, health, and well-being in the very fabric of that system. So starting with the first strategy, very briefly, why the C-suite was targeted. Here is some research that was conducted by Dr. Sean Tucker at the University of Regina and asked the question, the research question of whether CEOs have the best opportunity to impact cultural change. And with that showed that absolutely that the role of the CEO to communicate to all levels within that organization and their effectiveness in that and to do that well really correlated very strongly with health and safety performance. So with that and the work that we started back in 2010, brought together a group of CEOs that endorsed a charter or a commitment from the individual at the very top of the organization to create and drive a culture within their organization, taking entire and lead responsibility and accountability on health and safety in organizations. So with that, we shaped a group that continued to grow. And in 2020, this inaugural group became an independent society. And the society name is the Executive Health and Safety Council. And with that, have a constitution that comprise these three, in addition to others within their constitution, really focused on creating a workplace culture based on the foundation that effective management of health and safety is essential to long-term profitability and sustainability. And the initiative that this organization includes is really through sharing information, learning from each other, networking, and other initiatives. So this is one of the key strategies that both within our organization and our membership that we support is also a broader strategy with all sectors within our province of British Columbia. Our second strategy that, again, a very important one, enhancing qualifications of health and safety professionals, particular in the manufacturing segment with a specialization in that area. This initiative was started 5 years ago together with the Ministry of Advanced Education, so within our government, provincial government in British Columbia. And with that started with a governance committee with a diverse portfolio of experts around the table making decisions. And then from that, launched a labor market information research project that really looked to answer some key questions on some of the challenges of the current profession and the lack of standardization within this area. So with that, we proceeded from the results of that research into the strategy development phase. And with that, looked at three core areas: building a capability and competence framework is the first component of that. The second, looking at then building an accreditation model, and then from that, a certification model to be able to launch an effective outcome. And with that, competencies and capabilities considered within designing that framework, ensuring that skills on business acumen, people-focused skills, and health and well-being for health and safety professionals. So with that, we are in the final stages of completing the competencies and capability framework. It was developed in collaboration with a diverse and highly qualified team of experts across Canada. In addition, with a very effective process for consultation following the draft framework. The foundation is by the merging of both the INSPRO and IOSH frameworks with additional competencies included that look at health and well-being competency area that incorporates 8 of those competencies that include strategies and practices to improve organizational culture and climate. So with that, there are also key areas within the Canadian national psychological standards for mental health that again has been incorporated within the competency framework. So that is the second initiative that we are working with together with our key stakeholders across Canada in the Manufacturing Health and Safety Association community to really move this forward and have full support in supporting an effective outcome. And then finally, looking at the health and safety management system itself, incorporating culture, health, and well-being within the very fabric of an incentive program. So one of the key programs offered within Canada in many jurisdictions across Canada is called the CORE program. And with that, it is an incentive program. Companies that do build and successfully meet certification standards for the Certificate of Recognition Health and Safety Standard Program are eligible for financial incentives. And with that, looking at comparing, and they've done research on this, core certified companies to non-core certified companies, significant differences in health and safety performance. So we have, together with our counterparts across Canada, worked and are working towards developing a national standard that meets or exceeds this standard, the core standard, as well as ISO 45001, and additionally incorporating psychological health and safety within the very fabric of this audit standard, culture, continual improvement, and emerging risks. We've selected as well a key audit system database and a tool that is online and capable then of centralizing the data collected across Canada to be useful for everyone in identifying trends and also to target improvement. So with that, we are excited about the work that we are working and moving towards in all of these three strategies that are going to be coming to fruition over the coming weeks and years as we together move this forward. So all working towards the important goal of building a culture that puts people first, with everything working together in harmony, creating a sustainable, thriving business and community. Okay, so thank you for the brief interlude as I close my screen.
I closed the presentation.
Oh, thank you so much. Okay. So as we move into our first of a two-part series of presenters on the increasing importance of a company's health, socioeconomic, and environmental behavior for employees, customers, and investors, we have 4 presenters, 2 presenting in the first part and 2 presenting in the second part. So at this time, would like to invite our first speaker. Joining us, Alan Stevens, Head of Strategic Engagement from the Institution of Occupational Safety and Health, IOSH, from the United Kingdom. Welcome, Alan, and invite you to take the floor.
Thank you, Lisa. Thank you, ORP, for allowing me to be with you today. It's an honour to speak on behalf of IOSH and our members. Just share my screen. I believe you can see my screen now. Would that be correct? Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. So you heard earlier today from our Chief Executive, Bev Messenger, who spoke about our IOSH vision and mission towards a safe and healthy world. And of course, we're delighted to support this great movement of Vision Zero and the Great Reset. We're committed, as many of you know, to operate on across the world. Our 47,000 members stand beside this movement, and as I say, it's my honour to represent them here today. If I can move my screen, let's see if that, here we go. So, as you can see, our vision is a safe and healthy world of work. But our mission really is around collaboration. We're uniquely placed because our members sit across the OSH system, that we can influence at many, many different levels. COVID has brought us together. We see that people from across the system have brought us together. Nobody's wished COVID, of course, on anybody, but the crucial thing, I think, is what to learn is that when we do come together, the world can be galvanized behind a common purpose, and there's no reason why we can't take that common galvanized purpose again into the OSH environment as we move towards the world of zero harm. But what I'd like to do, if I may please, is step back a little bit and look at the system that we're talking about, because we're talking about working together in the system. What do we mean by the system? So what we see in our organization is the macro level system where governments, policy standards sit at the top of this. We've talked about the government setting the scene. But what sits alongside that is clearly important ability to enforce regulation, not just for compliance, but to go beyond compliance and creating a culture within the regulators' environment where they're seeking to support organisations towards zero harm, not just compliance. When we look at the organisations and the investors that drive the economy on behalf of these governments, what is going on in the mindsets of the boards, or what's going on in the mindsets of the investors towards workplace harm? And then finally, what's happening with the workforce? We've heard of the importance of the OSH practitioner, but we believe that it's everybody's role to support OSH, as we've heard throughout this conference so far. So let's start drilling down into one or two of these areas. We've already heard that today, that from one of our speakers this morning, that there is an aging population, and that the governments face this challenge of how do we look after an aging population that are more prone to workplace accidents and illness than younger people. And that's very true. As you can see, by 2030, it's expected that 30% of the workforce in the mature economies like Europe and the United States will be in the latter elements of their working career. And that's a challenge for organizations, but also for governments to adapt and make sure that working conditions, rules and supports are in place for these people as their functionality changes. Coupled with that, though, is the additional challenge we heard as well this morning, that the workplace is fragmenting. We're already seeing the use of technology. We're here today in different time zones, different locations, working from home. That's happening more and more. We're moving more towards a cottage industry than more towards what we saw in the Industrial Revolution. The workplace is fragmenting. The organizations and supply chains are getting more distant and fragmented, which means that it's harder than ever since the Industrial Revolutions to reach people, to either train them, support them, observe them, or monitor them in the workplace. So one of our challenges as the OSH profession is, how do we use new techniques and tools to reach a more fragmented workforce at a price point that people can afford to reach across the world, to learn what good practice looks like? But there's another side as well. It's not just the mature economies where the workforce is aging. There's another side to this where actually some of the emerging economies have a real opportunity, but a challenge equally, where their workforce is very young. The younger generations, they're ambitious, they want good work, they want fair pay. If those conditions and the fair pay isn't occurring in their own markets, they move. And what we're witnessing at the moment is probably one of the greatest mass migrations of all time, where people are either moving from the villages to the cities, or from countries that are developing to countries that are further advanced. Technology is enabling the youth of today, wherever they are in the world, to see what good looks like. And unless we collectively address high quality jobs with fair pay, with safe and healthy working conditions anywhere in the world, we're going to continue to face the challenges as well as the benefits of mass migration. If we truly believe that workplace harm is preventable, it shouldn't matter whether you work in London or Lagos, Los Angeles or Laos. People should have good working conditions and have the right to return home safe and healthy every day. Let's not forget also that these young people are consumers, and they're also voters. Governments understand this, that for a buoyant economy, but also for the sustainability of their own government positions, the youth more than anything are starting to vote for good working conditions, and they're starting to spend their money on products that reflect good working conditions for those that produce those goods. So it's in everybody's interests, whether you be a government or a trading bloc, for us to focus on good working conditions wherever we are. But it doesn't just stop there with governments. Let's take this to the next level then when we look at the investor. When we consider the investment industry, they're very, very aware now that 35% of the workforce are millennials. Going back to what we just said, those millennials, those talent, the real rising talent in organizations, are looking to work for organizations that provide not just fair pay, but good working conditions. The investment community knows that the organizations that invest in their workforce for good working conditions and good OSH policy will attract the best talent, and over time gain competitive advantage in their marketplace. It's not just that, though, that the investment community is focusing on. They're also focusing on the fact that what we're witnessing right now is a shift in philosophy, where these younger millennials don't just see organizations as cash generating machines. In fact, in a BlackRock survey, they discovered that 63% of millennial investors are more focused, and they feel it's more important for an organization to emphasize the importance of their impact on society than just on profit. Now, when you take that to the next level, and what we're witnessing at the moment is the biggest transfer of money in mankind. Over $24 trillion is moving from the baby boomer era and an investor where profit and cash was what it was about, to these millennials that are more caring about the environment and the working conditions and the quality of life of their fellow man. This large transfer of wealth is radically changing and will increasingly radically change the investment and governance decisions going forwards in the world of work. And we need to change our focus fundamentally to reflect and support that the investor of the future and the worker of the future will be focusing as much, if not more, on values, core values, than they are on shareholder value. It's not just BlackRock that are talking about this. If you can see here the UN Principles of Responsible Investment, the PRI movement, where the investment community is signing up for core 6 principles of responsible investing. You can see there the movement between 2006 and 2018, just how many more organizations and the volume of money that now is being invested from a mindset of doing what's right rather than just doing what's profitable. Some of these names I'm sure you recognize. It's not just altruistic as well. When you talk to some of these people here, they understand the power of what we've just been talking about doing the right thing. But equally, they understand that the next step in competitive productivity growth at a country level depends upon good OSH practices. If you look at productivity improvements, they've pretty much leveled off over the last few years. The next step has to be closing the gap on the unproductive people that are sick or injured from work. This is starting to filter through to the corporations. 13,500 organizations and a lot more are joining the UN Global Compact, which is the largest collective organizational gathering and movement towards doing the right thing for corporate sustainability. We at IOSH, we're proud to be a signatory and a member of this group, where it sits at the core values of everything that you do, that you think about the ethical, financial, societal and environmental elements of your business. Looking forward, we can also see in many of the presentations over today and tomorrow how the SDG goals link straight into this. If doing the right thing is not just for our own mindsets, but it's doing the right thing for the planet and it's doing the right thing for our investors. So there's a tremendous alignment we're seeing at the moment across governments, across investors, across corporates, and of course the OSH profession that we represent. But if that's the case, how come we've still got the statistics that we have that we've heard of this morning with so many people being hurt or getting sick in the workplace? Let's drill underneath this a little bit. Well, what we can see here is that most organizations now recognize the need to have specialists, organizational safety and health specialists, right? Over 90% see that as a central component of their industry. But then when we look beyond that, we see that only 38% of business leaders use health and safety training as a leading indicator or a preventative measure towards managing absence from work. Organisations still tend to be, sadly, reactive. And then when we look at who's responsible for OSH, only 28% of leaders invest in their own skills and their own knowledge and their own learning to develop an organisational strategy, culture and safety of health and safe and healthy and well-being at the core of their own skill set and their own organisations. So we hear a lot, and we have heard, and we will continue to hear a lot of great case studies, and one follows my presentation of some super work. But there are still many people that we need to reach collectively to close the gap. What we're calling for here is a solution that works for everybody, whether you're a government, a regulator, a corporate or an individual. We have to build a system together that fits together governance, culture and systems to produce assurance, just as we would approach assurance towards our organization for financial matters or for people or for systems or anything else. Occupational safety and health has to sit as an equal to anything else that we talk about in the boardroom. So what does that mean? Well, there's 5 simple steps. The first one is to review our occupational safety and health and wellbeing strategy and make sure that our governance, culture and systems fit firmly alongside that. We then have to make proactive as well as reactive core habits and behaviours in our culture across our organisation to make sure that we understand what's coming, not just what's happened. We have to align all of our functions vertically and horizontally to make sure everybody owns occupational safety and health, not just the OSH practitioner. Everybody has to understand how to lead, manage and work safely. We have to integrate OSH into the sustainability and corporate social responsibility strategies that many organisations have already worked on. And finally, we have to make sure we measure what matters. So finally, to conclude, we've got an extreme but a really easy choice to make, I would argue. Because although we're talking at this conference about the many things that we're doing right, we still have 2.78 million reasons to think again of why we have to try harder. In this era where we believe that Vision Zero means that it doesn't matter where you live, all safety and health is preventable, why is that happening? It's a really easy decision to make when you think that for every euro invested in OSH activities, there's a 2.2 euro return. Ask yourselves, if you're discussing this in a management meeting or a board meeting, what else are you talking about that produces such great results for your organization, for your brand, for your shareholders, your consumers, and your staff? Those 2.78 million people aren't just statistics. Their friends, their family, their mothers, fathers, daughters, sons, brothers, sisters. There's people of our community that every day are going to work and sadly not coming home safe and healthy. And they're coming home unhealthy and unsafe because of our the gaps that we still have to face. So I urge you in conclusion now to work together. Thank you once again for allowing me to speak at the conference. And we stand beside you as IOSH to support this great movement towards zero harm. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan, for sharing IOSH's vision and mission of a safe and healthy world of work, recognizing that sustainable businesses need to be corporate citizens to be successful in the global market, and that how you do business defines your corporate brand. Collaboration of bringing us together and working together in a macro level OSH system, including government, regulators, investors, and our workforces, with everybody having a role and responsibility. The global trends are changing the world of work. We have seen this throughout this pandemic, and we know our future will look somewhat different tomorrow. Our workplace is aging, and our younger generation, as well, has diversity within our workforces. They're reshaping our work environment. We know that companies that invest in the people beyond financial compensation attract and retain talent, which is a competitive advantage and will continue to be. We know that there's work to be done with 2.78 million work-related deaths every year, and work for all of us to do. Thank you, Alan. I would like to introduce our next speaker, which is Christopher Venables, Group Safety Director from Tesco from the United Kingdom. Welcome, Christopher. You have the floor.
Many thanks, Lisa. I'm just about to share my screen. And thanks for your kind introduction. And many thanks once again to the ORP for the kind invite to come and speak with you all today and share some of my experiences and our experiences as an organisation. There's two things that I want to talk about.
Excuse me, Christopher, we can see your notes. Please put
Okay, no problem. 1 second. I'm afraid that's probably the best I can do. I'm having some problems with my laptop.
Okay, better now. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you for the kind invite. I'm going to talk about two things. Firstly, our experience and my experience in relation to our response as an organisation to the coronavirus pandemic. And secondly, how that translates to our sustainability agenda and our corporate social responsibility. So Tesco is a major food retailer, as some of you may be well aware. We operate mainly in the UK, but we have businesses in Central Europe and Asia, and our supply base is very far-reaching across the globe. So at the outset of the COVID pandemic, we set ourselves 4 simple goals. Firstly, to provide food for everyone. As you are all well aware, the challenges in relation to COVID put food retailers specifically in a very, very unique position. We needed to ensure we had continuity of trade for our customers, and we needed to ensure that we could get our food to all of those customers in a way that mirrored their needs at that particular time. So as a business, we very quickly adapted our approach to our food supply, and we increased our online grocery home shopping offer from around 500,000 internet slots, home delivery slots per week, to what became 1.5 million delivery slots per week, recognizing the importance of being able to respond to and feed the vulnerable community who found themselves very, very quickly shielding throughout the early stages of the pandemic on government and local advice. We also recognized the importance of sharing our food supplies across charities and organisations who were working really, really hard to do their bit to ensure that those people that were less able to either access food or found themselves in particular challenging financial difficulties didn't have the access to food that they perhaps had before the country went into lockdown. Our second pillar was safety for everyone. And that translates not just to our own colleagues that work in our stores and distribution centres and our logistics networks, but actually to the supply chain and those organisations that we rely on as a business to ensure that continuity of trade for our customers and our colleagues. So we worked really, really hard with the supply chain right across the globe to ensure that we could support them in their efforts to maintain their business continuity at the early stages of the pandemic, and working with them throughout to ensure that we can adapt our needs to what they can offer for us in terms of food supply. We looked at our ranges across the business to try and take some tension out of that particular challenge that our suppliers had, and we reduced our food ranges and general merchandise ranges so that our suppliers could focus on key products so that we could keep our shelves stocked and continue that commitment to provide food for everyone. We very quickly introduced all of the what we all now know to be fairly standard social distancing measures, screens, protective equipment for colleagues, and a much enhanced cleaning and hygiene routine for our customers and colleagues in our stores, and recognizing also that whilst we were changing many policies, practices and processes, that it was really, really important for us to capture those changes, ensure that our risk assessments were up to date almost daily, and that our policies and procedures were not just providing a safe environment for everyone, but were also legally compliant in the markets that we operated in. We recognised that given the unique challenges that we had as a business and those that we were faced as through the pandemic, that we needed to support our colleagues throughout. They have done an incredible job in maintaining the operational capability of our stores and our network. But they all have families, and they all have the same challenges as all of us do in our personal lives. So we very, very quickly focused heavily on mental health and well-being. We provided tools for our colleagues to be able to access support, and we facilitated the shielding of our vulnerable colleagues right from the outset, and made sure that they were financially supported and that they had good access to managers and people within the business, so that they were constantly being checked upon. And then with our fourth pillar being the way that we support our communities. So we are a food retailer, and we're based in community. The communities that we serve are absolutely at the heart of our organisation. So we took not just a national approach to supporting charities and NHS trusts and the Red Cross, but also a local approach through our stores network to ensure that we were providing the right level of support for the communities that we sit in, helping with every little help that we could possibly find to make sure that those people that are accessing our stores have the continuity of and the confidence that our business is there for them every step of the way, and we would go that extra mile to ensure that that they could still receive their food, and they could still expect Tesco as a business to support them. So how does that translate to our broader sustainability approach? Tesco is a values-led business. It's something that we're incredibly proud of. Our values sit right at the heart of our approach. Every colleague in the organisation is encouraged to live by those values, and we enshrine those values within our code of business conduct, so that our message is really, really clear. The message and the tone from the top of the organisation is very clear, and you can see evidence of that right through the business. Now, on the sustainability agenda, I think we're all well used to the people, planet, place concept. In our business, we see that there is a fourth pillar around our sustainability approach, and that is one of product. The thing to mention, I think, about our sustainability approach is that we recognise, and I'm sure following some of the presentations today, the interdependencies between our four pillars: people, product, planet and place. And no single pillar can sit out on their own and be effective without and thrive without the interdependencies and the support that it gets from the other aspects of our sustainability strategy. So from a people perspective, employment and skills are absolutely crucial, ensuring that our business has the right culture in terms of its approach to giving people the right skills, but also listening to our colleagues, ensuring that we adapt our approach and our training model to fit their needs, and ensuring that everybody has the right tools and skills to do their job. Recognizing that within the people sector, that diversity inclusion is absolutely crucial. We have a very, very diverse colleague network. We operate in a very, very diverse community. We serve the general public wherever we operate, and therefore our business needs to reflect and resemble the community that we support, and that runs very, very strongly throughout the business. Human rights is absolutely at the heart of our people strategy, ensuring that we look after our people, but also that we have strong corporate standards in terms of ethical sourcing and trading, to ensure that we're confident that those people, those organisations that we engage with, live by the same values as ourselves. And right at the heart of the people pillar is the health, safety and wellbeing agenda. That's where we sit as OSH professionals, and we're right at the heart of that people strategy. From a product perspective, food waste is absolutely critical to the food retailing business, ensuring that we're packaging our products in the right way, so that our agenda is seen as one of sustainability, and promoting healthy diets for our customers, health and well-being for our colleagues, and ensuring that everybody has the choice to make good choices if they want, in the way that they interact with our food business. And then recognising the importance of animal welfare, ethical meat sourcing, and ensuring that we again impress our values upon those suppliers that we engage with. We recognise as a business how crucial we are in the broader planet sector, and our corporate responsibility to climate change, ensuring ethical agricultural sourcing, protection of marine life, and our agenda around protecting forests and deforestation. And then finally, places, which I touched on a little earlier, and that is the way that we support our communities. We have a lot of property, but places for us is not just about the physical space that we sit in. It's also about the communities that we support, and the broad network of organisations that filter in through our organisation, so that we can provide the offer that we provide for our customers. So that's Tesco's approach. I think the important takeaways for me are around the future of OSH professionals, and this recognition that actually we're not a community of individuals that sits on the outside of an organisation to provide support, advice and guidance when somebody asks for it. We're absolutely embedded right at the heart of the business strategy, and we add incredible value on the socio-economic front. And the challenge for us, I think, as we come out of the pandemic, is to retain that level of prominence that safety professionals have seen over the last 12 months, to ensure that we grow with the business, and that we're recognised as key components of a healthy organisation. And that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Very impactful presentation. You know, absolutely. COVID-19 has shown all of us how working together makes us stronger. And your presentation provided this perspective together with your model that unites people, product, our environment, and communities. A real impactful presentation, and absolutely have seen the value of health and safety professionals for business and how they've helped business through this pandemic. It's extraordinary. Regardless of where you were in the world, a real significant and impactful outcome for all of us as we move forward from this pandemic and really leverage this opportunity to reset and continue forward in growing and building a stronger tomorrow. So thank you. Our next presenter and the second part of this series is Juan Manuel Cruz, General Director of the Human Resources Administration area from Nacionia. Thank you, Juan, for joining us this afternoon, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Lisa. Thank you very much, ORP, for this opportunity to share our experiences in this situation. I'm very happy to be here, as always, with ORP and this exceptional group of people, understanding group of people. And I'll try to share our experiences during this year, because, of course, as always, for everyone, has been a challenging times, and we are living probably, as we'll see later, the year that we live in dangerously. It's the famous films of the end of the 80s. This is really challenging times, but I think we are managing the situation quite good. Let me share my screen. Okay, it's this one. Can you see the presentation?
No, I can't yet.
No, no se ve todavía, Juan Manuel.
Okay.
Ahora empieza. Ahora,
Now?
perfecto. Ahora
Okay.
sí, ahora sí se ve.
Yes.
Okay.
Gracias.
Thank you very much. Gracias. Thank you very much. Well, the question is how are we managing the situation of these incredible times, and how we can manage the transformation that we need to face, because of course we really believe that the situation is so different and so challenging that health and safety, or institutional health and safety, will never probably will never be the same, and we are completely sure about that. And there is relevant changes, not only in terms of technical work stream, but also including new areas that we need to face. It's not exactly new areas. The problem is that we forgot some of the most important things that we need to do. And the most important thing that we need to be sure always is people first, safety first, but also health first. And as we can see, the sustainable development goals clearly mark that we need to talk about good health and well-being. And of course, the companies, we have the responsibility not only to create a safety environment, but also a well-being positive environment. And this is probably the main changes and the main change that we have faced. We have some information about critical markets for us. That's Australia, and in Australia at this moment, health and well-being in workplace has moved from the position 24 to the position 4 in the CEO's main responsibilities at this moment. And the most important CEOs has they have put health and well-being of their employees, in their agenda. And this is a very, very important question, and we need to take advantage of this opportunity. Probably it's the most important opportunity for organizational health and safety teams to include not only technical safety, not only organizational safety, not only organizational working health, but also questions like well-being and wellness. This is our dimensions. We have almost 40,000 people, FTIs, and more or almost 68 million of working hours per year. And as we said, we call these years the years of living dangerously. And if you don't have the opportunity, you have the opportunity to watch that film. It's absolutely incredible. It's a beautiful, beautiful film. Well, talking about what we are trying to be focused on. In the last years, we have developed some indicators and program to control the performance of our sites, our plans, of our projects, to be sure that they are not only doing things properly, but also that they are doing things especially focused on what we want to do. And we have created some management indicators. We use something around 200 indicators, and some people in our AP has a lot of information about that, because we have created something like a preventive big data analysis based on those indicators. We have around 40 million of data, of registers at this moment of those indicators. And for example, in the last year, we visit and verify 791 new sites, just to understand if they are doing things properly. And the results, of course, we have a lot of room to improve, but we believe that the situation is quite good. And the most important thing is that in 2020, we have created another indicator based on the implementation of preventive measures based on the COVID protocols. This is quite interesting because probably we have reduced the number of visits focused on health and safety, but we have increased almost 400 visits to control the implementation of COVID. And the results in terms of COVID has been clearly better. We believe that almost 8%, 80-something% of the visits, reflect excellent implementation of COVID. And this is one of the most important questions, because really shows that the company and the managers and the site managers and the project managers and project directors are really focused on controlling the health and safety, but also the health and the wellness of our employees. This is for us probably the most important question now. In this transformation, in this challenge, we have marked 3 different areas at this moment about what we want to do. And basically, we have set 3 different areas or 3 different channels. The first one is, as you can see, digital transformation. Digital transformation is something that will come to the companies to stay. And of course, all the companies are really focused on digital transformation. And it seems to be that health and safety is not totally involved in the digital transformation of the companies. But in Acciona, digital transformation for health and safety has been probably one of the most important investments in terms of CapEx, to be sure that we are able to create the best tools and the best solutions for our employees or for our companies. Those solutions include things like training points based on QR codes. All these QR codes shows the content, so leads to the content of the training. So it's in Spanish, but everyone can access to the training materials, to the health and safety training materials through QR codes. And we are using virtual reality as one of the most important questions and the most important investment the last year, the 2020 and 2020. And we have created digital environment to train digitally and to train remotely. And we can give access to all the employees all around the world in more than 4,000 places, different places in the world. Of course, we are implementing Internet of Things to monitorize and to control not only machines, but also some personal behaviors and personal data and information. And we are collecting incredible and massive number of data, massive information. And probably the most important challenge right now is if we are going to be able to extract not only data, but also information to decide, information to take decisions. And of course, sorry, this is Spanish too, is remote expert remote prevention, health and safety. We have created virtual reality and augmented reality to visit all our sites every year to avoid any limits due to COVID. And the last year we have visited more than 2,000 different sites and workplaces through virtual reality, through Google Glasses, similar, and augmented reality to be able to interact with the people on site. And the results has been absolutely unbelievable, really amazing. Everything feels happy doing things through digital tools. But we have, and from my side, I think probably the most important challenge after COVID is mental health. Mental health, at least in Spain and probably most of the countries in Europe, it's something that we don't want to talk about. But in my last experience along the last 2 years in Australia, I've learned that mental health is there, and one of the most important responsibility for health and safety responsibles, health and safety managers, and of course for all the management team in the company, is to be sure that our people are really protected and we can support, and it's quite easy to support, it's quite easy to help people. If always mental health is a challenge, during the COVID period and after the COVID, mental health probably is the most important one. And in the next future, in the post-COVID, in this new area and new period that we're facing, mental health probably will be the most important challenge that we need to face in health and safety. And the second one is quite different because it's basically the opposite. We're talking about people working from home or people with some limits for mobility. But the second one is safe driving. It's absolutely unbelievable and from my side unacceptable that we have at least 10 times more people dying in our company due to driving, not only in their working time, but also in their particular life, and than in any other reason or based on any other reason. We need to invest. We need to be sure that people understand that driving is probably the most important thing that we do every day in order to protect our life and our safety. And we are going to invest a lot of capex to create also 3D and virtual reality solutions to be sure that we have the best tools. This is the portal that we have created to share all the information about driving. And I think I'm 2 o'clock and I need to finish. And so Lisa, and I know Lisa is ready to tell me that you need to finish. Thank you very much, Lisa. Thank you very much, everyone. And thank you very much for attending the presentation.
Yes, thank you, Juan. Very interesting presentation. You know, recognizing health and safety won't be the same after this pandemic. I absolutely agree with you. The world has changed and all of us with it. So thank you. You're with 17 United Nations Sustainable Development Goals to transform the world, and your people first, safety first target and your results, very impressive. Also, you're looking at the 3 areas of focus with digital transformation. I mean, really, this is something I think all of us have adapted to, looking at training. I mean, virtual reality and augmented reality, really interesting and really probably ahead of where we are in Canada today. We're just looking at that, but really interesting to hear that presentation from you. And knowing that mental health, I absolutely agree, is a really a big challenge for all of us. How do we integrate that within our systems, in our way of life, that we can help our companies that we work with do the same. So thank you. And moving forward with our final speaker on this particular segment, Liz Hill, Total Worker Health Advisor from SAFE Corporation from the United States. Welcome, Liz, and you have the floor.
Thank you, Lisa, and thank you, RP, for the very kind invite. I'm thrilled to be here and share our vision of total worker health with you. Just a quick check to make sure everyone can see my screen.
Yes.
Yes, perfect.
Thank you. So I, as Lisa said, am from the state of Oregon, and I work for SAFE Corporation, which is, and I'll share a little more detail later, the not-for-profit workers' compensation insurance company in Oregon. And several years ago, we embraced the total worker health approach, both internally for our own employees and how we do work in our company, and for our policyholders, and I'll explain how that works, but it is definitely one of our primary consulting strategies that we do with our policyholders. So total worker health is a term that comes from the National Institutes of Occupational Safety and Health in the United States. It's a department within the Centers for Disease Control, and its job is to do research on how we can make the workplaces in the United States the safest and healthiest for the folks that work there. The term is registered, as you can see. NIOSH has a very particular definition for what it is. When I am talking with both our policyholders and with other groups, I like to talk about total worker health as an approach that not only keeps workers safe. This is foundational to the approach of total worker health, that we are controlling the exposures that workers face in the workplace. It is also to grow health. So what can employers do in the workplace to grow the health of the people that are working there? And we do both of those things in order to create this concept of worker well-being. And I know this has been a topic that many others have touched on today. Why did we decide to take this approach with ourselves and our policyholders? When we look at what this approach brings, and one of the things I do want to mention is total worker health is not a program that sits on a shelf. Total worker health is a way of thinking about how we do work, and it is very much integrated into the work processes and how you think about, we're setting up the built environment, for example. We're talking about what are the hazards and exposures that people are exposed to. We're thinking about what compensation and benefits folks have, fatigue, meaningful work. Are we providing meaningful work? What's the social justice environment? What's the healthy food environment? There are multiple things that we think about in terms of how do we grow the health of people that are working for us. But we did find, and research has found, that organizations that follow this approach see these benefits. and there's increased retention, morale, and productivity, and we have increased absenteeism. Since we are a workers' compensation insurance company, one of the things that we found most beneficial is as you approach work, thinking about the total worker and thinking about not only the safety of that worker, but the health, the mental well-being, the financial well-being. We also see really great gains in terms of when injuries do occur and folks are out of work due to a workplace injury, they are coming back to work sooner, and they are coming back to work healthier, and they are coming back to work more productively. Other research indicates that taking the integrated approach does give a very good return on investment. So this is a study that was done here in Oregon that looked at organizations that did take this the total worker health approach in their workplaces. And they found a return on investment for every dollar spent of $2 to $4.61, which is pretty incredible. Most of these costs, because of the way the healthcare system is set up in the United States, and most employers have provided employee benefits in terms of health insurance, comes from healthcare costs alone. A recent study also shows that this integrated approach increases share prices for publicly traded companies. The way total worker health is organized in the United States is NIOSH funds currently 6 centers of excellence. We are hoping through a current funding cycle that we will be adding 2 more centers of excellence. They are associated with universities, and they do research on total worker health. Each one has a little bit different area of specialty. And the research that they do is focused on how the total worker health approaches are working and constructing toolkits and tools that businesses can use to implement total worker health in the workplace. There are also NIOSH Total Worker Health affiliates, of which the corporation that I work for, SAFE, is one. You can see they're scattered across the United States, and affiliates are organizations that have agreed to implement total worker health within their organizations in a variety of ways, and they pledge to follow the foundational and fundamental elements of total worker health as they organize their work. One of the most exciting things that's happening right now is partnerships between affiliates and centers of excellence and getting that research into practice. So there are several collaborations going on between the centers of excellence and affiliates to get the research into practice. One of the primary goals of the Total Worker Health program at NIOSH is to get greater dissemination of the approach and really start seeing the gains across all of the workforce in the United States. In addition, there are several other national initiatives around total worker health. The American Society of Safety Professionals, which is our largest professional organization for safety professionals, has engaged in total worker health. They had a recent task force. They have a focus area on total worker health and have compiled many resources for safety professionals around total worker health. The American Industrial Hygiene Association has a total exposure health, total worker health advisory group, of which I am a member. And this is a group that takes on different projects to advise not only the American Industrial Hygiene Association board, but all of its members on how industrial hygienists fit into the total worker health approach and how they can use their expertise in exposure assessment, evaluation, and control to feed into total worker health practices. Also, the American National Standards Institute is working on a voluntary total worker health standard that is currently being written and will be coming out within the next couple of years. In Oregon, we are currently the only state to have a Total Worker Health Alliance. This alliance is between 3 organizations: Oregon OSHA, which is our regulatory body; Oregon Institute of Occupational Health Sciences, which is one of the centers of excellence that I mentioned earlier; and SAFE Corporation, which is my organization, and we are the workers' comp insurance company for the state of Oregon. We really had three goals when we formed the alliance. That is to provide expertise and guidance, share practical experience. This is the one thing that we get asked most often, is what our other organizations are doing. So I was very interested to hear from others in this session what particular organizations are doing. Our main thrust right now is to offer training and education to help protect the occupational safety and health and well-being of workers in the state of Oregon. As such, we have created a curriculum that we share locally with professional organizations at conferences and regional and national groups. I want to talk a little bit about SAFE story. SAFE is, as I mentioned before, the not-for-profit workers' compensation insurance company. Our vision is to make Oregon the safest and healthiest place to work. This is one of the primary reasons we started engaging with the total worker health approach internally and with our policyholders. We are the main workers' compensation provider in the state of Oregon, and as such, we ensure organizations from small family farms to seafood industry on the coast, to logging and timber industries, large hospitals, and the entire state government. So all of the state government departments are insured by us as well. So we have a really broad look at all kinds of industries, all sizes of organizations. And our focus primarily has been on small and medium-sized businesses. In particular, how can we get total worker health implemented in those small and medium-sized businesses that have very limited resources in terms of people, money, and time. And so one of the things that we talk about is taking learnings from our larger organizations that have been doing this very well. And I can think of large corporations like Chevron that recently has shifted to a total worker health approach in protecting worker health, safety, and well-being, and helping our small and medium-sized businesses see how they can do it within their organizations. We touch about 700,000 workers in the state of Oregon through our policies. And the way we do that for safety and health is we have a consultancy core. And for many of our small and medium-sized businesses, our consultants, our safety management consultants, are their safety person because they either have one person that's doing safety, HR, and maybe even things like doing the bookkeeping and so forth. So they rely heavily on our consultants. So this is how at SAFE we are doing total worker health. We have a total worker health advisor internally and externally, which is myself. Internally, we follow the dimensions of health model, so very similar to what was just presented, where we take a look at what is our emotional health, mental health, health and safety, our physical health, how are we looking at financial health of our employees, and then we are providing a suite of programs and services to help our employees maximize their health in all of those dimensions. We have a very robust ergo program, both internally and externally. We have an ergonomist on staff that works with our policyholders to do assessments, primarily our industrial ergonomics assessments, and we are experimenting with wearable sensors to help our policyholders access technology that they might not be able to otherwise. We have a very robust physical activity and health coaching program internally, and we are working on benefit parity for mental health and physical health, which is a real struggle to find that and to really get to that parity through our current system of healthcare in the US. One of the things that we work very hard to do is to align our external messaging with our internal messaging. So when I am working on communication campaigns with our policyholders, we really try to align with what we are doing internally as well. We have a lot of touch points with our policyholders throughout our different divisions, and to make sure that we are all giving a very consistent message to our policyholders is really important to us. We are working on integrating total worker health into all of our resources. As I mentioned, our policyholders really rely on us for safety and health consultancy, but also resources that they can use to build their own safety and health programs and to communicate and train their employees. So we are integrating total worker health principles and practices into all of our freely available resources so that the conversation is naturally guided to think about that integrated approach and to include things like, how do I support mental well-being within my employees? How might I be a more supportive supervisor? How do we think about what our built environment is so that the conversation is natural? We do have several collaborations currently with Total Worker Health Centers of Excellence, and we are working on and consistently produce and present regional and national education sessions. I wanted to share very quickly a couple of examples, and I see Lisa is giving me the cue that I need to wrap up. So I'm just going to talk about one of our success stories here in Oregon is the city of Eugene. It's a municipality in Central Oregon. It is the third largest city in Oregon, and they have a very broad employee base. They decided, and they have been very committed to incorporating employee wellness into the way that they do work. And they had found earlier that they were having a lot of stress and mental health struggles within library staff. So one of the basic tenets of total worker health is that it is a participatory approach. So getting employees involved in defining problems and solutions is really key. They sat down and had several listening sessions, put together a committee with their library staff, and determined that what was going on in the library is that library staff have a lot of interaction with people experiencing trauma because it is a public space. A lot of the unhoused population, a lot of people that have other trauma in their lives were spending time in the library. So what librarians asked for and what library staff asked for and what they got were some trauma-informed education sessions, both for themselves and for the larger community. And the second thing that they did was they took some mindfulness training and incorporated mindfulness practice into their workday. They have a quiet room on site now that they can use to take a break if they need to from a particularly traumatic experience, and to also do meditation and just have a quiet space to take some time out from their day. One of the most impactful things they did, however, was they got a therapist from their employee assistance program to be on site several days a week so that folks can have a therapy session during the workday, and it's readily available there on site. With that, thank you very much. It's been my privilege to present here, and I thank you again, Lisa and ORP.
Thank you, Liz. Very insightful, the Total Worker Health Program. Really, really interesting approach, looking at a systematic approach, and really the value and benefits, the comparative both on the retention and morale and reduced absenteeism, very valuable. Really looking at how this pandemic has emphasized the importance of mental health and a critical component to an individual's overall well-being. So thank you for a very insightful presentation. Recognizing, Liz, that you're unable to join the roundtable later this afternoon, maybe just one quick question to you. What do you find as potentially the biggest challenge you foresee in seeing total worker health being adopted across the US and potentially abroad?
I think one of the things that I commonly run into as I talk to organizations about this approach is that it can feel very overwhelming. especially, as I mentioned, to our small and medium-sized businesses that feel like they just have so much to do already, and we're asking them to really shift not only how they think about how they do business, but their entire workplace culture. So it can feel very overwhelming. So one of the things that we certainly have been working on is trying to break it down into chunks that we can take and get those small successes and then move on to the next thing. So recognizing that it will take some time and a shift, as I already said, in culture, just really making sure that we have made it accessible and low threshold entry into that approach is going to be very key.
Thank you. Yes, certainly making it bite-sized as opposed to large, so that it's overwhelming and just difficult for individuals or organizations to take in and then of course process. So thank you once again, Liz. I really enjoyed your presentation, and thank you for being part of this event.
Thank you.
So moving on to the next theme, which focuses on the UN Sustainability Development Goals 2030 towards green, fair, and healthy business value creation. So joining us first in this segment is Dr. Manal Aziz, a Senior Specialist on Occupational Safety and Health, International Labor Organization from Lebanon. Welcome, Manal, and the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. It's a real pleasure to join. I've had the chance to listen a bit to the few presentations before me. I'm happy to join the conversation and add maybe a more global perspective from the International Labor Organization. I will now share my screen. It's quite clear. So I've been asked today to speak a little bit about the linkages between the UN Sustainable Development Goals and our efforts on occupational safety and health and the work of our constituents in the International Labor Organization in this area. A lot of you may already be familiar, obviously, with the Sustainable Development Goals. And we believe that occupational safety and health really lies at the core of sustainability. It helps to prevent exposure to different hazards, not only to workers and in workplaces, but then has impacts on society as a whole. And the preventive measures in using really hazardous substances has an impact on relieving the negative consequences on the environment and on public health in general and on communities. We'll see in a bit how that works. And my presentation will really focus on just reminding us of the level of accidents and diseases that happen that are work-related, and also the different challenges and risks that keep increasing, especially with the impact of COVID-19 on the world of work, and how our constituency and the ILO has been able to respond to these challenges. This is a quick reminder of what the world and what governments have signed on to be the goals that we wanted to aim for by 2030. And we, as you can see, as a lot of us know, eradicating poverty and hunger are among the basic goals. And the key word in all of this, of course, and that links to this conference, is sustainability. So we could have ad hoc action, but the idea is that all of these are interlinked, and that to be able to have a sustainable result, we need to be working on different levels and in a very multidisciplinary fashion. For the world of work concerns, we are still, we're in a world where people still die because they go to work, and people still live with chronic diseases because they've been exposed to hazardous substances at work. Work in and within itself is changing, obviously, and the way we work and where we work is changing. The definition of workplace has expanded to mean everywhere from your home to the street, to the airplane, to the car, to the coffee shop. And so the control that employers and businesses have on preventing, accidents and diseases is becoming less and less clear. And today, based on statistics we already have, and obviously they're just estimates, we still have more than 2 million people, nearly 3 million people dying per year, which means thousands per day. And a lot of them are due to diseases that are occupational in nature from occupational exposure. And a lot of people live with injuries and illnesses. Over 374,000 per year suffer from such illnesses. So it's not just a matter of deaths. The quick risks to remind ourselves, because it's important to know what is the source, to see how to prevent it and how we can sustainably manage exposure in the long run. Physical risks are mostly known to everyone, of course, ergonomic, which are coming into question even more and more as a lot of people, workplaces have changed and workstations have changed, and working from home has become a norm. Chemical risks is an area that I'd like to highlight today because it links to a lot of the sustainable development goals of the UN, and it brings together efforts from so many different backgrounds, so many governments between agriculture, education, health, environment need to work together to achieve limited exposure to some of these chemicals. And of course, trade and businesses play a big role across the supply chain. Biological risks is again coming back with communicable diseases such as COVID-19, but also has always been a workplace issue between for people living with HIV, malaria, tuberculosis, and other concerns, but also non-communicable diseases. So people exposed to various substances can have respiratory cancer, occupational cancer, mental health concerns. All of these are non-communicable diseases that continue to be high on the list of concerns. And finally, the psychosocial risks of all of this. And, COVID-19 is well known to people say globally that, right now we're suffering from lockdown, isolation, or too much work-life balance concerns of too many responsibilities in the house and outside work-related. The mental health burden of losing loved ones, of the uncertainty of the current situation of a global health pandemic such as this one is already sort of the next pandemic that we are all living globally, without a doubt. So psychosocial risks in that it intersects with our work responsibilities, and our life also is another area of concern that we are looking at. Generally, obviously, at the ILO, we look back at some of these hazards, and what we can propose is national responses and global responses. And the way we function is a tripartite way. So for us, it's not just a business or an employer that can take action. You need the workers to be on board, and you need governments to take that authority of legislation, compliance, and setting up the infrastructure to allow for prevention. So you can't say, in developing countries, we need a great analysis of occupational diseases when you don't have people actually trained as occupational physicians. You don't have courses on occupational safety and health in universities. There is no such research. Tripartite OSH committees are not really, developed, and then expanded tripartite OSH committees that can bring in other type of expertise don't exist. So it's one thing, asking ad hocly different sectors or different workplaces to take action, but if you don't have a national infrastructure, a national OSH system that caters to all of these needs, is really difficult. And the focus of the ILO is obviously on trying to accompany developing countries in such a response. And we remain, loyal to our basic principles of the ILO of hierarchy of controls, we don't want to be providing personal protective equipment to workers just because that's the easiest and cheapest way to do things. But we do hold a bigger responsibility on businesses, employers. Of course, the largest one is on governments and ministries of labor, but there is a hierarchy of prevention that we try to follow, including, the need for worker participation across consultation, policy, decision-making, because we believe for something to be sustainable, it needs to really be agreed upon by the people who will then need to implement it. Some of you are probably familiar with the ILO. Our main product, let's say, to the world are our international standards. So these are global references on all the areas linked to occupational safety and health, among other world of work issues, of course. And these are some of our basic standards and conventions, and where countries have actually signed on, they've ratified, they have an obligation to translate these into national law and implement them and report back to the ILO. So this is a supervisory legal mechanism that the ILO has that ensures a standard of occupational safety and health globally that comes in really handy. And it's only based on these standards and convention that we're able to provide technical support to different countries. One of the biggest ongoing discussions happening right now at the ILO is the possibility to consider occupational safety and health as a fundamental principle right at work. So since 1998, our constituents and governments came together, workers and employers, and decided that, elimination of forced labor, elimination of child labor, elimination of discrimination, and support to freedom of association issues are basic rights and fundamental rights for the world of work. And at the time, occupational safety and health wasn't discussed properly and wasn't included in the ILO's framework. And now we are finally trying to include that. Obviously, we believe that, if you go to work and you lose your life or your health, you can't enjoy any other right that we are trying to provide. And so the right to life, the right to health should be fundamental right. It is already recognized, obviously, as a human right, but not as part of the ILO understanding of fundamental principles. Why is that important? It then, creates obligations on free trade agreements across countries, that there's a minimum requirement if you want to open companies and across your supply chain or across countries and regions, you need to still abide by minimum OSH standards to be able to do that, etc. So it does create incentive to raise the issue of occupational safety and health and work-related safety and health, accidents and diseases prevention as part of the national agendas globally. And another key area, because we keep talking about the big enterprises, and I heard from other speakers that the problem is really with the micro small enterprises that already have a lot on their plate, and the idea that they need to be integrating this global health approach at the workplace, including general health and well-being promotion and protection for workers. And so we developed some guides to cater to those needs. Generally, in the work we do in occupational health globally, we respond mostly to the strategic, to the sustainable, their strategic and their sustainable. I keep mixing strategic and sustainable development goals to 3 and 8. So 3 is all about health, and its different targets include communicable disease prevention, but also non-communicable disease prevention, including mental health, and sustainable development goal 8, which is on promoting safe workplaces, also includes decreasing the number of fatal and non-fatal accidents and diseases. Very quickly, chemical risks are a major concern right now, and the world is discussing a new global platform for occupational safety and health for chemical sound management of chemicals called SICAM. I don't know if most of you may be familiar, and the process has been now postponed over and over, and it's a beyond 2020 process to develop the world's global platform to manage chemicals globally, and it involves so many stakeholders, as you can imagine, between industry, NGOs, and governments that work in this area, because it includes issues of concern such as asbestos, benzene, and the trade and production, transport, workplace handling, storage, and the waste management of all of this, and links to the environment sustainability, as you can imagine. And a lot of action, the ILO has been focusing on this, and this is where it links to the sustainable development goals, because we have an obligation. Governments have signed on to these targets. We have an obligation to minimize number of deaths and illnesses caused by hazardous chemicals. We have an obligation to improve water quality by minimizing the release of these chemicals, and industries are the ones that may release the biggest amount of these chemicals into groundwater and other impacts. At the ILO, we have basic Chemical Convention 170 that really describes the provisions and legal requirements in managing chemicals in the world of work. These presentations, I guess, will be available. Please feel free to consult. I won't take much more time on describing the different work that we've been doing in supporting countries in this endeavor to prevent chemical exposure and to manage chemicals properly. Needless to say, accidents that occur because of misinformed or mismanagement or negligence, such as the one that happened in Beirut, Lebanon, on August 4th, that led to the death of hundreds of people and people being displaced from their homes and thousands of people injured. It was a catastrophe, the first of its kind in this century, the biggest explosion that wasn't nuclear in history, and this could have been easily prevented by proper chemical management knowledge, labeling, categorizing, etc. So I think this is important work, and I think people forget the focus on chemicals that we can do in the occupational safety and health community. Biological risks has come back, of course, because of the discussions on COVID-19. I won't enter into detail here. The ILO works on various issues, including HIV and other communicable diseases that we try to limit and prevent through the workplace. These are linked to different sustainable goals, as you can see. And recently, the World Day for Safety and Health at Work, which is celebrated every 28th April, has focused on trying to collect good practice around the world from the OSH community on how we've been able to face this pandemic, to prepare, respond to the current pandemic, but also to be prepared for future ones. And this upcoming in a couple of months is the next World Day that will focus on, this is the poster, as you can see, on how to anticipate, prepare, respond to different crises, including COVID-19, by investing in resilient OSH systems. So it's not when a crisis happens that we suddenly remember, we need a risk assessment model, we need to, make sure our workplaces have safety officers, or, we need to be ready beforehand to be able to mobilize these systems. And not only that, we've been getting feedback that national responses and emergency responses to such a crisis don't necessarily immediately integrate the OSH approach and aspect. And there is a need to recognize, OSH inspectors maybe, and OSH investigative and different people across the infrastructure of the OSH system that can play a crucial role in responding to such crises, including medical physicians in the workplace, for contact tracing, for putting in place proper risk assessment and preventing associated risks. I can see Lisa, am I out of time? I'll rush through. So, you will have access to the PowerPoint. Non-communicable diseases is another one that we're working a lot on. And because of the mental health link, for example, of COVID-19, it links to all of these SDGs. And here are some of the initiatives we have in this area, including SOLVE, which tries to promote, decrease the presence of violence and harassment at work, and addictive abuses of addictive substances, etc. at work. Finally, psychosocial risks is also an area that we're trying to cover with a lot of publications and support and training. And just to make final point, that obviously occupational safety and health seems to cut across a lot of the sustainable development goals, and it takes a lot of effort across different categories and specialties and professionals to collaborate together in order to reach those goals by 2030. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Manel, and a really exceptional presentation, clearly showing how occupational health and safety interacted with all of those areas, looking at occupational safety and health at the core of sustainability, helping to prevent exposure to different hazards and prevention measurements, also positively impacting the environment. Again, looking at the work that the ILO is doing and continues to do is really exceptional. Looking at the important focus of occupational safety and health as a fundamental right to work. Important. At times we, I think, assume that this is everywhere in the world when we're in developed countries, and it's not. So really commendable work, and thank you for your presentation this afternoon.
Thank you.
Moving forward with our last presenter before our break on this theme is Franco Dudo, Senior Vice President, Chief HR and Sustainability Officer from Tsubaki Nakashima. And a familiar face, Franco also joined our conference in Canada last fall. So welcome, Franco, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I tried to share my screen. Okay. Okay, perfect. Here we go. So thanks for the invitation, first of all, obviously. It's always a pleasure to be here with you all. Just a few words about us, about this strange name, so Tsubaki Nakashima. Founded in 1934, Tsubaki is a diversified industrial manufacturer producing many kinds of products for different applications, but mainly balls and rollers for automotive sector, industrial, aerospace, medical, wind energy, and serving a global customer base. We are headquartered in Osaka, at the Tokyo Stock Exchange. We have operations more or less everywhere in the world, in 4 continents, with more than 3,500 employees, with 30 different nationalities. So many cultures, many languages spoken. And I can say that diversity is something that is in our DNA by definition. But I would like to share with you something that I read a couple of days ago. I was reading an interview with a very famous and influential person. The interview talked about the near future, about the need to change the social relations in a more egalitarian way, as well as about the absolute urgency to rethink a respectful and sustainable development model. But perhaps one of the things that struck me most is the concept of the individual contribution, that everybody is responsible as part of an interconnected whole, that every action, every positive or negative action, every omission of the individual influences the world around. And when we talk about individuals, we are also talking about individual organizations. So I have to say that this guy is very smart, I have to say. But let me move to the next part, because I'm not here to quote important people, but to share a continuously developing experience in the field of sustainability in my company. Sustainability considered as the simultaneous achievement of economic prosperity, so I mean growth and profit, because without profit a company cannot exist, the creation of a healthy, safe and low impact environment where everyone is equal, with equal rights, equal duties, equal opportunities. Then obviously in our organization, the attitude, the personal achievements, the personal results and the personal merit will make the difference. So I mean, we are talking about opportunities. But to do it, we needed a sort of a lighthouse. And I believe that most of the 17 goals that we are talking about are perfectly fit for that. But how to translate this objective into a governance system? I mean, into actions, into the reality, into measurable results. In our company, we started from the managerial statement, from the construction of the conceptual pillars on which to base the high-level policies and procedures, real guidelines, effective guidelines for all our 20 plants around the world, but also to make available a system based on the ISO standards, I mean quality, environment, safety and health, energy, ethics, COVID with the new 45,000, which would allow a disciplined, global, and standardized management for all of us. Lastly, the measurement of performances, obviously, which presupposes the clear identification of the functional objectives for the achievement of the sustainability targets, which are helping to achieve the profit, which is the key, obviously. As I said, Tsubaki Nakashima is listed on the Tokyo Stock Exchange. And in the recent years, the sensitivity of the investors to the issues of the environment, sustainability, ethics, compliance has increased enormously. And today is much more frequent that large amount of monies, large amount of investments are made in companies committed to these items and with a high rating in sustainability. In this slide, you can easily see the Japanese approach, so the RISE, the humility, as well as the element of the declarations we are referring to the company principles and the managerial statements, like in that case. But we have also a lot of tools. I mean, one of them is called the One Team Management System, because the One Team Management System, which is the company system, I have to say, is based and structured on coherent system of tools, like the business ethics, code of conduct, corporate policies, people processes, global sustainability system, global quality, risk management processes, plant management and continuous improvement, and a lot of control activities. For example, the Code of Business Ethics, which is the baseline, obviously, for all of us, is an instrument to promote awareness for everybody who operates for and on behalf of our company. The internal audit system, the corporate audit system, and the risk management system is a set of rules, processes, procedures to identify, let me say, intercept, measure, manage, prevent, and monitor the main risks. And under the managerial statements, there is a network of procedures and policies that regulate every single activity that is relevant from the point of view of sustainability, as defined before. So I mean the simultaneous achievement of 3 elements, obviously, and of many of the 17 objectives. And I heard in the previous presentation that I am in line, I mean, very aligned with this with these thoughts and with activities, because we are talking about policies regarding the compliance with the rules, so tracking regulations, from the compliance with the rules to the protection of well-being, from the work and organizational standards, including child labor, freedom of association, freedom of bargaining, equal opportunities, inclusion and diversity, but also the principles that we have to use in case of workforce restructuring that unfortunately sometimes happened, but also the growth and the development of the people, so the educational assistance and global mobility in order to enlarge their point of view, I mean. And finally, policies regarding the recognition systems, not only the compensation and benefits, but also the career opportunities and the individual and collective goals and objectives, individual and collective awards. We continue to drive towards a zero impact culture by continual improvement project, from chemical substitution, so the management of the chemicals, to the solar power facilities, the redesign of the workplace in an ergonomic way, much more ergonomic way, to reduce the injuries and to prevent occupational illnesses, because our goal is not only no accidents and no occupational illnesses, but also no damage for the environment. Zero inequalities, zero lack of knowledge, which means equal opportunities to grow for everybody. And to deliver this 5-0 target, we need processes, procedures, standardizations, a common culture, a common guideline, and so on. I think that one of the key tools to achieve a lot of goals and to achieve the profit at the end of the day is the global sustainability system. Because the global sustainability system, which is involving all the international ISO standards, in this specific case, 14,001, 45,001, 50,001, but it's also a perfect tool to give to the different plants the minimum technical standards. So I mean the safety and health rules, especially in the workplace, for the machines, for the tools, for the equipment, and as well as the assessment of the risks that it was mentioned before, the environmental aspect analysis, the periodical corporate audit, the internal audit, what we call the TN Academy that I will explain later, and the awareness training program, and the classic root cause analysis, and the multi-site internal verification, and the multi-site integrated system to be certified, obviously. Last but not least, the goals and KPIs. I mean, common, complete, sustainable, driving our result and future, and profitable, obviously. Those are just a couple of examples because we have thousands. I mean, from the age to the gender to the disability, training, carbon dioxide, I mean, chemicals, natural gas, raw material, nitrogen, kerosene, waste is, so I mean, a lot of KPIs because only with the targets we can achieve the real sustainability, the sustainability in fact. Here is just a snapshot about the Tsubaki Nakashima Academy, because this is a very ambitious project that on the one hand wants to establish common technical rules and standardize the processes. Also it's, on the other hand, it's a specific training program, not only targeting the engineers, the technicians, the employees, manager working the operations, but all the potential talents in order to grow, to create the basic knowledge, obviously, but also to grow the talents that we have inside our company. Another, in my opinion, interesting example, exercise, is a project of well-being. It's called Fabbrica della Salute because, you know, we did it in Italy. But the Healthy Factory, this is in principle what we are talking about, is a factory where all the employees have been involved in food education, fit walking, for example, like in this case, training session concerning the sleeping well, non-smoking, use and abuse of alcohol, gaming addiction, which is a big problem now, and many others. But my presentation is almost concluded, but I wouldn't miss what is the most important in my opinion. And here, if you will allow me again, I will quote the Dalai Lama in order to be politically correct, modifying one of his phrases just a little. Our destiny is in your hands, or better, our destiny is in our hands always. We decide how we will be and what world our children and future generation will experience. Profit and sustainability can grow together, always. Thank you for your patience. I think that I spent 13 minutes, so perfectly on time.
Thank you, Franco. A wonderful presentation. Looking at how you're adopting the UN Sustainability Development Goals to establish a global sustainability system. Really excellent. Looking at how large your organization is with many culture and a wealth of diversity. You know, building an internal community of inclusiveness is important, and appreciate you sharing your model with us today. This pandemic has brought out the best of us at times, but also the most challenging as we've seen across the world going through this pandemic. Looking at planet, people, and prosperity, how they intersect within the 17 of the UN's 2030 goals. Looking as well at how your CEO is committed to the goals. That is important in achieving success, together with a good plan and KPIs, all towards the vision zero, which is all of our goals, without loss of life, building a strong prevention culture, protecting our most valued, which is our people. So thank you.
Thank you.
We now have 5 minutes break. Sorry, it is so short, but we will begin at 1500 or 3 o'clock. Thank you.
Much more than the art of repairing a broken object. It's a philosophy. As an art, it transmits beauty, the unique beauty of scars that bear witness to the damage suffered. But it also teaches us that there is no wound that cannot be healed, and that repairing something adds to its intrinsic value. A damaged object is not broken forever if we can still rebuild it. Our planet is wounded by the health, economic, and climate crisis. If we commit to sustainable recovery, and for all, we can heal its wounds. Let's rebuild a better planet now.
Good afternoon and welcome back. The last presentation before proceeding into the roundtable focuses on incentives for occupational safety performance, looking at the opportunities to reduce insurance payments or premiums through a certification process and their success in improving safety performance and outcomes. Joining us this afternoon to launch this theme, Dr. Dietmar Elsler, Project Manager at the European Agency for Safety and Health at Work from Germany. Welcome, Dietmar, and you have the floor. A few more minutes.
Hello.
Hello. Welcome.
Thank you. Yeah, I had an internet problem. I couldn't hear your last words. Sorry.
No worries, and welcome, and look forward to your presentation.
Okay. Thank you very much. I try to share my screen. Can you see my presentation now?
Not yet. Yes.
Wait a moment. Okay. Yeah, thank you very much for inviting me. My name is Dietmar Elsler. It's a great pleasure for me to be here in this conference as I work for EUOSHA as a project manager in Bilbao for the European Agency for Safety and Health at Work. And this is quite a special conference for me as we had this morning our, let's say, 3 directors there, because our current director, Krista Sedlacek, and then the previous director, Dr. Jugata Kalla, and also Hans-Horst Konkolewski. So, and I had the pleasure to work with all of them and continue to have a collaboration with all of them, like in this conference. This is great to see how we continue our work. And this topic of incentives for OSH performance comes very timely for EUOSHA as we are about to start a new long-term research project with the topic supporting compliance for OSH, for health and safety in smaller companies especially. And today I would like to introduce this new project and also to say what we are planning in the next few years, especially regarding incentives and also supply chain management, these influencing factors for companies from the outside. And also I would like to have a look on what is the research saying about the effectiveness of economic incentives. First, I would like to introduce the concept of our supporting compliance project. We started with an overarching review where we gave an overview about the current research, what the current research is saying about how we can actually influence the micro and small enterprises from the outside. What can we do as a government, as a regulator? So we have here, of course, on the left-hand side, the legislation and how does this work? How does this affect the small enterprise and then leads to compliance with health and safety standards? And what role play also the larger enterprises in influencing the smaller enterprises? We work here together with a small team at EUOSHA, and it's very important to look what are the decisive factors. So one, we have the classical enforcement, the labor inspectorate, we have prevention services like occupational health and safety, like occupational health services, economic incentives in many countries, for example, insurance incentives or tax incentives. We have the big influence of supply chains, as we have seen also in the COVID crisis. And we have the influence of social reporting, be it on a, let's say, more local level with social norms in the company. We heard this great people value, that people count, or that we have peer groups, families, or that we have formalized reporting initiatives like global reporting initiatives, which are especially interesting for larger enterprises who want to show their sustainability and how they commit themselves to serve the people and the planet. And first, I would like to give an overview about our first project, this overarching review regarding supporting compliance. And I put here together in this table, so what we analyzed here, the influencing factors and what follows from this. So what is important for policy? What are the policy pointers? And what are the research pointers? So what could we do in research? And that will be the setting the scene, let's say, for our next research program over the next 3 and 4 years. This research was done by David Walters and colleagues, and also Hans-Jürgen Limburg from the Danish Arbeitslivs Institute. So they have done an excellent research here to analyze what we know about these influencing factors. So first, the context is very important. The different framework conditions in the country, like social insurance system, but also the always a changing environment of technology and social conditions. And what is very important, that we have to know better, have a better measurement. What are the outcomes of work-related diseases and accidents? I mean, we have the European statistics, we have the global statistics, even by ILO, but we know the comparability of countries is really not always so 100%, especially regarding work-related diseases. And there's a big challenge for research. Then we have this big topic of social norms and social corporate social reporting, and how we can use this to amplify health and safety compliance in the companies. How we can use this, let's see, from the peer pressure, let's say, or with systematic systems like global reporting initiatives, where then also larger enterprises show that they take over responsibility for their supply chain, and that we that we discover by research different ways how this all can work together, because the supply chains and the social norms, they are not in a vacuum, let's say, because they always depend on the context factors. What was highlighted also in this conference a lot, the business benefits are very important, that we make the companies aware of the business benefits, but also the societies. I will speak more about this tomorrow, what are the costs for societies. And we can also, when we look at the business incentive systems or economic incentive systems from the outside, like through insurances, tax incentives, there we have really different systems in the countries, in the European member states and in the world, and how our aim is to find out how these systems could benefit from each other or learn from each other. What are the most effective ways to incentivize the companies this way? And I will show later some examples here. What was highlighted also by the ILO is this really great importance of the supply chains, of the global supply chains, but also local supply chains. We had this outbreaks in Europe of, for example, in the European meat industry of COVID-19, or in the construction industry, or in the fruit picking. So this labor supply and also supply with goods and services is very important, and larger enterprises have, of course, a great influence on smaller enterprises in setting conditions for contracting and so on, for procurement. And here also the research has to find out what works for whom, in which context, and how we can improve this effect on this effect of leveraging or through supply chains. Prevention services, we have the European guidelines that we should have a minimum of prevention services in all European countries. However, how this is put into practice is very different, and the question is, what is the most effective way? We have countries where it's more an in-house service or an external service, and our research actually from the ESNA surveys shows more that it's actually better if you have an in-house service. But that also depends a lot of the context and on the social insurance systems, and we have to look what works best in which country. And there's also the big topic of regulation and inspection, which is still very important, and where we see a lot of innovative approaches in the member states, like, for example, using artificial intelligence to identify the companies to inspect, because all labor inspectors, they have limited resources, which companies they can inspect. And we have seen some examples, for example, from Denmark or from Norway, where they use artificial intelligence actually to find out which enterprises best to target with inspections. Or other countries, they use social media for reporting of infringements of companies. So there are very interesting developments going on, which is then another strand of research we are following. However, the first larger project we are embarking on now is on the market-based influence on the companies. I try to show this in this picture. So when we want to influence a smaller company to do something for OSH, I took as an example to introduce a certified OSH management system. Could be also another measure like OSH training, for example. Then we have an influence, for example, through the supply chain. So if I can show that I'm better in health and safety, maybe I have better chances to win contracts with larger enterprises or in public procurement. Then these larger enterprises can also show that they are responsible in health and safety with their supply chain in their social reporting certifications. That will be maybe interesting also for investors. And on the other hand, small enterprise can also, for example, get a reduction in the insurance premium from the accident insurance, or maybe the labor inspector says, if you have this introduces OSH management system, you will have less inspections or other benefits. So there's really a network of, let's say, interactions here, how we can influence a small enterprise. And our aim is to look at case studies from the member states, from the European member states, focusing now on the sectors of agri-food, agriculture and food sector, and also on the construction sector, where we think there's especially an influence of the COVID-19 pandemic at the moment. So how can I? And now I wanted to speak shortly about this aspect of economic incentives and how effectively they are actually. We had a larger research project on this some 10 years ago, where we analyzed incentive systems in different countries, like here in Finland, Germany, or Italy. And one example I would like to point out here, that was from Germany, from the butchery sector, which was quite simple on the one hand, but on the other hand also quite effective, because it was also targeting smaller enterprises, and not only with a classical bonus-malus system, but with rewarding specific prevention measures, like here, technical measures using safety knives, organizational measures, road safety training, or individual measures like skin protection training. So, and they could win, let's say, bonus points for these prevention activities. And if they had a certain sum of bonus points, they would get a reduction in insurance premium. This is very important, because this rewards directly the activity, the prevention activity of an enterprise. Because if you have a bonus malus related to accidents, it's only an indirect reward, let's say, and it could be even have a contrary effect, because small enterprises, accidents is a rare event, and it's a little bit random. And so even if you have a very bad OSH management, you have good luck, and then get even a bonus. So to overcome this, I think this is a very effective system for smaller enterprises. And the evaluation has also shown that it was very effective. Here you see the blue line of these enterprises participated in this premium system. They have much less accidents than the average of the sector. We did even a cost-benefit analysis, a very rough cost-benefit analysis, but I think it shows clearly the benefit, no? Because there is a cost for the insurance. Yeah, they give less insurance premiums to these companies who do these prevention activities. Here it was a cost of 8 million euro over the years. But if you count the accidents that they have less, that was a benefit of 40 million euros, so nearly a benefit of 1 to 5 for the insurance. And I think this is very interesting because we always look on the cost benefit for the company, but I think we should also look on the cost benefit for society, because as I will show tomorrow, the cost for society of an accident is much higher as for the company. The company pays maybe only 20% of the cost for an accident, but society and the worker, they pay 80%. So it's really the cost in the end is with the pension system, with the health system, they all cover these costs. As this was a research from 2010, we see also now in 2020 that was followed up with a survey. So the labor inspector said that companies who take part in this evaluation, in this incentive system, they have better performance. Yeah, I see I have to rush through the slides a little bit. They have less hazards. Yeah, the companies who take part in this bonus have less hazards, and they take more regularly part in the health and safety campaigns of the insurance, like healthy bags, safe transport, or healthy skin protection. So all in all, I think we can learn a lot here in these projects from each other. And I would like to invite you to have a look at our website, because we have now ongoing a new procurement exactly on this project of supporting compliance through supply chains and incentives. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dietmar. Really interesting presentation. I really commend you for engaging in small and micro companies and strategies to introduce incentives for this demographic, because it's not easy. I know in Canada, we do the same. They don't tend to have the same impact for financial incentives, but looking at other ways, like you've provided an example on looking at procurement and ways we can encourage them to be certified, because we know they're higher and better performing when they move through those systems. So thank you. Excellent.
Thank you very much.
And to close this session this afternoon before the roundtable, we have Sven Tim, head of the section Strategic Cooperation from DGUV Germany. Welcome, Sven, and you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you very much, Lisa, and good afternoon to everybody. Now I will try to share the screen. Okay, first, yeah, I take this one. You see my screen?
Yeah, perfect. But
okay.
Put up in a big one.
Yeah, I'm trying to. So it works, all good?
Not yet.
Okay. Maybe I have to change the screen, because I have 3 screens and this might cause the problem. So I will try the other one.
Okay, oh, no, perfect. Perfect now.
Oh, it's a big one. Okay, yeah. Thank you. Maybe we should have talked a little bit earlier about the order, but I think it fits perfectly. I will go a little bit more into details about the German system, which is implemented in the German social accident insurance. Okay, one moment. The German social accident insurance is part of the social security scheme in Germany, which comprises of 5 branches: health insurance, which was already introduced in 1883, then the accident insurance, that was the next branch of it. Roughly 5 years later came into force the pension insurance. In the early 1920s, we had the unemployment insurance, and the nursing care insurance is the last part of it. The system in Germany on social accident insurance, it's a public system. It's based on a federal law. And the institutions organizing this and executing this are public bodies, and they are working on a non-profit base, and they have implemented a pay-as-you-go scheme. The approach is that the contributions are solely paid from employers. This is different to the other 4 branches where the contributions are paid nearly 50-50 by the insured and by the employers. The insurance institutions dealing with the social accident insurance in Germany are 9 institutions for industry and trade. They have a relatively old-fashioned German name, Berufsgenossenschaften. And there are another 24 institutions for the public sector. They are mainly working on the regional or even local level. They are in charge of insuring more than 4 million companies and institutions. When we are talking about institutions, we are thinking about schools, high schools, kindergartens, and other institutions like this. There is a precise legal mandate what the social accident insurance has to do, and we are happy about this. We have to be involved in prevention, in rehabilitation, and in compensation. In prevention means that we have to prevent occupational accidents, occupational diseases, and work-related health hazards. And this is what we are very happy about with all suitable means, which helps us a lot, for example, when it comes to incentives. Yeah, and rehabilitation as well, and compensation in the cases where prevention and rehabilitation failed or was not as successful as it should be. For prevention, we have a set of 10 services. And these services comprise of inspection and incident-driven consultations. So we run our own inspection system with, I think, approximately 2,900 inspectors. We have consultation, we are setting rules, we are assessing accidents and diseases. We have to, there's a legal obligation. Of course, we are doing a lot in information and communication, research, testing and certification, supervision of occupational physicians and OSH professionals, as well as a lot of qualification and training, annually approximately 400,000 people. And we do have, which is highlighted here in red, incentive systems. Our incentive systems are prevention tools, as we say, and they are used by the statutory or social accident insurance institution to motivate companies to make special prevention efforts. On the one hand, they are intended to strengthen an already existing motivation on the part of the company by increasing the benefits and reducing the cost. And on the other hand, they are intended to help reduce inhibiting factors, if there are some. I can say that there are 9 of 9 BGs, so the ones who are in charge for industry and trade, and 19 of 24 regional accident insurance institutions have implemented systems with incentives. More than 90 sector-specific incentive systems are offered. The kinds of are financial incentives, premium equalization schemes, bonus malus. Dietmar already introduced the battery sector approach. We have premium schemes, we have non-financial incentive schemes, and we also have health and safety competitions and seals of approval and other recognitions. The incentive system here is, the whole system is backed up by legal regulations. There are in the law dealing with the accident insurance, regulating it. There are 2 laws or 2 paragraphs which are addressing especially the topics of surcharges and discounts and the competitions, awards and certificates. And there's another one which generally enables social insurance institutions to provide premiums. The financial incentives consist of contributions, surcharges or discounts, as already mentioned. They are depending on the implementation of certain prevention activities and or realization of a certain safety level. And that leads to a set off with contribution. We have also premium payments, separate payment or set off against contribution. We have health and safety competitions, one-off payment as an award for a proposal, idea of a measure. I will come to this a little bit later. And we have fields of approval and certificates which are awarded. So competitive advantages for the companies, which can lead to additional customer orders and revenues. When it comes to contribution equalization schemes, so bonus malus, which were already introduced by Dietmar, there is the thing behind is that we provide that we award successful prevention work, which means fewer accidents, occupational diseases, and work-related health hazards. Fewer accidents means, in the end, lower costs, and lower costs means lower contributions. Finally, lower contributions mean a better business result. And the contribution equalization scheme has some objectives like creation of incentives, whether they are economically, materially, or also we have the realization of a contribution to accident insurance that is as fair as possible through primary contribution, differentiation, more fairness in contributions. The ones who are, let's say, invest more in health and safety should be in a better position, and the creation of incentives for the self-initiated organizations of occupational health and safety in the company. So a secondary differentiation of contributions. And we have, and this is a very successful part of our work, we have intangible incentives. We have health and safety competitions, experience recognition through high-profile tribute. We have idea competitions. We have fields of approval and certificates. Here are just some marked. Each of the 9 big institutions in charge of accident insurance for industry and trade have their own awarding scheme. It's like the BGN, which was already introduced by Dietmar. We also have the BG in charge of the raw material and chemical industry. They have a Vision Zero award, and there are more and more. And here is a sign, a mark, a logo of one of the certificates. And maybe you recognize the young man in the front right row. I think he's a cloned person, Hans Horst. He participated, for example, in this event, which is the joint German OSH Prize. That was, I think, the awarding ceremony in 2017. Yeah, premium systems are also in place. Award systems serve to create incentives to promote the preventive behavior or to motivate companies to make special prevention efforts. And for the company, successful prevention means no lost days, trouble-free operations, and motivated employees. And all this is processed in a report which can be downloaded and read here on this page, which is mentioned here in the slide. I expect that all presentations will be provided later for the participants of this conference. And if you have further questions, don't hesitate to contact me. So I try to be as fast as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sven, for your presentation this afternoon, and appreciate your historical perspective of your insurance system in Germany. I reflected upon our own system here in Canada with similarities. We also have a no-fault insurance in Canada, also paid exclusively by employers. So it was interesting to see that. We also have incentive programs and a lot of similarities, based on surcharge and discount parameters as well. So very interesting. Some differences in looking at your model, health and safety competitions, recognition through high-profile tribute, I think is extraordinary. A really nice addition. We have the core certification program. So companies that have been able to implement a health and safety system are recognized through a financial incentive. which again, you know, different ways that we recognize and acknowledge performance, and really correlating, you know, similarly to yourself with performance and positive outcomes. So seeing fewer accidents through your models, I'm really excellent. I'll be interesting to learn more through your link. So thank you very much this afternoon. Much appreciated. So we now move into the round table. So looking to see all of you on the screen. And first of all, want to give you a tremendous recognition and thanking all of the presenters, you know, the diversity of strategies to incentivize and develop a culture of prevention, really extraordinary, you know, through a collective of innovative pathways that enable us to achieve an important goal of protecting our most valued, our people. Business, you know, cannot operate without people. And I think this pandemic shows how impactful the outcome can be when we've seen, you know, the changes in our economy and really the shutting down of business around the world. So this has certainly heightened everyone's awareness on the importance of health and safety. In moving forward into the roundtable discussion, we have the question or the theme looking at, you know, will positive incentives be able to become the main drivers for OSH performance at a company level? And we have on our panel here this afternoon, Chris, Alan, Franco, Juan, Sven, Manal, and Dietmar, all part of this panel. So kicking off with the first question to you is, what do you think is the main driver for OSH performance, and why would you say that it would be, or what would be your selection criteria on that? Maybe starting with you, Manal. Not sure if she is on the round.
No, she's not here.
She's not here. Okay. Well, then looking at Sven.
I forget to unmute, sorry. I think it's not just one reason. There are at least two major reasons to my experience and to my knowledge. It's on the one hand, the economic benefit. It helps to keep production, whatever kind of, high, and it helps to keep a high level of quality on the one hand. On the other hand, my experience, especially in the last years, is that more and more entrepreneurs are taking over the responsibility, the ethic responsibility to care for the people. And to the economic benefit, for example, in Germany, I can say we have a lack of skilled workforce. So caring for the people working for you is self-defense, yeah, some sort of. I would say that is the crucial answer. Yeah.
Excellent. Moving on to you, Chris. Are you on the round table?
Hi. Yeah, so I think the major incentive, I'm going to really simplify this. It's the right thing to do, isn't it? Being organised around occupational safety and health and well-being is absolutely the right thing to do. And when we put care on the agenda with the same level of importance as compliance, for example, you see a shift in attitudes, behaviours, not just inside your business, but the perceptions of those that you rely on outside of your business. You know, if you're managing risks really well, and you're being a responsible employer, then you will be seen as and have the reputation of a responsible employer. Therefore, your business will be successful. I actually think I'm perhaps simplifying it a little too much, but I think, you know, the care aspect is absolutely crucial. It is the right thing to do, and in no other times have we seen the prominence of care social health and well-being being so important to everybody across the entire globe. And we have a platform now to connect with people around this subject in a way that a year ago we didn't.
Yeah, I've seen that here as well. Every time a company, considers the care and well-being at the first instance in when they shape their decisions and how they make their decisions in their organization, productivity follows. And I think, time and time again, I can also cite examples on that. And it may not be the first conversation with an employer that may be challenged with an area of risk, but it becomes the path forward, and very interesting perspectives. Thank you, Chris. Looking at Juan, are you on the line?
May I say something?
Yes, Franco.
It's interesting because I heard two different perspectives, or a little bit different perspective. So I would like to add another perspective. That is a battle that I'm fighting every day in my company. So in principle, I don't like to bet on the public assistance, so the incentives, etc., etc. So I think that we have to start to consider. I'm sorry, I had to provoke this discussion, but the humans, the employees, as resources, okay, like the raw material, like the shop supplies, like the energy, etc., etc. If we use this kind of perspective, we will take care of them naturally, because it's the right thing to do, also by the business point of view. So yesterday I had one session of the TN Academy, and I was talking about ergonomics, no? Because I spent a lot of years of my life working in ergonomics. And I told to the plant manager and to the famous talents that we have, that if you consider a man or a woman and a wire, right, a steel wire, and if you consider how much time we spend to reduce the consumption of the wire, to fight with the suppliers to have the best in class wire, to train our operators to use the right quantity, don't scrap, etc., etc. We have to do the same with to the human resources. If we will do it, we will have 100% of performance, 100% of care of the people, and we will invest a lot of money in the well-being, because if a person is efficient from the beginning to the end of his or her life, we will only have advantages.
Yes, considering the mental and physical well-being along the way provides, the productivity that we're looking at, as well as really, encompassing the care that has been a theme that we've heard over, throughout the discussions, an important central component in demonstrating that care is through the decisions of our leadership. Thank you, Franco. Do we have another perspective? Is Ellen?
Yeah, thank you, Lisa. Yeah, just to echo everything that's been said so far, absolutely. But to try and add another dimension to it, let's not forget throughout history, since, the pyramids were built, when given the chance, there's another side to humanity. The darker side, where the people in control, where they have power, can do some things that are rather unpleasant. I spend a lot of my time in West Africa, and you see, the history of a few years, 100 years ago, of the slave trade, and those days aren't over yet. The modern slavery still exists in certain sectors, and we have to work collectively to recognise at times that we still don't get it right as a humanity. But on the positive side, I echo what I said earlier. I mean, the consumer is king, probably stronger now than it has been for throughout time, because modern technology allows the consumer to see through the supply chain. through the fragmented supply chain, and it's very difficult to disguise that. Again, that's been perhaps something that humanity has been guilty of many years ago. So as the consumer and the investor demands the right approach to the products and services they receive, I think we're moving in the right direction. We've got more tools now than we ever have, but it's a complex answer to the question. There's a lot of great work, but we mustn't forget there's a combination of incentive and consequence required, I think.
Absolutely. And looking, like you mentioned, the diversity just of standards around the world, and how do we move standards up, where we're seeing those tremendous gaps, and then how do we utilize the resources and the tremendous accomplishments from those largest employers that are really performing very well and working through really positive change in both our health and mental health, which again is all in the same, but very interesting perspective. Is Juan here, or is he gone? I want to make sure I don't miss anyone.
Or Lisa, maybe I could add still something. Yeah. Yeah, just to add to what Ellen said, and maybe to pour some water in the wine here. So we of course we agree here on this conference, and usually the organizations where we come from will support health and safety very strongly. But we see, for example, we have a representative enterprise survey also surveying the smaller enterprise, the ESNA survey, with over 40,000 enterprises, more than 1,000 enterprises per country. And there's still, most of them say they do health and safety because of legislation, because of regulation, to fit the regulation. That's the main motivator. That's at least what they say. Maybe the true motivation is also the business case, but they don't want to show this. They want to show. I believe in the regulation, or I do it for because it's a good thing, and I do it not for my own advantage. Maybe that's a question of social desirability, but also what Ellen said, we have seen this summer during the COVID crisis, we have seen this outbreaks in the meat sector, and we've seen that obviously some companies still think with bad and health and safety practices you can make the quick buck and the quick win, and and there we need the regulation, there we need intelligent inspection to control this, and yeah, we need the stick and the carrot. We need both things. Yeah.
Yes, no, we can't not have oversight. I think that's the key as well. I can't see a world, and maybe I'm mistaken, where we won't have oversight. I think we will always have not everyone working at the same level, but hopefully we'll have more working at a higher level as we move forward, certainly from this pandemic, from our learnings, our incredible learnings throughout this pandemic. I think I'm hoping that all of us, together with our knowledge and our discussions here throughout this conference and beyond, because I hope this is not the first time we have international connections. I do believe there's a lot of global learning and sharing that we will continue following this event. So looking at the next question, I'd like you to ponder, what do you believe will be most difficult for companies to achieve or improve upon from all the incentives shared this afternoon? What do you think that is the biggest challenge for companies moving forward and continuing forward, and looking at what we've talked about in our incentive discussion this afternoon? So maybe starting with yourself, Dietmar, on the screen.
Thank you. So your question is what companies consider the first thing for them to do, or?
Yeah. What is the most difficult, do you think, for companies to achieve and to improve upon from what we talked about in terms of our incentives this afternoon? What do you think will be most challenging when we look at the opportunities? Is there any parts of what we talked about that will be difficult for companies to progress?
Yeah. For us, it's more to look at how to motivate the companies from the outside, and I think for the company then, to get this change of mindset we talked before, this to get from a, let's say, extrinsic let's say motivation, which we can set from the outside. We can threat with inspections and fines, or we can give some good incentives through the insurance system or tax system, but then getting from this to an internal intrinsic motivation, know that they do it because they are convinced that it's a good thing, and that is a company level, and that starts by doing it, just doing it, and then you believe, because you can work both ways. No, you can start doing something, and then you can start and then you get convinced that what you're doing is the right thing, or someone is telling you what to do. But I think there are both ways how you can create this intrinsic motivation.
Thank you. Franco, what are your thoughts, or what do you think are going to be most challenging for companies moving forward in terms of improved performance? Even looking at all the incentives and motivational opportunities, what do you think still is going to be most difficult? Looking at all of despite the motivations and the opportunities for them to continue to move ahead.
So my preamble is always the same. So I mean, we have to do the things because we have to make business, not to take incentives, first of all. But we have, I was quite familiar with the European incentives, or also sometimes the Chinese incentives, etc., etc. What is blocking a lot of European countries is the bureaucracy. So I mean, it's too much complicated. I mean, for example, in Italy, the country where I live normally, we have now, it's called the eco bonus. So I mean, if I spend money to improve the performances by the energetic point of view of my house, I can save 110% of what I spent in taxes, I mean, in 10 years. That is fantastic in theory, but in reality it is not feasible because there are 43 documents to provide. So, I mean, I stopped to do it. I mean, the bureaucracy and also the value of the controls. So I think that we have to incentivize the companies that are really deserving to have the incentives, not like a rain everywhere. So when I was younger, I was thinking that the certification, so I mean, getting the ISO 14001 certification, the 45001 certification was the gold medal. In reality, you are paying to obtain the certification, and the certification body are suppliers. So I mean, they are interested to give you the certification. But in any case, I mean, it should be important, in my opinion, to create a system where a system of easy applications, but also rigid controls are making the difference, and maybe paying less companies, but paying more. Because sometimes, honestly speaking, I am thinking about the incentives that we have in Italy to reduce the injuries. The work that you have to do is not value for money. So it's better to invest our time on the productivity, on the taking care of the people, and et cetera, and not to take some peanuts from the state.
Do you think that complacency sets in from some of these incentives with certifications, say, for example, or recognized health and safety system incentives? Do you think there's a complacency as they continually meet the standards to qualify for those incentives? Do you think that's a possible?
Yes, in theory, yes. But let me make you an example, just to be very clear, on my company. So I mean, I am publishing my dirty paper, So we have 13 plants certified with some certifications in the environment, safety and health fields, obviously, for a total of 21 different certifications. So in theory, they are perfect, right? But when I observe the reports, I observe that 6 plants didn't get, since many years, any non-conformities, any observation, any opportunities for improvement. That is simply impossible, because there are always opportunities for improvement. So I mean, probably we need. When I was young, I remember the EMS, right? So the system to evaluate the environment. It was quite, if I remember well the name, etc., but something really very consistent that also pushing the companies to do something, but on the other hand, simplifying the procedures, for example, to obtain an authorization, a permit, etc. That's it.
Thank you, Franco. Sven, your thoughts on, do you think that any of the incentives, are potential for complacency or doesn't deliver the same results over time? What are your thoughts on that?
Okay, I think, thank you for the question, Lisa. I think that incentives are just one of the factors, and in many cases they might be just a windfall gain, taking it alongside when you're already on your way. If you want to survive as a business, you have to be sustainable, and you have to be healthy. And a healthy company has healthy people. You need them for the work. So I think it's absolutely crucial for every successful business to stick to, and I saw the background of many of you, Vision Zero and the Great Reset, have to stick to the 7 golden rules. And the first, and there is a reason why it is the first, because it starts everything with the first golden rule, leadership. So you have to commit to responsibility as a leader. And why not putting, for example, in a management meeting, always the topic health and safety as the first item on the agenda. If everything is running well, you will just have to say, okay, all good. It will take maybe at least a maximum of 5 minutes. So I think it's one of the driving factors, but you have to have, and it can maybe give the impulse for someone, for a company, for an entrepreneur, but it is not the major factor, I would say.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Absolutely. It's more than one thing for sure. You can't just hang your hat on one thing. Absolutely. Chris, your thoughts. You talked about the right thing to do, and that is very powerful. But do you think that looking at the perspective of leadership having key and key influence in key decisions, do you think that is related to the leadership and just their actions on decisions? How do you empower people to think that way in every company?
So I think I agree with Sven. I think leadership is absolutely at the heart of how we get this right. But look, we're judged more often by what we do and not what we say. And I think it's absolutely critical that we lead with authenticity and that we're seen to be and live the values that we wish to represent, both for ourselves as individuals and as the businesses that we represent. And leadership, certainly from an OSH perspective, is not something that is the sole demise of senior executives within an organization and OSH professionals. It's everybody, and that is the real trick. How you get recognition across your entire organization that everyone has a responsibility, and they are all leaders in their own right. And it's that nugget that is also the concept that I think has the potential to undermine our journey and our aspirations, because individuals make decisions all day long, and sometimes those decisions that are made are not in the spirit of the solutions and processes and the mindset that we want to see in the people within our business. So we then have we have a need to listen, learn, evaluate, educate. And when things go wrong, I think really critical that you shine as a business. If you're investigating an event that didn't go the way that you wanted, you've got to not just shine your light on that event, you've got to shine your light back on the business and ask yourselves, what more could we have done? And often those accidents or incidents or events that we might not be proud of, the concept of that failure often started at a much senior level within an organization than the individual that's not perhaps demonstrated the behaviors that we want. So it's a complex thing, and you've really got to take a step back and make changes for the better.
Absolutely. I mean, it's a collection of individual actions that really are, come down to the foundational values. How do we, empower our people in our organizations to really make decisions on those values? And one of those values, as we talked about, being health and safety. So they know, they consider that in their decision making along the way. So very insightful. Closing this conversation, I know we're very close to our end time here. Alan.
Yeah, I mean, thank you. Agree totally with what the guys have just said. And, we see it at IOSH. We see the great work that organizations like Tesco and Nike and Siemens do. And we applaud the work that the ILO does with the Vision Zero Fund. I think the thing that, to come back to the original question, is the things most difficult is, let's not forget that most people in the workplace don't work for great big organizations. They work for micro businesses. And they're hard to reach. And wherever I go, whichever government, whichever body I speak to, the first thing they always ask is, how can we reach the hard to reach sectors? And it goes back to what Dietmar was saying earlier. Most of the challenges that we have will be in those hard to reach micro businesses. And as a developed world, we're moving more and more towards micro businesses. So I think our challenge is, how do we reach those that are hard to reach? And we must work together as a collective, because these conferences, we always bring the superstars together, the enterprises and the fantastic work that people are doing. But how do we collectively reach deep into our supply chains and our communities to make sure everybody is looked after, regardless of whether they're an individual self-employed person or working for an SME or a multinational?
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's difficult. They wear many hats. They have to do many things, and they have to do them all right. So it's not an easy answer, but I think giving them tools is a start, and really seeing how all those pieces come together so we can make it as easy but effective as possible as a potential solution. Well, really a pleasure to chair this session today, and thank you all for your wealth of knowledge and diversity of information on the discussion on these important strategies deployed to work towards our collective global vision of creating a culture of prevention. So a big thank you to our presenters and of course our audience attending today. So thank you both. This closes the first day of this event. So more continued discussions on a variety of different themes tomorrow, and really look forward to having you join us then. Thank you all and have a wonderful evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all for your wonderful speeches. But first of all, I would like to thank Lisa. You have done a great job in moderating a challenging session because we have a very tight schedule and we have enthusiastic speakers with many interesting messages. But you navigated elegantly, I think, through everything. I think you have touched a lot of issues. And I have really listened with great interest. And basically, if you look at the day-to-day, you have a link, because changing mindsets and having this new type of mindset where top management and everybody in the company actually feels part of taking care of each other, as it was said, and taking part of creating a safe, healthy environment, and to care about the well-being of everybody at work and at home, in community, on the road, as we heard. I think that's something that also has to do with the second part of it, because basically what we wanted to challenge today is the traditional way of looking at occupational safety and health as a compliance issue only, where companies kind of do prevention because there is a legal obligation, an external, so to say, obligation that is enforced through labor inspections and punished in case rules are not followed. And of course, this will always be needed in all parts of life. But if we want to address the new challenges, if we want to really create a prevention culture also in a changing world of work where we see more self-employed, new forms of work, and where the traditional also enforcement will meet its limits, we need absolutely to look into how we build the mindset from the very beginning when you do business as an individual, as a small business owner, or as a large company, that it should always be an intrinsic part of doing business. And to give the ownership of safety, health, and well-being to the people, to the managers, to the owners, to everybody employed in a company. I think that was a bit the hidden agenda of the day, that this is something that we wanted to achieve. And of course, we have had wonderful examples. Of course, this is top of the class, but we need this, I think, also references to understand what's really going on in companies, because sometimes I have the feeling that this is not fully recognized in the institutions that establish the rules and regulations, that there is an extreme commitment, there is creativity, that motivations like incentives can be manifold, and can be a combination of many factors, external, internal factors. And we heard this morning the importance of the top manager. Often the top managers bring in this commitment to the organization. So it's really a complex story. It's not a one-size-fits-all. And this, of course, is quite different from the classical kind of rule and regulation-oriented approach. And I think that makes it so interesting. That made it interesting for us. And I would like to thank you for a wonderful first day, and would like to see you all, hopefully tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock when we start with the program for tomorrow. I promise to inform you that everything has been recorded on our YouTube channel. And we'll stay there for a month. So I know those of you that have been busy today and have no time to follow the whole event, there is a chance for the coming month to consult those presentations that were of interest, or maybe review them again, because there was so much knowledge, there was so much wisdom, and so many great ideas that you can also take in your context, your company, your organization. So with this, I would like to thank you all, and hopefully see you again tomorrow. So bye-bye. See you tomorrow.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you.